This is only a short story, but one I really want to share. There was this girl who I'd been seeing for a few months that I was 21, and she was 24 and had a boy about 2 years old. She was basically normal, had a good job, and took care of her kid, okay. She was kind of a dim bulb, though, not very bright, that I was bored in the relationship and really didn't want to become a stepdad to the kid. So I ended it in a no problem, right? I run into her about a month or so later at a bar, and we end up going back to her place for a night of XX. The next morning, she makes coffee and breakfast that I go to school, and she goes to work that I get incredibly sick on my way to school and vomit multiple times that I make it to school, and I'm still puking. So I find the nurse or medical office and vaguely recall being loaded into an ambulance that it's all blank after that I come to in the hospital. And the doctor tells me that I OD'd on a huge amount of meth and had about 5 minutes left to live before they figured it out. And by the way, he tells me there are some federal agents here to talk to you. It turns out she planned this whole thing and decided that if she couldn't have me, then no one could. She went to jail but got a reduced sentence for turning on the family member who was making and distributing the meth. This story did not personally happen to me, but it happened to my father. It takes place approximately 3 years ago near the Stones River battlefield in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. My parents are divorced, and my dad lives in an apartment with a roommate. At the time, my dad was a truck driver. On this particular night, he was driving back home, driving along Stones River battlefield, which was a battlefield during the Civil War. My dad is a history buff, and he often took me and my siblings there since it was a spot he enjoyed visiting. On this night, however, it changed his perspective about this historical landmark. As my dad drove down the road, he saw a group of people waiting to cross the street. But as he got closer, he realized that this group of people were all dressed as Civil War soldiers. My dad's initial thought, of course, was that they were reenactors, not giving any thought as to why they were doing a reenactment this late at night. Maybe they were practicing. He didn't know for sure and didn't even think about it. When my dad approached, he stopped his truck and let them cross the street. But what he saw next terrified him greatly. One of the soldiers had stopped and looked at my dad with cold black eyes and a ghostly pale face. My dad was spooked and just sat there in shock until the soldiers had crossed the street and disappeared like mist on the wind. My father drove the rest of the way home, trying to piece it together and keep his sanity intact. He had no idea what he had just witnessed. He then told me some things that had happened after that, things that scare me more than anything. He told me as he got home, he was video chatting with someone on Skype, and at one point in the night, he got up to go do something, so he left his room. When he returned, the person he was chatting with on the video call asked him something strange. They asked, "Was the person walking around in your kitchen your roommate?" My dad's roommate was gone for the night, and my dad's apartment is very small, so if someone had broken in, they wouldn't be hard to find. My dad began to freak out, immediately thinking that one of the ghost soldiers he saw had followed him home. For the longest time, my dad wasn't a believer in the paranormal, not until this experience. He even discovered that around that area and the battlefield, there were common ghost sightings. So just remember, if you're ever driving by the Stones River battlefield, be careful, as these spirits may follow you back to your place, and they may not be as tame as the ones that followed my father. This took place around 2008, if my memory serves me right. My family and I had just moved to Costa Rica, and we enjoyed spending most of our time at the beach, particularly one near a lovely little river where I liked to swim. It was on this same beach that 9-year-old me found a dead body floating in the ocean. To give a little context, I had been playing on the beach, which we thought was relatively safe, so my parents were farther up. How wrong we were about it being safe. I remember seeing something floating in the water, but I wasn't sure what it was. I went to investigate and found a dead man just floating there. Part of his leg had been hacked off. It was obvious he had not drowned. The man had clearly been murdered. Around this time, we had heard about a recent string of murders that had happened both on the Caribbean side of Costa Rica, where we were, and on the Pacific side. The murders had been happening every 6 months, rotating between both regions of the country, so there was reason to assume this murder had been done by the same person since it seemed to fit the timeline. As far as I can remember, the details of the murder were never disclosed in any of the local newspapers, only that the man had been a tourist from England. So there was no way for anyone who had not seen the man on the beach to know the specifics of his murder. Eventually, the whole thing blew over, and we returned to that same beach. I can't quite remember the time frame, but it was definitely within a few months of me finding the dead man that this next part happened. One day, I was swimming in the river with my mother when a very strange man popped up out of the water, startling us. He had a spear gun in hand and a snorkel mask on. He began talking to my mom, and I think we could both tell that something was just off about this guy. I wasn't really paying attention for most of their conversation, but I do remember him bringing up the recent murder on the beach. He seemed to know a great deal of details about it, which, as I previously mentioned, were not available to the public. It almost seemed as if he was trying to confess that he was the one who murdered the man without directly saying so. He also talked about how he traveled between the Caribbean and the Pacific side of Costa Rica, spending half a year in each spot. Eventually, they also got on the topic of what he did for a living. He went into great detail about how he made the masks for the movie Eyes Wide Shut and that he would make those masks, and presumably others, based on real live human emotions. He specifically liked capturing the look of fear. We were totally taken aback by this guy and didn't really know what to do. Eventually, he just got back into the river and swam away, and thankfully we never saw him again. I do not know if this is related or not, but the weird string of murders suddenly stopped after that. Our first story takes place under the unforgiving glare of the desert sun. Miles and miles of sand stretch in every direction, baking under the intense heat. Imagine finding yourself stranded in this desolate landscape, the silence broken only by the wind whistling through the dunes. This is the nightmare that became a reality for one unfortunate traveler. He had been driving for hours, the monotony of the road lulling him into a false sense of security. He had ignored the gas gauge, its needle dipping dangerously low, too focused on reaching his destination. Then it happened. The engine sputtered, coughed, and died, leaving him in stunned silence. He was stranded miles from civilization, the nearest town nothing more than a dot on a map he'd hastily consulted hours ago. Panic began to set in, a cold dread creeping up his spine as the gravity of the situation sunk in. The sun beat down relentlessly, the heat radiating off the sand making the air shimmer. He had a meager supply of water, a granola bar, and the clothes on his back. Hope, it seemed, was in short supply. Days turned into a desperate struggle for survival. The relentless sun sapped his energy, the scorching sand burned his skin. He rationed his water, each sip a precious commodity, but dehydration was a constant threat. The vastness of the desert mocked him, a desolate wasteland stretching endlessly towards the horizon. As darkness fell, the desert transformed into a chilling tableau. Gone was the oppressive heat, replaced by a bone-chilling cold that cut through his thin clothing. The silence was broken only by the howl of the wind, a mournful sound that echoed his growing despair. He huddled in his car, a meager shelter against the elements, with fear as his only companion. Days turned into nights, each one blurring into the next, a terrifying cycle of scorching days and freezing nights. His hope dwindled with each passing hour, replaced by a gnawing fear that he wouldn't make it out alive. He had become a prisoner of the desert, trapped in a desolate wasteland with no escape. One day, while stumbling through the sand, his vision blurred from dehydration, he spotted something in the distance. Was it a mirage, a cruel trick of his exhausted mind? As he stumbled closer, his heart pounding in his chest, he realized with a surge of hope that it was a road, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through the desolate landscape. With renewed determination, he dragged his weary body towards the road, each step a victory against the relentless grip of the desert. As he finally reached the roadside, he collapsed, his body spent, his spirit broken but not extinguished. He had escaped the clutches of the desert, a survivor of a terrifying ordeal. His story serves as a chilling reminder of the unforgiving nature of the desert, a place where running out of gas can be a matter of life and death. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the will to survive, even in the face of overwhelming odds. On this particular evening when I was 14, I was at my friend Brian's house. He was my best friend, and I went over there quite often. My parents knew I was over there, but Brian's parents didn't. I didn't know this until later. Anyways, his parents were gone for the night, so we were able to do whatever we wanted to. So, of course, us being kids, we stayed up all night playing Call of Duty in the living room. Brian had his own TV and gaming setup in his bedroom, but his dad had recently just bought a new TV which was easily twice the size of Brian's, so we were excited to move the Xbox out there and just play in the living room instead. Brian asked me if I wanted to stay the night. I kind of already thought that that's what I was doing already anyways, and so I was confused. I asked him if I was even supposed to be there, and he just kind of shrugged his shoulders, which told me no. I sighed, and I just decided to go with it. A few hours passed by, and we started to get tired, so Brian grabbed some blankets and 2 pillows for the both of us. We decided we were going to go to sleep upstairs in his room. So we goofed off for a little while before ultimately falling asleep. I'm a light sleeper, so it wasn't a surprise when I woke up to the sound of some music being played outside. I looked outside and I saw that there was a car parked in the driveway. I figured it was Brian's mom and dad, but when I woke Brian up, he told me that it definitely wasn't and that there was no chance that it was either of their cars. The car was still running, but it didn't look like anyone was inside of it. We ran to the living room and we found that the front door was wide open. It was at this point that the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up, and I knew we were really in for some trouble. Brian's room is all the way to the left side of the house and was the last door on the left in the hall. We turned around to go back to his room and grab our phones so we could call for help, but as we were passing by the bathroom, someone snatched Brian and began running away. I swear I've never felt like that in my life, like the amount of fear. I turned back around instead of grabbing my phone and I began chasing the man down. We were running through the living room and Brian was fighting, trying to get away from him, and the man was starting to gain some distance on me. Then, as I was running outside down the steps, I saw a creepy green and tan colored van parked on the side of the road in front of the house, and that's when I knew I had to do something extremely quick before something life-changing happened. I grabbed a shovel that was thankfully sitting in the front yard by the landscape bed that apparently Brian's dad left outside by accident, and I managed to get within an arm's length away from them. I struck the guy right in the side of the leg with it as hard as I possibly could. They both fell straight to the ground, and I helped Brian up and we ran back inside. The man took off in his van. A neighbor saw some of the commotion, was already on the phone with the police, and they arrived not too long after. As for the other car that was in the driveway, we're still not sure what that was all about. Something tells me it was an accomplice, and maybe he got cold feet or something and ditched early, or maybe he had nothing to do with it at all and it was purely coincidental. But I doubt it. Police were never able to find either of the two suspects, and ever since that day, going over to Brian's has been weird to say the least. Our next tale takes us to a secluded lake, shrouded in mystery and whispers of the past, where a fraternity known as the Sentinels held their annual pledge retreat, a tradition steeped in secrecy and fear. The pledges, expecting a weekend of bonding and camaraderie, walked into a nightmare that would change their lives forever. Among them was Chad, a promising athlete with dreams of success and a future full of potential. The first night, the pledges were gathered around a bonfire, the flames casting eerie shadows on their anxious faces. They were instructed to partake in a series of dangerous challenges, each more terrifying than the last. They were forced to swim across the icy lake, their breaths visible in the cold night air, and scale treacherous cliffs that loomed ominously in the darkness. With each challenge, the fraternity brothers' laughter grew more menacing, echoing through the night like a sinister chorus. One challenge stood out. The pledges were told to paddle to the center of the lake, a place rumored to be haunted by spirits of the past. As they reached the center, the canoes were jerked violently, and the pledges tumbled into the icy water, their screams piercing the night. Panic surged through Chad as he struggled to stay afloat, the cold water sapping his strength with every passing second. He felt something brush against his leg, sending a surge of primal fear through his body, a fear that gripped his heart and refused to let go. The unseen creature continued to circle him, its presence a constant, terrifying reminder of the danger lurking beneath the surface. A surge of primal fear through his body, a fear that gripped his heart and refused to let go. The unseen creature continued to circle him, its presence a constant, terrifying reminder of the danger lurking beneath the surface. Chad cried out for help, but his cries were met with mocking laughter from the shore, the fraternity brothers' faces twisted in cruel amusement. Terror lent Chad a surge of adrenaline, and he swam with all his might, his muscles burning with the effort. Just when he thought he was going to make it, he felt something grab his ankle, a cold, unyielding grip that pulled him down. He was pulled down into the depths of the lake, the water closing over his head like a dark, suffocating shroud. He caught a fleeting glimpse of glowing red eyes beneath the surface, eyes that seemed to bore into his soul. The next morning, Chad's lifeless body surfaced, his face frozen in a silent scream, a testament to the horror he had endured. The fraternity brothers claimed it was a tragic accident, their voices filled with sorrow, but the other pledges knew the truth, a truth that haunted them and bound them in a pact of silence. The police were called, and an investigation was launched, the authorities combing the area for any clues. Without concrete evidence, the case went cold, the truth buried beneath layers of fear and secrecy. The Sentinels disbanded, their secrets intact, the shadows of their past actions lingering like a dark cloud. Chad's death sent shockwaves through the campus, a stark reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that can lurk in unexpected places. It served as a chilling reminder that darkness lurked beneath the surface of normalcy, a darkness that could strike without warning. The lake became a haunting reminder of the night the Sentinels' reign of terror went too far, a place where the past and present seemed to merge. The fraternity brothers' faces were etched with poorly concealed fear, their eyes betraying the guilt they tried to hide. The pledges knew the truth, but the case went cold, the secrets of that night remaining hidden in the shadows. This happened about 2 years ago. I was out for a long walk in the woods, an activity I frequently do, especially in the summertime. On this day, I'd set out early. The route I typically take is in a large woodland with many different paths that take you deeper and deeper in. This time specifically, I decided to make a bit of a change to my usual routine. I decided to walk down a bank in order to walk alongside a river. You could catch glimpses of it if you were higher up on the path, but for the most part, you could really only hear it. It was also much more remote when compared to the other paths. I had been out for 3 hours at this point. I had a book, food and drink, and a first aid kit in my bag. I'd walked far and kept walking, exploring the area. However, I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. I tried to ignore it, but it was intense. I'm usually one for the quiet outdoors in nature, but this feeling I had kept making me look behind me to the point where I was no longer relaxed. As I got deeper into the woods, the loneliness became unnerving. I figured I was just scaring myself and tried not to play into it. That's when a cloaked figure with gloves on ran out in front of me. I instantly jumped and felt extremely alarmed. The figure had a mask on, a crow's mask, like, think a plague doctor mask. I wanted to run, and everything inside me was telling me to run, but for whatever reason, I really wanted to seem like I wasn't bothered and that the figure had failed to cause much of a reaction. So I awkwardly said, "Okay, good one. I'll be on my way now." The figure didn't say anything, rather, it began tilting its head as I walked around it and continued down the path. It was just standing there, watching me. I was extremely creeped out. Once I walked past it, I just kept walking, feeling shaken but trying not to let it show. I was nervous to look back, but eventually, I did. The creepy figure was still in the same place, still watching me walk away. He, or possibly she, gave me a wave, but not a friendly one, just a sinister one. I don't really know how to explain it, but it was slow and felt threatening. I was stupid. At this point, I felt far enough away from the figure, so I flipped at the bird, a choice I instantly regretted. The figure went from standing and waving to a full-on unhinged run in my direction. I, at this point, didn't stick around and legged it out of there. The figure was making intense, loud, and almost demonic noises as it chased me. I honestly thought I was going to die, but it all came to an end when I managed to outrun this freak and made it up onto an open footpath where I was reunited with joggers and dog walkers. I was stuck in this nervous state but still so beyond happy to see other people. I tried to make as many of them aware as I could, and the whole situation was ultimately reported. I got home safely by catching a bus into town. They were rare on that side of the county, but I managed, thankfully. I felt lucky yet really detached and uncomfortable. The area was investigated by police, but it was so deep in the woods, I don't know how much they covered. As of yet, nothing has been reported since, and nobody nor anything has been found. I now avoid that area and don't plan on going too far off the beaten track on my own again. I still think about this experience. It's still vivid in my mind and absolutely terrifying to me. Me and the girlfriend were on our way to her parents' house. I was invited to Thanksgiving dinner with them, which was a huge honor for me since I'd only met her parents 3 times. I was also nervous since her grandparents and aunts and uncles would also be there, who I had never met. We had a long trek from my house to her parents' house. It would be a good hour-long drive. About 45 minutes into the drive, we had to stop for gas. We pulled up into a literally dead Gulf station right off the highway, and I decided to fill up with premium for once to do my car a favor. Of course, it was cheaper to pay with cash, so I went inside with my head down as I dug my hand inside my wallet searching for a 10 and a 20. When I pulled the bills out, I instinctively looked up and said, 30 on 2, but I stopped mid-sentence. There was no one there. I looked for a bell on the counter, none. I simply called out, anyone there. There wasn't even a back door behind the counter that you would assume would lead to some kind of employees-only room. No, it was just completely empty. The only other door in this little gas station besides the entrance was the single bathroom, and that door was open, exposing the blackness from within the bathroom. I figured maybe whoever was manning the cash register may have just gone outside for something. I walked back outside and shrugged my shoulders at my girlfriend out of confusion. I looked around for maybe a porta-potty or an ice machine or something that could be distracting a potential cashier, but there was nothing. It was a relatively small little station with foliage surrounding it in almost all directions. I figured maybe somebody could be behind the building smoking a bogey or a doobie, so I went back there as a final attempt. Nope, just a dumpster sitting under a dimly lit roof light. I figured I'd just pay credit at this point and turn back. But as I did, somebody from out in the woods called over to me in a kind of whispery yell. My heart skipped a beat when I heard this. Hey! Hey! I kept hearing it from the woods. I took out my phone and flipped on the flashlight just to skim the outer tree line for anybody who could be hiding in there. As my now shaking hand rotated the phone slowly, the light momentarily revealed somebody from behind a tree. I took off back to the car and stepped on it out of there. My girlfriend was scared shitless just in reaction to my fear. I told her about the bizarre thing that just happened, and from that point on, she kept looking through the rearview mirrors just to make sure we weren't being followed. We pulled up to the next gas station we could find, this time one that actually had a cashier. I paid him $30 and began filling up. A van pulled up to the pump right behind mine, and a man wearing a cap stepped out, staring intently at me. I tried to act as if I didn't notice him, but when it got to the point where he was staring at me for at least 20 seconds straight, I had to look at him and ask him if there was a problem. He finally turned away. The second I was done, I hopped back in the car and took off once more. We made it to her parents' house safely, and I don't believe we were followed. Now, I wouldn't have shared this story if it weren't for the fact that a few weeks later, I did some research and found out that a 33-year-old Indian man who worked at the gas station we had stopped at had been murdered, and his body was stuffed in the woods behind the station. I immediately gave the police a tip about the guy who I saw at the station, who was surely caught on camera. The following year on Thanksgiving, a similar murder happened at another gas station. We have since nicknamed him the Thanksgiving Killer. I fear only the worst once more this year, as he has still not been caught. I've been a police officer for a small town for about 10 years. Overall, it's been a stressful but rewarding job, not because of the pay, but because you know you're doing something right for your community. The town I worked for was a small town, which is one of those towns right on the beach beside the Cape. It has a population of around 4,000 people, and I'd normally never get any calls as the town was known to be one of the safest. The most you'd ever get was the occasional robbery or break-in, but that was about it. However, as the saying goes, you don't know what tomorrow will bring. That quote is the exact definition of what happened one spring. This is one of the creepiest and most unexplainable calls I've ever been on that nearly made my stomach drop. This happened in April 2020, where I had been monitoring the roadways when I got a call about hearing screams coming from the beach. This was weird, as I'd never gotten a call from the beach. I figured it was a report that someone had gotten bit by a shark and needed assistance. We get a lot of sharks that come around this time of year and sometimes have to close off the beaches. Needless to say, I got dispatched over to the area of the beach where I saw a bunch of beachgoers filming and pointing at something in the water. I got out of my patrol car and walked up to the people watching this thing bobbing around in the water. From my perspective, it looked like a small buoy, but as it got closer, I came to the realization that it was the head of a person. Whoever it was clearly unconscious as the waves pushed this person to shore. The second they did, I was immediately filled with a sense of dread and confusion. It was the body of a man who appeared to be in his early 20s, wearing cargo pants and a leather jacket. There was no blood, no signs of hypothermia, or anything that could hint as to how he died. In fact, it seemed like he'd been dead for at most a day or two. I told everyone to step back while I performed CPR, just in case he was alive. However, there was no pulse, and that was when backup arrived along with a detective. Now this is where things really start to get weird. At one point, we searched his jacket, and in one of the pockets was a small Ziploc bag of some type. Inside was what looked to be a folded piece of paper with letters written on it. Once we unfolded it, we were all baffled by what the context of the page meant. It was all just a bunch of letters and symbols scrambled together on separate lines of the paper. Only then did we realize that what we were looking at was some sort of cipher. It looked like total gibberish to the naked eye, but we knew there were people in the FBI who specialized in cracking codes and riddles. Many of us who were on the scene that day believed that whatever the cipher meant could possibly give us a hint as to what actually happened to this man. At that point, we obviously had to close the beach and even enforce a curfew in this section. The body was recovered, and an autopsy was later performed. The creepy thing was that the autopsy couldn't identify what actually killed him. Eventually, the town ruled his death as being natural causes from the ocean. Not too long after, a lot of crazy rumors started to spread around the town. Some speculated that he had drowned, others believed he was murdered, and there were even some who thought Satanism was to blame. This led many people to believe that there was a serial killer in the town who lived by the beaches. Another theory was mentioned that this incident was somehow connected to the Lady of the Dunes case. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's a similar case that occurred in the same town in the 70s. While there was no evidence of the two cases being linked, we couldn't take the risk of a killer nearby, which is why the beaches were closed. As far as I know, the FBI and forensic analysts have yet to decipher this code and what it meant. Even with advanced computer programs, it's been a few years now and this case still haunts me. Every time I think about it, more and more questions pop into my head about what really happened. How did he die? Why did he have an encoded cipher? And what sort of riddle would be uncovered had it been solved? It still freaks me out to this day. It was Black Friday 2013, and I decided to be one of those people who gets up at 3 a.m. to get some early deals. Home Depot was having crazy deals on artificial Christmas trees, so I wanted to get there early and buy one for my family. They opened their doors at 3 a.m. on the spot, 3 hours earlier than usual for Black Friday. Surprisingly, only me and one other guy were waiting to get in. I guess everyone else was at Best Buy or the mall. I found a nice 9-foot tall artificial Christmas tree, originally for $200, but at that moment half off for only $100. I asked one of the few employees working at that hour to help me carry the box to the checkout and then to my car. The parking lot was still surprisingly empty for Black Friday. I figured maybe I didn't have to come so early. I tipped the guy and got in my car, ready to leave, when someone knocked on my window. I lowered the window and saw some guy in his mid-20s, wearing a beanie, black and tall, leaning into my window asking if I had change. I opened the little compartment between the seats where I normally keep change, and it was actually empty. I didn't want to have to hand him a $10, so I said, "Nah, man, sorry." He looked disappointed, and I actually felt bad. He then asked me if I could give him a lift to the nearest gas station. I was a bit nervous about letting a stranger in my car, but guess what? I let him in. He did not thank me, which kind of hurt, I guess, because I'm a little sensitive. I asked him if he knew of any close-by gas stations. He just said, "Nah." A few seconds later, I asked him why he needed to go to a gas station, and I swear to God he didn't answer. It's not like he didn't hear me, He just flat out ignored me. I stopped looking at him at that point because I was feeling a bit uncomfortable. I kept driving down main and side roads, but there were no goddamn gas stations anywhere. I was trying not to look in his direction, but I could tell he was staring at me every turn I made, every stop sign I stopped at. He was staring at me. I was sweating now. This guy was freaking me out. I felt like at any moment he could just grab my throat and I'd be done for. At last, I could see a gas station just beyond a light, which had just turned red. Why did it have to turn red just now? I thought to myself. I could still feel his stare, even as I looked the other way. I finally decided to sum up the courage and looked at him. I felt his cold, emotionless stare run straight through my eyes into my soul. Are you okay? I asked him. He ever so slightly nodded his head, almost not even noticeable. The light turned green, and I pulled into the gas station. He stepped out and stood by the sidewalk and watched me as I pulled away. When I got past the intersection, I laughed out of joy and the ridiculousness of the situation. But then I realized something. I patted myself down and then began to panic. I was missing something, my phone. I was only a few blocks away, so I made a U-turn and headed back to the gas station. He was already gone. I drove home and confirmed that my phone was missing. I knew I had left it in the cup holder of my car. My phone had all of my info on it. I contemplated calling the police, but I didn't. I couldn't even sleep that night in fear of some freak stranger having my address. The next night, after getting home from our 2-day delayed Thanksgiving dinner, I found my front door was open and my entire house was trashed. I called the police with my neighbor's phone. They didn't find him in there, but they found his prints everywhere. The only thing, the prints did not match anyone on record. I was 10 when this happened. To be more exact, it was my 10th birthday. All the younger kids in the neighborhood were invited to the party. My dad was going to grill a bunch of hot dogs and burgers. My mom bought one of those piñata things from Kroger's and filled it with a bunch of candy. We had only moved into the area the year prior. A lot of our neighbors were still strangers to us, and my parents wanted to change that, and this was their chance. Kids and parents started to show up at about 1. My mom made name tags for everyone. It was her way for all of us to get to know each other. It wasn't a bad idea, but at the time, the whole concept embarrassed me. Dad pulled out the grill as soon as the first group arrived. He was an old-school griller. Propane was an affront to our forefathers, and it was either charcoal or nothing. He had his own little routine that he went through. It made the whole process take a lot longer than it should have. As he did this, he knocked back cores after cores. In truth, he started drinking before lunch, and this was normal for him. He'd go through a case of beer in a weekend, and I suppose these days he'd be considered an alcoholic. The weird thing is, I never saw him drink during the week, and it never adversely affected our family's quality of life, except for this one time. It was an hour before he was satisfied with the coals. By then, we were all starving. A few kids were crying. The parents started pressuring my dad to hurry up, and rather than act calmly, he panicked and grabbed the lighter fluid. He got way too close to the grill and squirted a massive amount of fluid onto the coals. It went everywhere, and not only onto the grill, but his shirt and pants were soaked. The second the fuel hit the burning coals, a giant fireball blew everything around it back a foot or 2. Everyone jumped back and turned away from the flames. When I turned back, my dad was laying stunned on the ground. The fluid on his clothes had caught fire, and he was so stunned and probably drunk that he didn't realize it. A couple of the other fathers ran over and smothered the flames with some tablecloths. Even more kids started crying now. Soon they were begging to go home. Almost everyone left after that. My party had officially ended before it even started. I'd wager that stupid piñata is still sitting in my parents' attic. I stood by in shock and disbelief, unsure about the make of the scene. Meanwhile, Mom held my dad's hand and kept him calm until the ambulance showed up. I was hustled off to a neighbor's house while Mom rode to the hospital with my dad. By then, I decided that he was an idiot for ruining my party. I haven't changed my opinion much since. But about 2 a.m., Mom showed up and brought me home. I went to bed not knowing what had come with my dad and didn't really care. I remember I was mad at him. The next morning, I came down to breakfast, and Dad was sitting there all covered in bandages. I sat down, and he proceeded to give me a speech about fire safety, and I fought to hide my grin. The irony was overwhelming, but I was able to hold myself together, nodding on occasion to feign interest. After breakfast, I retreated to my bedroom and had a good long laugh. From then on, things returned to normal, but Dad never grilled again. My birthdays were orthodox affairs after that. A few friends would bring gifts, we'd have pizza, and then have some cake. The look on my dad's face every time I blew out the candle still makes me laugh. I don't believe their attempt at making more friends ever went anywhere. They befriended a few neighbors nearest to us, but from what I heard, the consensus was that my dad was a giant. My mom just happened to be fortunate enough to marry him. From experience, I'd say it's a pretty accurate assessment. Last year, Halloween was on a Wednesday. Because of that, I was home alone. My dad works nights, and my mom was staying with her sister because our parents weren't getting along at the time. My sister was away at college, so it was just me left to provide for the trick-or-treaters. My dad bought a couple of bags of Kit Kats and told me he expected them empty by the end of the night. I don't know why, but my dad takes Halloween seriously. I didn't get home from classes until around 6 o'clock, so it was already dark and the kids were out in droves. The second I dropped my bag on the couch, the bell rang and that went on for some hours. I was getting homework done later on in the night when the trick-or-treaters had mostly gone home, sometime past 9 though, I remember that much, and the doorbell rang once more. It was the first time in over half an hour. I went to open the door with a near-empty bowl of Kit Kats, expecting some kids, but instead, it was just this lone guy, maybe 35 years old. He waved at me with a neutral expression on his face and didn't open the storm door. I kind of just watched him, ready to shut the door on him. He stopped waving, then reached for the handle to the storm door and pulled it open. At that moment, I slammed the door shut in his face and locked it. I texted my family group chat that some old guy just tried opening the door. My dad joked that if he does it again, go outside and teach him a lesson. I decided that was it with opening the door for the night. I went back up to my room to finish my homework. Soon, I heard yelling coming from outside. I lost my patience and eventually got up to see what was going on. I slid open my window and looked out. There was that man again down below, looking up at my window, shouting at me. He's mainly yelling that he needed help finding his son. I didn't believe him for a second. I texted my family again. My dad just said to ignore it, he will go away. I left my room and shut off the light so that he'd go away. Then I went to the basement, which had no windows. I hung out down there to do my work, and all was quiet for a while. Then flick, the power went out. My initial thought was that the man outside tinkered with the electric box outside of the house. I stayed in contact with my family the whole time. After a few minutes, I heard the floorboards creaking above my head. Someone, as if I couldn't guess who, was inside the house. My mom and dad and sister all texted me to call the cops. I stayed put in the basement. I figured it was the safest place at this point. The cops were en route, so all I had to do was wait. The basement door opened. He stepped down the stairs only halfway, though. Even without power, a little bit of light from the upstairs poured into the basement, enough for me to see his legs. He was standing on the middle step of the staircase, and I swear he just stood there for like 2 minutes. I heard him mumbling stuff. I won't even pretend I could understand any of it. After the longest, most painfully uncomfortable moment of my life, the man said into the basement, "I can see you." The whole time his legs were actually facing me. Was he actually looking at me that whole time? Still, I didn't move, nor did he. He continued to stand there until there was a bang at the front door, and he walked up the stairs, shut the door, and I heard creaking above again. I waited 20 seconds before running upstairs to the front door. By that time, it seemed the man had left my house because the cops couldn't find him even with my help. Stupidly, I left the back door unlocked, so he simply let himself in. As for the power, he messed with the electric box outside, as I predicted. I don't know if he did this on Halloween intentionally or if it was just a coincidence, but something was wrong with that man. He didn't belong out in the streets. When I was around 13, my auntie and uncle used to have a seasonal campsite at a small lake about 3 hours away from our town. It was nothing fancy, but it was a cheap summer vacation spot, and my whole family used to go up there a lot. I often brought my friend, let's call her Kay, to stay with us. As I'm an only child, I valued the company. Since the campground was so small, especially the seasonal sites, it really felt like home. We knew many people at the lake by name, and they knew us too. Most of the campground staff had grown accustomed to Kay and me riding our bikes around, eating ice cream, and even terrorizing the frogs down by the water, and they were all very friendly to us. Like I said, it felt like home. It's also probably worth mentioning that both Kay and I grew up in a very small Canadian town, one where everyone waves when you drive by on the street, no one locks their doors, and everyone is your friend. But moving on, one day we were down by the water around sunset. We were sitting on the dock, dipping our toes in the water, and just about to head back to our campsite for supper. We were tired from a day of roasting in the sun, biking, and catching frogs when a disheveled man, maybe 40 or 50 years old, approached the dock behind us. Being the friendly young rural girls we were, we both waved hello and exchanged some small talk with him. He continued to approach us, chatting politely about the weather and other small talk topics. He was wearing a stained beer t-shirt, one of those ones you used to get for free in a box of beer in the early 2000s, and dirty jeans. He had straggly, greasy hair and was missing a tooth. For a lot of people, this might immediately set off red flags for you, but again, we were from a small town, and this dude looked like half of my dad's side of the family, so neither of us was fazed. During the course of our conversation, he sat down beside me on the dock, dipping his feet in the water alongside ours. He continued to chat with us, asking what we had been doing that day, where our campsite was, and who our parents were, that kind of thing. He said he knew my parents and that they were friends. I probably should have been smarter than to continue to talk with him, but being an only child, I had always felt comfortable chatting with adults and I didn't bat an eye at the conversation. Plus, He knew my parents, so what could go wrong? Eventually, he started asking us about boating. He pointed to a boat off the dock, a fancy one with a gold glittery finish, and he asked if we liked it. We did. He told us that it was his boat and that it was the fastest and coolest boat on the lake. He asked us if we'd ever been to any of the secret islands on the lake. We said no. I remember thinking how odd this was, as the lake was truly not that large or impressive, so a secret island seemed strange but also hella enticing. He told us he owned one of the islands and its name was Zeke. He asked us if we wanted to go to see Zeke with him. We hesitated slightly, but ultimately, we wanted to go for a boat ride. By now, the sun was nothing but an orange glow slipping into the horizon. We were just standing up to go towards the boat and my uncle came down the hill to the lake in his truck. He honked the horn and yelled at us to get our asses in the truck. We were supposed to be home by dark, and now we were in deep trouble. He threw our bikes in the box, and we got in the truck. My uncle quizzically asked us who the man we were talking to was, and we told him he was some guy that my parents knew, and we also told him that he was going to take us to his secret island in his cool boat. When Kay pointed out the boat to my uncle, he told us that the boat belonged to Phil, the owner of the convenience store at the lake. He then began to lecture us about why agreeing to go on a boat ride with a perfect stranger is not a good idea. He confirmed my suspicion that there were no islands on the small lake. We both began to feel kind of freaked out, which only continued when my parents told me about the man and they were sure they didn't know him. My mom lectured the heck out of us and told us he probably wanted to wear our skin like a mask. Years ago, I did a somewhat light-hearted video about the creepiest children's drawings. I made jokes about a lot of them, but a few on that list did seem like they might have had some sinister backstories. Over the years, I've gotten a handful of kids' drawings with backstories emailed to me. Today, I'm going to be compiling a few of those into this video. This was the drawing made by a 6-year-old boy in 2012. The picture was found in his room by his older sister, Tracy, who sent this to me. Tracy was 14 at the time, and she showed it to her parents. In the picture, the family is around the dinner table, drawn in a typical 6-year-old skill level. The reason Tracy showed it to her family is that she could recognize all the family members at the dinner table, even the family dog and cat. However, she couldn't recognize the man sitting on the floor kind of behind the table. Tracy said in her emails to me that when she was asking her little brother who that man was, he kept shrugging his shoulders and saying he was not allowed to tell. The man was drawn to be dressed in all black and had reddish-brown curly hair. As you can see, because of her little brother's refusal to explain who that fifth person in the picture was, she showed it to her parents, explaining that he likely had an imaginary friend or was pretending to see ghosts. After the parents confronted the child at dinner, asking who the man in the picture was, the boy made a pouty face and shrugged his shoulders. He did this any time they asked, with the most detailed answer from his mouth being, "I'm not allowed to tell." The parents, specifically the dad, weren't fazed by it, as really a 6-year-old could draw anything and create some kind of crazy story in their head behind it. Tracy would often be responsible for watching her brother when their parents weren't home. One day, when she was left in charge of watching him, she heard her brother talking to someone in his room. Upon getting to his room, she learned he was just playing with his toy car set on the floor, talking to most likely himself as he played. Tracy asked if he was talking to anyone, and he looked at her and shrugged his shoulders again, pouting his face. Tracy then noticed some candies on the floor of her brother's room, a specific kind of green apple-flavored candy that she'd never seen her mother buy before. She asked him where he got this, and he ignored her, going back to playing. Tracy took the candies, and that angered her brother, who yelled for her to give them back. She waited until her parents returned home to ask if either of them had bought the unusual candy. Since the boy was only 6 and it was summer break, receiving the candies at school wasn't even a possibility. The random candies appearing in the boy's room became a concern. Even as the boy was scolded and pressed by his parents as to where he got the candies from, he still just made his pouty, angry face and ignored them. The boy was grounded by his father until he would answer the question, so he wasn't allowed to leave his room. The family checked the closets in his room, under the bed, and even the closets outside of the room. The idea that someone was inside of the house was out the window. On that same night that he was grounded, Tracy sat close to her bedroom door instead of on her bed so that she would easily hear if and when her brother in the next room would start talking. Sure enough, when he did, which, to note, was way past her brother's bedtime, she jumped up and ran to his room. She opened the door and saw her little 6-year-old brother standing at his open window, talking to a man who looked as though he were about to climb into the room. Tracy screamed for her mom and dad, causing the man at the window to flee, and her brother began to cry. Once Tracy told her parents that a man was talking to her brother through his window, the police were called. The boy still refused to talk at first, but with the police there, he eventually said that his friend told him not to tell anyone about him or that he couldn't come and play anymore. When asked his friend's name and age, he said he didn't know. When asked what the two of them would do, the boy said he would come with snacks and candies for him and just play with toys. When asked how they met, he said they met in front of the house one day when the man stopped on his bike and gave him some candy. After offering to come back with more candies and snacks, Tracy's brother told him which bedroom window was his, and that's when this started. My dad has been an MTA Transit subway station manager for 35 years. With this job, there has to be a manager on duty at all times, so he's practically done every single possible shift throughout his career. That means he's done his fair share of night shifts. Most trains were completely empty throughout the night. He said it was the only nice part about doing the night shift. He has a series of funny and weird night shift stories to tell, but there's one downright horrifying one. My dad had just boarded the train to move to his office at another station. He was alone when he got on, which was at about 2 o'clock in the morning. At the next station, someone boarded. My dad describes him as a white, tall, and skinny man wearing a heavy jacket and beanie. He shot my dad a quick glance before sitting in the farthest corner away from him. My dad said that he felt uncomfortable as the guy kept looking up at him every so often. When my dad's stop came, he got off, as well as the other man. He walked to his office door, unlocked it, and looked behind him. The man in the jacket was pacing around only about 50 feet away. My dad stepped into his office, shut the door, locked it, and sat at his desk. 5 minutes later, someone started to try and turn the doorknob. After the person on the other side of the door realized it was locked, they started to knock softly. My dad called out, "Who is it?" and they responded, "I want to talk." He told whoever it was to go away. He says he knew trouble when he saw it. He had a good feeling it was the guy from the train, as this station at a time like this was apparently always completely empty. My dad told the guy to go away. He continued to knock for a good 5 minutes. My dad finally pulled up the security camera screens and brought up the camera pointed at his office door. Sure enough, it was the guy from the train, wearing the jacket and beanie. Coincidentally, as soon as my dad brought up the camera, the man walked away. So, my dad did whatever his work consisted of for about half an hour in that office before leaving to catch the next train. He checked the camera to make sure that the weird guy wasn't out there. He locked up and walked down the stairs to the train platform, where he got on the train right away. Looking out the window, he saw the guy from before walking down the stairs to the platform and then stepping on the train into the same car as my dad. He sat down on the opposite side, a few seats to the right. My dad tried to look away and pretend not to notice him, but he knew the guy was staring at him. He at one point gave in and stared back, giving a slight nod and smile in some sort of truce attempt before looking away again. The man stared at my dad the whole ride to the next station, but my dad never looked back at him once after the first time. Now, you may be asking, why didn't he try to forcibly get the guy to back off? Well, despite my dad's intimidating size, he's always been a complete teddy bear, no bark and no bite. Plus, he says he feared that the guy was armed and that one small motion could lead to death. When the train stopped at the station, my dad practically ran all the way back up to the streets, constantly glancing over his shoulder. And yes, the man from the train was following him. My dad had to find the first public building still open to try and escape. He found a Wendy's that was open and stepped inside. He sat and watched as the guy following him walked up to the window, stopped, and stared my dad down through the glass for about 10 seconds before turning around and walking across the street and then down the sidewalk. My dad said he ate, waited a little longer, then left the Wendy's to get to his third and final station for the night. The scariest part, when my dad was in his third office, as he was checking the security cameras out of paranoia of the situation, he caught the guy from the train pacing around the outside only about 30 feet from his office. He then stopped, looked up at the camera, and, according to my dad, literally froze and stared for no less than a minute. When he finally lowered his head, he walked away out of the station to never be seen by my dad again. My dad doesn't know if he was followed after leaving the Wendy's, but that would only make sense. The guy was clearly disturbed, possibly homeless, or dangerous. Who knows what he actually wanted with my dad? My dad helped me buy my first house when I was 27. I was never spoiled, but my dad always had a lot of money, and when I wanted a house, he lent me a large amount of cash. The previous owners of the house were an elderly couple. As far as I know, the husband died many years before I moved in. The wife died just a few weeks before I bought the house. The son of the couple who sold me the house kept a lot of the furniture in the house for me, and he took only what he really needed or wanted, which made things easier for me, less furniture to buy. I did dump some of the more outdated stuff on the curb, though, including this old rocking chair that was sitting in the living room. A lot of the furniture just had an older, creepy vibe that I didn't want in the house. The next day, I was cleaning out more junk in the upstairs section of the house for most of the day. A lot of it was heavy lifting, so I'd take breaks in between, and this ate up most of the day. I didn't really get an ounce of sleep the night before, as I have a mild form of insomnia which affects me certain nights. That second night, having moved into the house, I went out to get some Chinese for dinner because I had no energy to cook. When I got back, I was disturbed to find the front door was unlocked. Now, I truly don't remember if I had simply forgotten to lock it or not. I wanted to believe I forgot, but it just seemed so unlikely I'd forget to do that, especially with my brand new house. I started flicking on every light of every room on the main floor. The more light, the safer I'd feel. I then proceeded up the stairs to do the same there in the common area and in all 3 bedrooms. There was also a basement to the house that I'd only been down inside once at that point. It was not a big basement like you would expect, though. It was kind of just a small storage space where the washer and dryer happened to be. I was already feeling a lot more confident that I had just simply forgotten to lock the door, but I still had to check the basement before I could confirm this. I opened the basement door and flicked on the light. As I got halfway down the stairs, I saw an old rocking chair sitting in the middle of the basement. I didn't remember it being there the first time I saw the basement, and when I stood over it, I could swear it was the same rocking chair I had thrown away the night before. If not the same one, at least an identical one. I looked around the basement, though, and there wasn't anyone down there, so I did calm down just a bit. I headed back upstairs to eat my Chinese food. I remember leaving the basement door cracked open, which sat right next to the kitchen. I started hearing rickety creaking sounds from downstairs. I ran to the basement door and tried to turn on the light, but it wouldn't turn on this time. All I could think was, what the hell was that noise? I went to the kitchen, grabbed my flashlight from under the sink, and went a quarter of the way down the stairs with the flashlight beaming down to the bottom. I saw the rocking chair moving, and someone was sitting in it. It was an old woman with gray curly hair, glasses, and she was dressed in a pink nightgown. Her head slowly turned to be looking up at me. I gasped and left the basement, closing the door this time. I don't know what I was immediately thinking at that point. All I knew was I had to call the police. But when they came, they searched the whole basement with me, and we didn't find anyone. There were also no hidden compartments or exits down there where she could have escaped through. At a certain point, the cops started looking at me like I was crazy. I knew it, and pretty soon they left. I had the contact details of the son of the couple who owned the house before me, so I called him up around 8 or 9 p.m. and described the lady to the best of my ability. He sounded shocked and started to cry over the phone, saying I had perfectly described his mother and her favorite nightgown. He said he'd be right over. He got to the house within the hour, and we went downstairs together. He seemed to be in shock the whole time. I could see his hands shaking. He ended up leaving with the rocking chair after a while of talking with me and being very emotional. It may have been emotional for him, but it was the scariest thing I could have possibly ever witnessed with my own eyes. It still stands to be. I kept the basement door locked 24/7 after that, and I'd be scared to do laundry for months. But after half a year of nothing happening, it wasn't that bad. I only lived in that house a year and a half, though. This happened when I was 15 years old and a sophomore in high school. I was hanging out with a couple of friends before school started. We were just standing around talking about dumb stuff that 15-year-olds do. Soon the warning bell rang, and we had to go our separate ways to attend our classes. I took my time heading to my class because my teacher, Coach Thompson, was pretty laid back and didn't mind if I was a bit late. He usually started class a few minutes late anyways because he was also a sports coach and was always busy with that stuff. As I made my way to class, the school bell rang again. School was now starting, and I would be late, but I didn't think much of it and kept walking. The hallways were now empty. The intercom came back on, and there was an announcement that the school was going under a lockdown. I couldn't understand why and was pretty confused. Everything seemed fine to me. I kept walking towards my classroom, thinking it might be a false alarm or a drill. When I entered the hallway where my classroom was located, I stopped and froze. At the far end of the hallway, there was a large man wearing a ski mask and all black. He also had combat boots on and a huge black duffel bag around his shoulder. It took me a few seconds to process what was happening. The man in the ski mask hadn't noticed me yet, but then he turned his head and looked in my direction. I quickly ducked back around a corner, scared out of my mind. He had been standing right where my classroom was, so I couldn't go there now. The hallways were completely empty, and I started to panic. I knew the school pretty well as I'd been there plenty of times prior to my sophomore year, so I went to the nearest place I knew, a nearby bathroom, hoping to stay safe until everything was over. I sat in a bathroom stall, trying to listen for any sounds, praying that the man wouldn't come inside. During the time in there, I was terrified and didn't dare make a noise. I stayed in the bathroom, trying to calm myself down from hyperventilating for maybe around 30 minutes. It was completely quiet, and I couldn't hear much, but at one point, I did hear footsteps, which really freaked me out. I really don't know who it was, but luckily they moved past where I was, and then things went back to being silent. I just hoped whoever that guy I had seen would not enter the bathroom. Finally, I decided that I would leave. I hadn't heard anything in the longest time, and I thought it might be safer to get out of there. When I stepped out, I noticed the hallways were still empty and quiet. The lockdown was still in effect, and I had no idea what was happening. I cautiously started speed walking back towards my classroom, being very careful and looking all around. I had made it about halfway back when I suddenly heard a noise that made me freeze. It was the sound of footsteps getting closer from the next hallway around the corner. It was happening all over again. I could feel the sinking feeling of fear and shock once more. I quickly turned around and went back down another hallway, trying to avoid whoever was coming my way. I glanced back for a split second and saw the man in the ski mask starting to come around the corner. At this point in time, I swear I could have run a 4.3 flat in the 40-yard dash. For once in my life, I was genuinely running for my life, and nothing else mattered besides that. It was a weird feeling. I didn't care about anything, not girls I had crushes on, not my homework, not even my job. All I cared about was staying alive for myself. I kept on running and eventually stopped, unable to hear the man behind me anymore. I gathered myself and started walking towards the exit, hoping to find a way out. When I reached the exit, a sense of relief flooded over me as I saw multiple police officers outside of the school. I ran for the door, and when they saw me, they waved me over. I was able to leave and breathe a sigh of relief. The man inside the school was later caught, but we never found out what his intentions were. The memory of that day haunted me, and my parents ended up putting me in therapy to help me out. Number 15-year-old or anybody should have to experience anything like that. It's been about 7 years now, and I'm way better. We returned to our normal routines at school shortly after, and our school had a 24-hour cop for the next year that made everyone feel a lot safer. I'm happy nobody got hurt, and I was able to make it out alive. I wouldn't wish that experience upon my worst enemy. I used to work at the local public library when I was in my early 18s. I'd work the night shifts as my second job at least 4 times a week. After my first job, I'd get there at 5 o'clock and would work till closing time at 10 o'clock. I would also be the one to lock up the place after closing, but I wouldn't just leave right after the library closed. I'd have to shut off all the computers, do some cleaning and organizing, stock the shelves with all the returned books and DVDs from the day, take out the garbage, and only then could I leave. It was a Friday night approaching closing time. Most of the other library staff was gone already. It was just myself and one of the female librarians left. I had made a couple of last call announcements to the remaining library patrons, alerting them that the library would be closing soon. I was already cleaning up the place, trying to finish up early so I could leave and just start my weekend. The only other employee still there said goodbye to me as soon as the clock struck 10 o'clock. I announced on the intercom that the library was closed. The 2 guests that were left got up from their tables and started packing up their things before leaving through the door. After that, when I saw no one else in the building, I locked the front door. I proceeded to start fixing all the chairs to be neatly tucked under their tables. Then I started emptying all the garbage cans, and when it was time to bring them outside to the dumpster on the side, I unlocked the front door again and brought them out. It was quiet outside. The library was kind of tucked away from any main roads. When I came back inside, I locked the door again. Now all I had to do was restock all the returned books and DVDs from the day. I grabbed the 2 boxes and started with the DVDs, which was easier since the DVD section was smaller. It took about 5 to 10 minutes. During this time, I thought for sure I heard something come from one of the book aisles. I started walking through the aisles till I found an open book laying on the floor, which had clearly just fallen off the shelf. I put it back in its place, and for a second, I stood there and just wondered how that could have happened. I went back to work, and after finishing the DVDs, I took the box of books and started putting them one by one back on the shelves, going in alphabetical order. I started with the A's. The books in the box were sorted in alphabetical order to make it easy. As I worked my way down the shelves, trying to bang this out and go home, I heard another noise nearby. 2 times in less than 20 minutes. That was no coincidence. I set the box down and started walking through the aisles of books again. I found another 2 books on the ground in another aisle. Someone was in here. I walked out to the open area with all the tables and such and yelled out, "Excuse me, the library is closed." There was silence until I heard something from across the library from the children's section. I approached the noises, and it started to sound like some rabid animal making growling sounds. I also heard books being thrown onto the floor. It was coming from one aisle. As I built up the courage to peek down the aisle, I saw some woman wearing a nightgown throwing random books off the shelf, making these disgusting animal-like sounds. I didn't say anything. I turned and ran to the office where we had the phone. I didn't have a cell phone at this time. I locked the office door and closed the blinds to the window, then I called 911. I reported that there was some sickly woman in the library and I think they should send an ambulance. They asked if I had approached the woman, and I said no. She looked like she could be dangerous. When the operator asked me if the woman was still in the same spot, I opened the blinds and I screamed because that woman was right on the other side of the glass looking in. Her pupils were so big that she looked demonic. I said to the operator, "She's right outside the office." The woman started to bang on the glass, screaming gibberish. She tried opening the door, and when it didn't open, she turned around and sat on a chair facing the office. The operator asked me to keep the blind open and watch her. The woman was wobbly as she sat down, so I noted she was definitely high out of her mind. 2 police cars and an ambulance showed up to the library. The woman was put in handcuffs because she tried fighting the police officers, but nothing she was saying made any sense. She was put in the back of an ambulance and was taken away. I never found out what the hell she was on. I don't know how she got inside, maybe while I was taking the garbage out, or maybe she was inside before I even locked the place up. Either way, it definitely made being in the library alone after closing pretty unsettling from there on out. So this is way back in the 80s when we didn't have dashboard GPS or Google Maps or whatever to help us out on the road. All we had was our trusty old coffee-stained road maps to guide us on our way. But before you all start thinking that this is me reminiscing about happier, simpler times, don't get it twisted. I wouldn't turn back the clock for $1,000,000, because if I'd had GPS back when I was a young man, I mightn't have gotten into half the trouble I did while driving. I have 2 incidents to talk about today. The first one occurred south of the border down in Mexico. I was making the 40-mile drive from Aurelia to Ciudad Hidalgo, and back in those days there were only two routes you could take. One was the National Road, which wasn't all that bad, but then there was the old National Road, which was, I'm pretty sure, designed by an actual sadist. It's a hilly highway known to the locals as Mil Cumbres, meaning 1,000 curves, and for good reason too. That thing is like riding a roller coaster in sections. And I've heard of other drivers getting actual motion sickness when they've attempted to traverse it. But ironically, as horrible as it is to drive, it has some of the best views of any drive you are ever likely to experience. If you take it real slow and careful, it can actually be quite pleasant. My grandpa in particular used to love driving up there. People said he was loco, and he probably kind of was, but he was right about Mil Cumbres. Sometimes the rewards really did outweigh the risks. So on this one particular day, me and my grandfather drive up on the Mil Cumbres, and we're just cruising while we watched the sun go down over Michoacan. When it was full dark, Grandpa decided to take one last run along the highway before we returned home. I'm looking out the window marveling at the stars in the sky. It's amazing how much clearer you can see the stars down there, and it was always one of my favorite things to do whenever I went to Mexico as a kid. I was just lost in how vast the universe seemed when suddenly Grandpa slams on the brakes of the car so hard I violently lurched forward in my seat. I thought we'd only narrowly avoided an accident or something, but when I looked onto the road ahead of us, there were no other cars to be seen. I asked my grandpa what's going on, thinking it might have been a false alarm or something, but he looked seriously freaked out as he starts backing up and turning us around. There's my giant, tough-as-nails abuelo, and he's terrified by something, so naturally, I start freaking out too. I turn in my seat as he turns the car, trying to get a glimpse of whatever he's obviously fleeing from, but still there's nothing in the road. Yet as we're speeding away, I see something move out of the trees at the side of the road. It was only a silhouette, but it was obvious it was a person, and they were carrying something long and heavy, something I only later realized was a gun. I found out years later that bandidos used to operate on those roads. They usually only targeted cargo trucks or the flashier cars of businessmen driving to and from Ciudad, Mexico. But when my abuelo saw those dudes just walking out of the trees towards us, he didn't want to take any chances. Definitely the scariest story from when I was a kid, but I think it was rooted in seeing how scared my abuelo was. On the other hand, I have a story from my 30s that happened when I was driving alone, and I didn't need any sense of childish wonder to get the complete life scared out of me. This isn't nearly as long as the Mexico story, but as you'll see, it doesn't need to be. I'm driving over to my parents' place in rural Illinois. This is a drive I've made countless times before, so I'm completely on autopilot. So when I catch a glimpse of a deer in my peripheral vision, I slam on the brakes trying to avoid plowing into this thing while doing 60. My heart is pounding while I'm just sitting there waiting for the thing to run out into the road, only nothing shows. Now, since the light in my car happened to be busted, I kept a small flashlight and a map on the passenger seat next to me. So, wondering where the deer disappeared to, I grab the flashlight and start shining it out into the trees at the side of the road. After a second, I see the deer's eyes reflecting some of my flashlight back at me, so I know it's still there, just staring at me. Only when I actually light the thing up, I see it's not a deer at all. It's just a deer's head, staked into the dirt, facing the road. I have never hit the gas so hard before in my entire life. I raced away from that thing like it was a nuclear bomb about to go off. I was burning rubber, man, and as hard and fast as I pushed that old truck, it still didn't feel fast enough. I don't know if it was just a case of some local hunters playing a pretty grisly prank or if it was something, I don't know, evil. But you can bet your butt I never drove that road on autopilot anymore, 'cause I didn't want to meet whoever cut that poor thing's head off. The story may be too fantastic to believe, but I promise it happened. It was the last months of 1999 in my first marriage. It just ended when we began discussions. I agreed to let my ex continue to live in our house with the kids. As a result, I was thrust onto the market for a new home. For the time being, I was crashing in an extended stay hotel, living on fast food. Finally, as that spring approached, I found a place I loved. The only disappointing part of the deal was that it had been uninhabited for going on 7 years. The woman that had lived there before had died, and her heirs had let it sit empty. It was eventually agreed upon to put it on the market, and that's when I came upon it. Despite the probable long list of repairs, the price was too good to pass up. The morning of March 3rd, I picked up the keys and signed the papers. The house was officially mine, and I got to work immediately to make it livable. I replaced a broken window and a few other things before I moved in 2 weeks later. I hadn't been there 2 days before I received a visit from a pair of detectives. They sat me down and told me the craziest thing I'd ever heard in my life. According to them, the nice little old lady who had lived there, Sarah, had an abusive husband named Walter. She claimed Walter left for the store one morning and never returned, and because of his history of abuse, she didn't report his disappearance. The couple's only child, Lisa, didn't either. Her mother had told her Walter had been having an affair with a woman from his job and had likely run away to be with her. Lisa took her mother's story at face value, and the woman bid Walter good riddance and moved on with their lives. Within the year, Sarah, now a free woman, began a relationship with her neighbor John. She was granted a divorce, and the couple was married not long after. The pair lived out their lives in the house. Not everyone was so eager to believe Sarah's story, and the police were asked by Walter's sister to investigate his disappearance. Year after year, the trail always led back to Sarah, but the detectives on the case never had enough proof to arrest her. Then, about 15 years after he went missing, a new pair of detectives were put on the trail. They went back to Walter's sister, now a very old woman, and asked if she had any idea how Sarah could have disposed of her brother's body. For the first time since the case began, she recalled an incident that took place not long after Walter's disappearance. She was visiting Sarah, hoping to get information as to where her brother had moved to, and she happened to notice a large patch of the backyard where the ground had been tilled up and roses had been planted. The structure was odd because it was still in the middle of winter and at least 4 months before planting season began. The bushes would surely die in the brutal Michigan winter. She asked Sarah about this, and she simply said she wanted to get ahead of things. The sister had no reason to disbelieve her at the time and accepted the story. For the first time in a long time, the police had a direction to follow. However, they were frustrated by the judge's denial of a search warrant, and the case soon ran out of steam, as it had so many times before. Life would proceed, and over the years, the case would be forgotten. That was until a new police chief was hired, and he launched an initiative to clear the city's open cases. My visitors were assigned the case. After a little research, they discovered Sarah and her new husband had died, and the house had a new owner. The reason for their visit was to ask if I would allow them to dig up the yard to look for Walter's remains. I was naturally shocked by all I'd heard and needed time to think about it. After taking a few days to consider the request, I gave them the okay. The following morning, 20 or so cops, accompanied by a backhoe, began their search. I want to say I was surprised by what they found, but after hearing their story, Walter's skeleton being discovered was almost expected. At the end of the day, everything seemed to work out for the best. The cops managed to close a 50-year-old mystery, and Walter got to be put away alongside his loved ones. The only downside was Walter's sister didn't live to see it. She deserved to be there for the funeral after all the time she had put in the search for him. The situation had made me do a lot of thinking since it was brought to my attention. From all reports, old Walter was not good to his wife or respected their marriage. Maybe Sarah had a good reason to put an end to his nonsense. The problem I have with what she did is that, by killing Walter and hiding his body away in the garden, his innocent sister, who had hurt no one, was left with a terrible notion that she and the rest of his family had been abandoned by him for a young piece of tale. Then, as time carried on, and she had come to terms with the strong possibility her brother was dead, she had nowhere to go to mourn him. And that, to me, my friends, just doesn't feel right. Valentine's Day was coming up. My boyfriend and I had planned a cute dinner like most couples do. As we were walking into the restaurant, there's this couple outside weirdly staring at my boyfriend and me. I slightly shoved my boyfriend's arm as we got inside, and he gave out his name to be put on the wait list. The host said it would be a 45-minute wait and she would text us when our table was ready. My boyfriend said, "Let's go to the mini golf across the street." So, we're walking back to his car, and the lady from the couple stood up and held up her hand, introducing herself as Mrs. Mary. I found it really weird and looked at my boyfriend. The lady still had her hand out. I wasn't trying to be rude, so I gave her a shake. The lady went on to explain that she and her husband think we're a great-looking couple, and they're photographers. They think we would make great photos and asked us to follow them to their studio, as she believed the wait time would be long. She went on to say that she had no card on her, but their place was a 7-minute drive away and they could take us there as well. Red flags were going off, and my boyfriend politely declined, letting her know we had things to do. The look she gave was still one of the most haunting looks ever as she smiled and sat down next to her husband. As we got in the car, I told my boyfriend how creepy that interaction was and how the husband didn't even say a word. As we entered the mini-golf place, we were pretty surprised to find it empty. We laughed the situation off, but in reality, I was still creeped out. This place is not really huge. You can see the front door on all the levels. As we were on our 5th round, I heard the entrance bell ring. I turned to look and my heart sank. It was the same lady with her husband. She seemed to look around, and then, as we made eye contact, she gave me the creepiest smile. I let my boyfriend know, and he turned to look. As they were getting their things, I told my boyfriend I was uncomfortable and we should just go wait in the car, as 15 minutes had already passed, so it wouldn't be much longer. He agreed, and we turned around. They were right behind us, giving us the widest smiles. "Crazy how we both came to this spot," said Mrs. Mary. This time, the husband said, "We should face each other, Mary versus Robert." My boyfriend's heart sank in that moment, as his last name is Robert. We politely declined, not wanting to know how they knew that information, and we said we had to go. Both of their smiles faded as we rushed out of there. I told my boyfriend we should just call it a night and go back to his place since it was closer than mine, plus my parents wouldn't be home until Sunday morning. He said we would go after dinner and not let some random weird couple ruin the night for us. We waited about 15 minutes in his car, talking about how weird the situation was. He got a text from the restaurant saying our table was ready. We ate dinner, and he insisted on paying since it's Valentine's Day, as we usually split the bill. He went to the bathroom, and as I was waiting, I thought I saw that lady peeking out from around a corner. I convinced myself it was just in my head. My boyfriend got out and was ready to go. To get to his place, you have to take this long road surrounded by trees. As we started the drive, we noticed a car following behind. I let my boyfriend know, and we headed into a CVS parking lot. I had to use the restroom, and since it was going to be a drive, we both got out and went. When we came out, we didn't see that car that was potentially following us anywhere, so we made our way to his house. You know that road I talked about earlier, being surrounded by trees? Well, while we were driving on it, about 5 to 7 minutes onto this road, we heard a loud pop and my boyfriend stopped his car. His 2 front tires had popped. He put 2 and 2 together and ran to the car and said, "Get out, there's not much more time before they get here." He cut his engine, turned off the lights, and locked the door. I was so scared and confused, not knowing what was going on. I told him we should wait in the car, but he quickly got me and we ran into the woods. He told me to shush. We were hiding behind some trees and bushes. While we hid, he called the cops and quickly explained where we were and what was happening. The operator asked him to stay on the line, saying the cops would be there in a couple of minutes, but he said he couldn't stay on the line and hung up. As we stayed laying down, we heard a car engine coming up. My boyfriend said to lay flat, and he did too. We heard the engine stop and then the familiar voice of Mrs. Mary, if that was even her real name. She yelled, "We took too long." We heard a car door close and then a car quickly sped away. We stayed down until the cops got there, which was about 2 minutes later. We explained the situation and were told we would be contacted if something came up. I called my sister to come pick us up, and he called a tow truck for his car. For years later, nothing has come up, and we never found out what they wanted or who they were. We're now married with a crazy story to tell our kids. At the age of 17, I was working as a pizza delivery boy for a local pizza place. I had been doing it for months by this point and had completed countless deliveries already. My first car was an old cheap Toyota, which was perfect for bopping around town. It was a Friday or Saturday night, and I was working the closing shift, which ended at 12 a.m. The pizzeria stayed open later on weekends. This happened towards the end of the night, past 11 for sure. My boss, who I'll just call Mario, would always give me the details for the houses I'd be delivering to and their orders. We had an order for 1 pie to a woman named Kim, ironically. It was an unusually long drive, about 15 minutes. Most orders came locally, around 5 minutes away on average. I expected a better tip for this reason. I brought the pizza to my car and off I went, listening to my usual playlist on the way. I pulled down the block of the address and parked in front of the house. It was a small-sized house, as were most of the houses in the area. It seemed to be a lower-income area. The lights were on in one of the rooms on the first floor. I was approaching the door when suddenly a woman called out from a window of the house next door, saying, "Excuse me, that pizza is for us. We gave the wrong address." So, I walked next door to the front door and saw that the doorbell was broken. I opened the storm door and knocked really loud on the main door. There wasn't an answer for a good 30 seconds, so I knocked again and heard a woman's voice on the other side yell, "1 second." However, they still took forever to open the door. Another minute passed before the door finally opened, and a woman, probably in her mid-40s, answered the door. She immediately smiled at me and gave a flirtatious head-to-toe stare at me, as if she were checking me out. She said in a loud voice, "Charlie, come look how handsome the delivery boy is." Another woman, about the same age, came over to the door and did the same thing. Right away, I felt my cheeks getting red as I was a bit shy around older women like that. The woman who opened the door, who I assumed was Kim, asked me what time I got off work. That was when I started getting really nervous because I wasn't good at flirting with women at that age. I said, "This is probably my last delivery." One of the women asked if I wanted to come in and have some wine with them. I knew my friends would all rip on me forever if I blew this opportunity, so I said, "Yeah, sure." They asked how old I was, and I said 21. They both laughed, and one of them said they didn't care if I was under 21. They told me to sit on the couch, so I did. They both sat on either side of me. This whole encounter felt too good to be true. Nothing like this had ever happened to me before. I had a feeling these two women were already very drunk. From there, the women were both being very flirty with me, commenting on my dimples and saying how cute my shyness was, and all this stuff. I was drinking some wine, pretending like it didn't taste disgusting to me because I didn't drink wine at that age at all. The woman, Chelsea, started saying they wanted to show me something in the basement. I laughed and said, "What is it?" They both laughed and said it's a secret, but I'll like what it is. They wanted me to go down first. Honestly, I had my own fantasy about what was going to happen in the basement. Unfortunately, it was nowhere near that. I walked over to the doorway of the basement and looked down into the darkness below. I looked back at them and noticed they weren't laughing anymore. They had these blank faces until they noticed me look back at them, and they started to laugh and smile again. I said in a firm voice, "What's down there?" They said almost in unison, "It's a surprise." I started to walk slowly down into the basement, asking where the light switch was. One of them said, "Leave the lights off." Now, this part I'm not 100% certain of, but I was looking down into the basement and I thought I saw something move, something like a person's arm or hand. I turned around and saw the two women weirdly creeping towards the door sneakily. I stepped out of the basement and shut the door. I told them I needed the money for the pizza as I nervously walked around them closer to the front door. This was when I spotted a towering huge man standing in the doorway of an adjacent room, probably the kitchen. His 5 words have stayed with me all these years later: "Let's just make this easy." I turned for the door and said, "The pizza's free." I ran to open it and slammed it behind me, only to hear it open seconds later. I got in my car, locking the door first thing, and that man was already outside my passenger side window looking in. He tried opening the door and then knocked on the glass. I put it in drive and got out of there, not looking back. I got back to work and told my boss what happened and why I came back empty-handed. He and the rest of the staff were in shock. I called the non-emergency number to report what happened just in case anything else should be reported at that address again. The police would know that something awful is going on in that house. Whatever trap I was about to walk into. Thank God I didn't find out what it was. I live on a private canal in Florida with my family. I'll keep the rest of my location private. Basically, it's a 15-minute ride out of the canal into the ocean. We have a couple of jet skis and a boat, a 35-footer 2007 Proline Express, my dad's baby. He's the boat guy. The jet skis are for my sister and me. So, there are 4 of us in the house: my mom, dad, sister, and I'm 23, she's 26. Nothing I say in the story will be me bragging at all. I'm just stating facts to help put the story into perspective. We have a few houses around the country, one in California, one in New York, and one in Florida, our main house. I guess you could say our Florida house is our main house because it's where my sister and I grew up and went to school. It's a gated community. Our parents are gone a lot of the time, out of state, leaving the house to my sister and me and our dog. We have a nice house, and when we're alone, we sometimes have parties and large gatherings in the backyard because our house is the last house on the canal. Next to the house is a little marsh. The canal keeps going a little bit beyond the house, then cuts off in the marsh. So, in one direction, we have complete privacy from any neighbors. One really hot day, my sister and I took our jet skis out. Like I said, it's a 15-minute ride out of the canal where it opens up into a bay. Then we either ride in the bay or sometimes take it under the bridge and out into the ocean. Sometimes the ocean will be too choppy, though, so we usually ride in the bay. Depending on the tide, there's always a lot of boats hanging out in the bay area. After a while of riding around, we stopped in the middle of the bay to just chill out. Only minutes later, a medium-sized boat came over to us, and an older man driving it started making conversation with us. He had to be in his late 50s or early 60s. He was on the heavier side, had a bit of a gut, and had a beer in his hand as he's driving a boat. For the record, he basically opened up with asking about our jet skis and telling us about his jet skis and his huge house on the water. He invited us to come swim in his pool, and when we said no thanks, we have to head back soon, he asked where we're from. Like I said, I'm not bragging, but my sister and I are good looking, so we do get the occasional creepers talking to us. We were vague in answering his question and just said we were from the area. My sister did the honors of turning her jet ski on first, indicating we were leaving. We waved goodbye in as friendly a way as possible and started riding around again. We looked at each other and laughed when we got away from his boat. He was mildly creepy for inviting two girls who could be his daughters to swim in his pool, but we've seen worse. Not long after, we decided to call it a day and bring the skis in. We idled through the canal, and we were about 80% of the way there. We came to the part of the canal where it intersects with our canal, kind of like a T intersection, and we were now in our part of the canal when we noticed a boat not far behind us in the intersecting part we just passed. It looked like the boat of the man who stopped us before. He was just very slowly drifting forward, passing our canal. We didn't know if he followed us or if he lived down the intersecting canal, but we continued home and docked our jet skis. What happened next was where things got really weird. We were washing our jet skis, and we noticed the man's boat approaching our house in the canal. He stopped his boat right in front of our dock and started talking to us again, with his creepy smile, complimenting our house and backyard. My sister came out and said what was on both of our minds: "Why did you follow us here? That's really creepy." He replied that he lives in the community as well and just wanted to check our canal out. I think he got the hint that we weren't comfortable and didn't want to talk to him. He turned his boat around in the marshy area and waved goodbye to us. Neither of us waved back. There's a certain point where you cut the friendly act when people are so outwardly creepy and weird. That was one of those times. We called our dad and told him about the creep. He wasn't happy with us for not getting the registration on his boat, which neither of us thought to do. Sadly, things didn't end there. It was later that night that our dog started barking downstairs in the middle of the night. Both my sister and I woke up to it. I looked out my bedroom window to the backyard, and I swear to God, I saw a large person running across the yard towards the dock, then jumping into something in the water. I lifted the window and looked out, but I couldn't see anything. My sister and I ran downstairs to look out the back door with the lights on. Whoever it was gone, but we'd be kidding ourselves if we said we didn't know who it was. It had to be that creepy man who followed us home. I think having a big dog in the house was the only reason he didn't break into the house. We asked the neighbors on our canal if any of them had cameras that could see the boat from earlier, or perhaps anyone coming down the canal in the middle of the night. Our luck, no one in this gated community really has cameras, not in their backyards at least. Anytime we go out on the boat or jet skis now, I feel like in the back of our heads, we're always looking for that man and his boat. Our tale takes us to the outskirts of a sleepy college town, where an abandoned house stood shrouded in darkness. This house, once a grand estate, had long been forgotten, its windows shattered and its walls covered in ivy. The locals whispered tales of its haunted past, but few dared to venture near. The fraternity known as the Guardians chose this house for their final pledge challenge. It was a tradition that had been passed down for generations, a test of courage and resilience. The pledges were tasked with spending a night alone in the abandoned house, each one having to confront their deepest fears within its decaying walls. Among them was Drake, a quiet, introspective student. He had always been more comfortable with books than with people, and this challenge was his way of proving himself. As the sun set, the pledges were driven to the house. The journey was filled with nervous laughter and whispered reassurances, but as they approached the house, a heavy silence fell over them. The air grew heavy with dread as they stepped out of the van. The house loomed before them, its dark silhouette a stark contrast against the twilight sky. Drake found himself standing before a door hanging precariously from its hinges. The wood was splintered and rotting, and the doorknob was cold and unyielding. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. The floorboards creaked under his weight, and the air was thick with the smell of decay and mildew. The walls were covered in peeling wallpaper, and the ceiling sagged ominously. The floorboards groaned beneath his feet, each step echoing through the empty halls, a reminder of the house's long abandonment. He shone his flashlight around, taking in the dilapidated state of the house. The beam of light revealed broken furniture, shattered glass, and layers of dust that had settled over the years. Cobwebs hung from every corner, and broken furniture lay scattered across the floor. It was as if time had stood still within these walls. As darkness descended, the silence was broken by unsettling noises. The wind howled through the broken windows, and the house seemed to groan and sigh. Drake tried to convince himself it was just the house settling. He repeated this mantra in his mind, trying to quell the rising tide of fear. But deep down, he felt he was being watched. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and he couldn't shake the feeling of unseen eyes following his every move. He spent what felt like an eternity huddled in a corner, the minutes stretching into hours, and the oppressive silence weighed heavily on him. Then he heard a soft whisper coming from the floor above. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it sent a chill down his spine. Curiosity won over fear, and he made his way towards the staircase. Each step was a battle against the urge to turn and run. As he reached the top, the whispering grew louder. It was a low, murmuring sound, like a conversation just out of earshot. It seemed to be coming from a room at the end of the hallway. The door was slightly ajar, and a sliver of light spilled out into the dark corridor. He approached cautiously and pushed the door open. The hinges squealed in protest, and the door swung open to reveal an empty room. The room was empty, but the whispering had stopped. The silence was deafening, and Drake's heart pounded in his chest. Drake noticed something strange about the far wall. There were markings, faint and almost hidden beneath layers of grime. It looked as if someone had tried to conceal something. The markings formed a pattern, a series of symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. He approached the wall and knocked on it. It sounded hollow. His curiosity piqued. He began to tear away at the flimsy wall, revealing a small, dark space. Inside was a small wooden box covered in strange symbols. The box was unlocked. He hesitated, his hand hovering over the lid. After a moment, he opened it. The lid creaked open, revealing a single sheet of yellowed parchment. The paper was brittle and ancient. The ink seemed to shimmer in the dim light. As he read, the words seemed to shift and change before his eyes. They spoke of an ancient evil bound to the house, a curse that had claimed countless lives. The words were a warning, a plea for anyone who found the parchment to leave and never return. Drake felt a cold dread creep up his spine. The air seemed to grow colder, and he could feel the weight of the house's dark history pressing down on him. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and died. The darkness closed in around him, and he was plunged into a world of shadows. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the house, a sound of pure terror that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Drake dropped the parchment and stumbled back, his heart racing and his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. He heard the doorknob rattle, and the door swung open. He braced himself for the worst, but it was one of the other pledges. Relief washed over Drake. They exchanged a look of mutual understanding, both shaken by their experiences. They left the room, but the experience had changed them. The house had revealed its secrets, and they would carry the memory of that night with them forever. The abandoned house remained a testament to the darkness that lay hidden beneath the surface of the world. It stood as a reminder of the unseen forces that lurk in the shadows, waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek them out. This past October, I was talking to this girl I met at a party a month prior. For the purpose of the story, she'll be named Eva. We had been talking and hanging out like once a week for a few weeks. She wanted to do a bunch of October activities, so I came up with the idea that we go apple picking. She loved it, so we hopped in the car to take a trip to the nearest apple picking orchard, which was about a half-hour drive away, out of the suburbs and into the more rural part of the area. We live in Jersey, so there's an abundance of places to go, but I let her pick where. We were still about 20 minutes away, and we were driving down a scenic road with little to no traffic. We actually passed what appeared to be another apple orchard, so we turned down this dirt road up to a small wooden farm-like house. But there were no cars, no people, not even a little stand where people would go to pay to enter. It seemed it wasn't open for business, or maybe it just wasn't open to the public at all. The house was very poorly kept. It almost looked as though nobody lived there. As we walked around the property, Eva said she felt uncomfortable, so we got back in the car and continued the route to the originally planned destination. However, when we got there, this one was also void of people, though this one at least had a closed sign at the stand. I told her, what if we went back to that first orchard that looked almost abandoned and just go picking there? We'd have the whole place to ourselves. At first, she was hesitant, but I convinced her. So, I drove us back and found a low-key place to park on the grass by the woods. We walked through the crushing leaves on the dirt path. We were trying to be discreet, but that was out the window. There was a little wooden fence we had to hop, but it was easy. Once inside, we were hidden by the symmetrical rows of thick apple trees, but our feet were also covered in tall grass up to our shins. We started walking down the row of trees, filling the plastic bags we brought from my car with the best apples we could find. Though admittedly, there weren't many. There was a certain thrill in doing this, knowing we weren't supposed to. We had some fun with it. I was launching apples up in the air, and then I would start pretending like I was going to throw apples at Eva. She started screaming and running off, telling me to stop. She cut through a couple of trees to another row, and when I got to the other side, I didn't see her. "Where are you?" I said. She called back, I'm picking my own apples, and she actually sounded like she was a few rows over. I apologized, laughing and telling her I'd stop, but she didn't answer. I spent a few minutes trying to find her, and suddenly, an apple landed right in front of me, which had been tossed from one of the rows nearby, and another one landed close by. I yelled, "Stop," because I was actually afraid of getting hit in the head. I ran through a couple of trees, and each row I'd pass, I'd look left and right, trying to find Eva. I went down this row, went through the first couple of trees I could fit through to get to the next side. I looked left, and I actually felt like my heart jumped up into my throat because there was some guy, a young guy like 18 or 19 years old, with long black hair to his shoulder, standing in the center of the row maybe 5 trees away from me. It looked like he had a slight smirk on his face. He didn't move, so I did. I squeezed through to the next row and then the next. Then Eva called my phone. I picked up in a hurry, whispered, "Where are you?" She sounded like she was in a panic. She said into the phone there was a creepy guy following her around. She tried talking to him, but he wouldn't say anything, and he looked like he wanted to hurt her, and her description of him matched the guy I just saw. I told her to meet me back at the car. I ran the way back, and Eva was already waiting at the car. We stopped to discuss what just happened, but Eva yelled, "There he is," and pointed in front of us. I looked, and I could see him. He was half hidden by an apple tree, could only see his left arm, left leg, and half his face. The way he was just creepily spying on us, I had to get us away. I did a 3-point turn off the grass onto the dirt road. We passed the decrepit barn-like house and got back on the road. We talked over possibilities. Maybe he lived there. We passed by a fruit stand on the side of the road with a few people working on it. Eva and I lost our apple bags, so we figured we'd at least stop here. We picked up some apples and berries, and I just had to ask them about the apple orchard down the road. The 2 ladies working at the fruit stand proclaimed nobody should ever go anywhere near there. The owner's son had killed his girlfriend and then disappeared. The body was found near the orchard in the forest. The dad still owns the orchard to this day, but he hardly ever returns and doesn't keep up with the place. We practically jumped in their faces as we asked them to describe the son, but they had never seen him and didn't know anything about him. We admitted to them that we went apple picking on the property and some creepy young man was following us. The 2 women said that it was best that we got out of there when we did. They also kind of scolded us for not calling the police. However, one of the ladies said she was going to warn the police. On the drive home, as Eva spoke to me about it, everything she said really went in one ear and out the other because I really thought to myself, we actually ran face to face with a missing murderer in an apple orchard. I still get chills wondering if that guy is still out there in that orchard. I live in a pretty basic suburban town on Long Island, New York. My girlfriend Valerie and I recently started renting a small house, perfect for 2 to 4 people. We have a decent-sized backyard, and our house is on a very quiet street. One side of our house has a water drainage basin, as the county calls it, which is just a bunch of trees surrounding a sump. On the other side is our neighbor Neil, who lives with his wife. They're a bit older, in their 60s, and quiet. Then directly across the street is a little patch of woods that's in front of another water drainage basin. So for people who like privacy out front, our house is perfect. But then there's the backyard. Neil's house is blocked off by some bushes that the landlord planted years ago, so besides the house directly behind us over the fence, there are no other houses that could see into the yard. However, that one house looking into our backyard was all it took to genuinely make Valerie and I uncomfortable. As I'm writing this, It's currently the fall, so we've been doing fall cleanup the past few weeks in the front and backyard. I started noticing that any time we were out there, there were these two people standing at the upstairs window of the house behind us. It was a middle-aged man and woman. When I'd look up to that window, they'd keep looking and watching me. It got really uncomfortable to the point we pretended not to notice it, but we could only stomach doing this for so long. The leaves kept falling day by day, and the fall cleaning would need to continue. Valerie wouldn't want to be in the yard anymore because she was getting so creeped out at those two people who would watch us out the window without fail. So one foggy day while raking, I looked up at the window and once again, the two were standing at the big rectangular window. I decided to wave at them to see if they'd wave back. After a few seconds of smiling and waving, they didn't move. No reaction, but I could feel their stares and I could see their eyeballs looking at me. I turned away from the window and tried to continue raking, but after sneaking a peek back at the window a couple of minutes later and seeing them still there, I felt too awkward and weird being out there. I went inside. Valerie said we should go over and introduce ourselves. At first, I was hesitant about that, but I was persuaded to walk around the block with her to that house and ring the bell. We expected one of those people at the window to answer the door, but instead, the door cracked open just enough to see half of a person's head. It didn't look like either of those people who were always at the window. It was also super dark in the house to the point that it looked incredibly ominous and uncanny staring at half of that person's face. This guy looked a lot younger, like in his 22-year-old. Valerie and I tried to be friendly and introduce ourselves. The guy seemed very closed off though and not interested in speaking. He had a very, "what do you need" type of attitude about him. When I asked if he lives with anyone else here, like his parents, he said no. I mentioned the man and woman who were always at the window upstairs, and the guy on the other side of the door said he doesn't know who I'm talking about. Valerie and I felt really unsettled, so we just left. But weirdly, as we walked down the walkway back to the sidewalk, I noticed the guy behind the door was still peering half of his face through the cracked open door. I'm sure he watched us walk away until we were out of sight. That interaction was weirder and creepier than we were expecting. When we got back home, I went upstairs to our room. The upstairs of our house is only our master bedroom and the bathroom. It has two windows. One of the windows looks over to that house over the fence. I looked out the window to see those two people looking out the window again, and even at this distance, I felt like they were staring right at me. I shut the blinds and went down to tell Valerie. We agreed it was time to plant some arborvitaes to block their window from view. The only problem is it's already the fall, and it's too late to plant any kind of trees. We have to make it through winter. After a few days of not looking outside the bedroom window or going into the backyard, one night we heard a strange knocking sound from downstairs. I told Valerie to wait in bed while I went downstairs. The knocking got louder, and I quickly discovered it wasn't the sound of knocking on one of the doors, but rather on the glass of one of the backyard windows. The blinds of it were, of course, shut because we didn't want those creepy people looking into our living room at night. I approached it, and yes, it was 100% a fist knocking on the glass. I considered saying, "Who's there?" but I froze, and I was too scared. Instead, I flicked on the backyard light, and then the knocking stopped. I didn't even want to look out the window or door. I kept the light on and then went back upstairs to my room where I told Valerie about the creepy knocking. But I claimed that I chased whoever it was away. I exaggerated in fear of sounding like a coward. I also didn't want her to worry. We both imagined it to have been something to do with that house though. Nothing has happened since, but I'll have to update throughout the winter. Update: It's been 2 weeks, and we haven't seen those people at the window ever since. But last night, we heard yelling and screaming from that house. I had to open our window, and it became clear there were muffled yells coming from that house. The fact that we heard it through 2 sets of closed windows just goes to show how loud the yelling was. Then, out of nowhere, it just stopped and went quiet. We almost called the police, but ultimately didn't. I'll update again if anything else happens, but we're really getting creeped out here now. The call came in around noon. Nothing out of the ordinary, just a disturbance at an old house on the edge of town. My first day on the force, and I was itching to prove myself. The dispatcher said it sounded like a simple domestic dispute, some old man screaming at his neighbors maybe. They gave me the address and I was off. The house was a relic from another era, sagging under the weight of neglect. The yard was a jungle of overgrown weeds and the porch sagged like a broken limb. As I approached, I noticed the windows were grimy, obscured by years of dirt and dust, making it impossible to see inside. I knocked on the door, the sound echoing through the stillness. "Police, anyone home?" I called out. No response. I knocked again, louder this time, and the door creaked open, revealing a dark hallway cluttered with old furniture and stacks of newspapers. "Hello, police." "Police officer, I'm here to help," I announced, stepping inside. The air was thick with the stench of rot and decay. My hand instinctively moved to the grip of my gun as I ventured further. I heard a faint, almost imperceptible shuffling noise coming from the back of the house. "Sir, ma'am, I'm coming in," I said, my voice steady. The shuffling grew louder, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of something being dragged across the floor. I rounded a corner into the kitchen, and the sight that met my eyes stopped me cold. An elderly man was lying on the floor, his body contorted in a way that no living person could manage. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling, and his mouth was twisted in a silent scream. "Jesus," I muttered, rushing to his side. I checked for a pulse, but found none. That's when I noticed the blood, a thick dark pool spreading out from under him. I called it in, requesting backup and an ambulance, though I knew it was too late for the latter. As I waited, I decided to check the rest of the house. The shuffling noise continued, growing more distinct and closer. I followed the sound to a door at the end of the hallway. It was slightly ajar, and as I pushed it open, I was hit with a wave of putrid air. The room was dimly lit, the only source of light being a small grimy window. In the center of the room was a large wooden wardrobe. The shuffling was coming from inside. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. With one swift motion, I flung the wardrobe doors open, and there, amidst a pile of old clothes and junk, was a young woman, her eyes wild with terror. "Please don't hurt me," she whimpered, recoiling from the light. "It's okay," I said softly, reaching out a hand. "I'm here to help." "What's your name?" "Hillary," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Hillary, can you tell me what happened here?" She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "He kept us here, wouldn't let us leave." "Who did?" I asked, but she just kept shaking her head, her eyes darting around the room as if expecting him to return at any moment. I helped her out of the wardrobe and guided her towards the front of the house. "Stay here," I said. "Backup is on the way." As I turned to go back inside, she grabbed my arm. "Wait, there's more in the basement." "The basement?" I hadn't even noticed a door to a basement. "Okay, stay put," I said, trying to reassure her. I headed back inside, my senses on high alert. It took me a few minutes, but I finally found the basement door hidden behind a stack of old boxes. The door was heavy, made of thick wood, and it creaked loudly as I pushed it open. The air that wafted up from below was dank and cold, sending a shiver down my spine. I descended the stairs slowly, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The basement was vast, lined with old shelves and more piles of junk. But in the far corner, I saw something that made my blood run cold, a series of cages, each containing a person. They were emaciated, their eyes hollow and lifeless. Some were unconscious, others moaned softly. I rushed over, my mind racing. "It's okay," I said, trying to sound calm. "I'm here to get you out." As I worked to open the cages, I heard a noise behind me. I turned to see a man standing at the top of the stairs, silhouetted against the light. He was holding something in his hand, something long and sharp. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice a low growl. "Police," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Put the weapon down." He didn't move. Instead, he started down the stairs, his eyes locked on mine. "You shouldn't be here," he said. "Put it down," I commanded, drawing my gun. He paused, his eyes flickering with something like recognition. Then, with a snarl, he lunged at me. The next few moments were a blur of motion and noise. I fired, the shot echoing through the basement. The man fell, the knife clattering to the floor. I stood there, breathing heavily, my hands shaking. The adrenaline was still pumping through my veins, but I knew I had to keep it together. I finished freeing the captives, and soon the house was swarming with police and paramedics. As they carried the survivors out, one of the detectives approached me. "Hell of a first day, huh?" "Yeah," I said, my voice hollow. "Hell of a first day." In the days that followed, the details of the case came to light. The old man had been a recluse, his descent into madness hidden from the world. He had kept his victims trapped in the basement for years, feeding off their fear and suffering. Hillary, it turned out, had been his first victim. She had been reported missing over a decade ago, and her family had long since given up hope of finding her. She was the one who had managed to escape her cage and find a way to call for help. That first day on the job changed everything. I had wanted to prove myself, and I did, but at what cost? The horrors I had witnessed would stay with me forever, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface of everyday life. I live on the east coast of the United States. Recently, I moved to Florida from Georgia and figured it would take a couple of days to sail my boat down there to our new waterfront house. I didn't have any cars with a tow hitch to carry the boat, let alone a trailer to carry it with, so sailing it seemed like the best option. While my wife finished up moving the rest of the stuff to our new house, I kissed my family goodbye and set sail. None of them were really willing to come with me on this adventure, and I didn't blame them. But anyway, I brought enough food and gas to last me the whole trip. The first day was a breeze. I got some sleep, then sailed for 10 hours the next day, with breaks in between, of course. By nightfall, I went to bed in the cabin. Sleeping in a rocking boat isn't exactly the easiest thing to do, so I was up for hours rolling around on my sides, trying to find a comfortable position, trying to press my head firmly enough into the pillow, thinking it would hide the unbearable feeling of the boat rocking over the ocean surface. Eventually, I heard sounds coming from above my head that I could best describe as small thumps, and it sounded like someone walking on my boat. I couldn't tell yet. With a medium-sized fishing boat floating out in the ocean, random sounds like creaks and thumps are going to be made, but these thumps were coming so rapidly and consistently. I started to get sick with the thought that someone out this far could be on my boat. I had to get out and look, but I wanted to be quiet. So, I opened the cabin door very slowly. But before I could even open it all the way, I heard a big splash in the water. It sounded to me like someone or something jumped into the water. I was honestly scared I wasn't alone, even though it made no sense to me. I didn't want to go outside. I felt I should move the boat away from whoever or whatever was out there in the water. So, I ran outside to the cockpit and started the boat engine. I gave the boat some gas and got myself the hell away from there immediately. I heard my boat bump into something in the water. Not something heavy enough to cause any kind of impact, but heavy enough to hear it and slightly feel the boat bump. I didn't see what it was because, to be honest, I wasn't paying attention to whatever was out in the water. Plus, the lights weren't on anyway. I sailed for a few hours in the deep night because I was wide awake anyway. When I started to get tired, I killed the motor and went back to bed. Emphasis on the word bed, not sleep, because even though I felt tired, I was still having trouble falling asleep. I figure half an hour passed, and I started hearing more thumps. This time, the thumps seemed louder and more clear for some reason. In a split second, my heart started racing again. The thumps were consistent and deliberate sounding. Again, no way it was just boat noises. I felt like I was being followed by someone. I couldn't just sit there and hide in the cabin like this all night. I had to sum up the courage to go outside again. But when I checked, there was no one on the entire boat. Was it my imagination? Were these sounds really just coming from the boat? I decided that must have been the case and once again went back inside the cabin to bed. I lay there extremely silent now, trying to listen for any little noise. When I did this, I heard something. I knew I did. It wasn't the sound of thumping or anything like that. I had to perk up my ears to really pay attention. I figured out what I was hearing. It wasn't the sound of the wind outside or the water hitting the boat. It was the sound of someone breathing. It was not the sound of my breathing, but someone else's. It was coming from inside the cabin. Of course, I panicked, but I tried to maintain composure so as not to make it obvious. I got out from the bed, walked outside the cabin, and locked myself in the cockpit. I intended on sailing until I could find a dock by the shore. There's a small window that looks into the cockpit from the cabin. It has a curtain. I turn to it every minute or so, at least once, to look back at it, expecting to see someone watching me. One of the times I looked back, I did see someone. The curtain was curved up a little bit in the corner, and I saw someone's eye and maybe a quarter of their face peeking into the cockpit. I turned away right away, acting like I didn't see them. I had the thought, what if it was my young son trying to scare me? But it wouldn't make sense. I saw him waving goodbye when I set sail from the house. It was 3 or 4 tense hours of hell, thinking at any moment someone could break into the cockpit and stab me. But I made it to shore and sailed through the narrow canal. I had already called the cops 15 minutes earlier, requesting they have a few officers waiting at the dock I was headed to. It was still dark out, but I saw people standing on the dock, and I couldn't have been more excited to get there. When I stopped the boat next to the dock, I came out from the cockpit, screaming at the officers to help, pointing at the cabin door. The 2 officers went into the cabin with their hands on their pistols. 10 seconds later, I heard them yelling at someone. They pulled out some guy with really long gray wet hair and a similar beard, wearing wet skinny ripped jeans and a gray t-shirt. They had him in cuffs. As they walked him past me, he looked at me and just laughed this insanely off-putting laugh. The guy looked and sounded like a meth head, the best way I could describe him. The police questioned him, but he never answered anything as to how or when he got on my boat or what he was trying to do. But thinking back, when I heard breathing in my cabin, it's likely he was hiding under my bed, and that's the most horrifying thought imaginable. By then, I was exhausted and went back to my cabin and fell asleep right away. By late morning, I made it to the new house, and my nightmarish adventure was over.
I was a nurse for over 40 years. I spent the majority of my career in hospitals, working in the ER in my earlier days and later transferring to the ICU. I've seen a lot of horrible things happen to people and built up a strong stomach for all sorts of things. There are 1,000 stories I could tell, but one above all is the worst thing I ever witnessed. It happened in my first year of working in the ICU, and I still don't have an explanation for it. Before he fell under my care, a man showed up in the ER with strange symptoms, delirium, vomiting, and what appeared to be first-degree burns all over his body. They thought it was caused by a chemical at first, which led them to believe they needed to cleanse his skin and purge his system. However, when they tried to wash his skin, it just came off. What had looked like a first-degree burn was actually just the tip of the iceberg, an iceberg of total tissue disintegration. At this point, the ER team had no idea what they were dealing with. This was decades ago, long before the internet. The man refused to answer any questions about what happened to him, and he had no forms of identification in his possession. It was like he had just been dumped there. Eventually, the doctors figured out that the man was suffering from acute radiation sickness, but the dose he received and the severity of his case were still unknown. All we knew was that it was bad and he probably wouldn't survive. He was transferred to the ICU, and that's when I met him. I knew it wouldn't be long before it would be impossible to get any information out of him, even if he wanted to tell us anything. So, every time I did anything for him, whether it was changing his floor or getting his vitals, I berated him with questions. I asked for his name, if he had any family, and how he had been dosed with radiation, if he had any idea how much he had received. But he didn't answer many of my questions. The only thing he really ever said to me, and apparently the only thing he ever said to anyone, was, "I wish they would have just shot me." It was like the words just slipped out of him despite his best effort to keep it in. He immediately looked like he regretted saying anything. I kept asking who they were, but after that one single sentence, his lips were sealed. Days passed, and his condition worsened. His skin started to turn a rainbow of colors as it gradually withered away and liquefied, oozing through all the bandages we put on him and separating from his body at the slightest touch. I thought he would scream from the pain more, but most of his nerve endings had already turned to mush. The damage was all over his body, but it was concentrated in his hands and feet, crawling up his arms and legs, leaving his vital organs for last. It was almost like it was intentionally and cruelly making sure he was alive and sentient for the ruining of his body for as long as possible. We would have never found out who he was or how he got radiation poisoning if his family hadn't randomly shown up on the third day. They had been traveling all over to every hospital in the area asking for a man who had disappeared 3 days prior. They described the man's appearance in great detail, which meant the man they were looking for was the one who was turning to goop upstairs in the ICU. These days, we might have had to deny them on account of HIPAA regulations, but things were different back then, and everybody in the hospital wanted that poor man to have something good before he died. We allowed his family upstairs to see him, but they couldn't stand to look at him without breaking down into hysterical tears. After the reunion, we asked them for information, and that's when we finally got some. He worked for the government as a nuclear waste management worker. He was one of the guys who buried the barrels of radioactive leftovers and had been compiling a long list of complaints against the lack of safety regulations. Unfortunately, he was found out by some government agents who they believe started a fire in his office, destroying all of his work the same day he disappeared. What I gather from that and what he said to me is that they forced him to clean up some deadly toxic spill and keep his mouth shut about it unless he wanted his family to suffer similar fates. That explained why he wouldn't tell us anything, but so many things still didn't make sense. But none of it mattered. He was terminally ill, but unfortunately, his family wanted us to give him every chance he had to make it out alive. All of us knew this wasn't possible and would only make him suffer more. However, I wasn't prepared for how it would happen. Slowly, the flesh of his arms and legs melted away, exposing his bones, which forced us to amputate. I was assisting the surgeon at the time. I'll never forget how his bones had become soft, almost like rubber. After that, he was just a torso and a head. But the horror continued to spread. When it reached his face, his skin melted over his eyes, blinding him. He almost choked on the fluid of his own disintegrating tongue. His gums receded, causing his teeth to fall out. He could still breathe, however, and he had to gurgle and gas through the goop just to get a breath. Burns are often considered the worst type of damage to a human body to witness, but that level of radiation damage is somehow worse. He was rotting like a corpse, but he was alive. He was still breathing. I can't imagine the mental anguish he was going through that entire time, trapped in a body that slowly becomes unrecognizable. Eventually, everything washes away. The whole time, you can't move or speak, and you can barely breathe. At some point, you can no longer see or hear, but you know you've turned into a grotesque, monstrous-looking thing that should never exist. And it's the last memory your loved ones will ever have of you. I can only hope he didn't feel any of it, but I'll never know. Finally, after weeks of horror, his family agreed to stop trying to keep him alive. Then he was able to die at last. Ever since then, I've had nightmares about it. I think it was the slow progression of becoming an abomination of existence that messed with me the most. Of all the ways to die, that has got to be the worst.
Start this off. I am not a winter sports person by any means, nor do I claim to be. I've been a few times with family and friends, but that would be the extent of my experience. I had an ex-girlfriend who, at the time when we were dating, liked to test me in many ways, some good, some not so good. Random ski trip when we were on vacation in Japan. I'll let you be the judge of that. This all took place a few years ago when we were still dating. She used to travel a lot, doing cool humanitarian things around the world, and I, for the most part, stayed local and worked a normal job. She and I both had vacation time that we needed to adventure ahead of us. Before the year was out, she made a suggestion that we go to Japan for a week or so. Being a huge anime fan, I could not help but become excited. It even overshadowed all the possible arguments we would probably have just existing around each other for that long of uninterrupted time. I agreed to go, and she took care of all the planning and travel accommodations. The time came, and we boarded our flight to the land of the rising sun. Other than the flight being horribly long, it was otherwise non-eventful. We would be staying in 3 different locations over the week that we would be visiting there. The first being in Tokyo, one in the countryside where a friend of hers lived from college, and our last residency would be in a ski lodge in the snow-covered mountains to the north. I did not know she had planned a ski trip, but whatever, I was already there. What could go wrong? The first few days went by fast, much faster than one would like when being in such a cool place. The people, the culture, the food, everything was so much more than I could ever hope for. Friday night rolled around, and we took the 6-hour bus ride to the ski resort where we would be staying that weekend. The bus traveled through the night, so we arrived early Saturday morning. The scenery was amazing and also intimidating. We got checked in and headed back to our room, where we would get some much-needed rest before hitting the slopes. After waking up and getting dressed, we went down to the rental station to get all of our equipment. She got skis, and I went for the snowboard. I had never really snowboarded before, but I had picked up longboarding a few months prior, so I figured it could not have been too much of a difference. Now being fully equipped, we made our way to where the ski lifts were. There was a map that showed all the different slopes you could take, but obviously, Everything was in Japanese, so it didn't make it easy. It didn't help that the colors used to mark the trails were not your normal red for hardest, green for easiest type of deal. Instead, black, purple, orange, and yellow were what was in front of us. So we decided to take the black route, which seemed to be the most mild out of the bunch. We hopped on the ski lift, which took us up the mountain, giving us a supreme view of the resort. The snow was starting to come down a good bit, which added to the amazing backdrop. Taking in all the sights around me, I did not realize one very important thing. We had ridden the lift very high up the mountain and basically to the top. We dropped off the lift at the summit of the mountain. It was around dusk, and there was not a soul in sight. Not to mention, at the top of the mountain, the snow was falling quite heavily. I think we messed up. I yelled out over the harsh winds. I could tell she was nervous, not being the most proficient skier herself, but we had no choice. We started to try and make our way down the mountain. I quickly learned my longboard skills did not equate to snowboard skills. I would pick up speed rapidly, then fall onto my butt repeatedly. The snow was falling so hard that within minutes I lost sight of my girlfriend. I called out for her, but nothing could be heard but the wind and the snow pelting my helmet. I didn't want to risk distancing us more, so I unclipped myself from my board and began to walk along the edge of the slopes nearest to the tree line. That was the only place where the snow was not up to my knees. I was now in whiteout conditions, the likes of which I had never been a part of before. Besides, we don't get much snow back in Southern California. I was becoming dangerously cold, and my girlfriend was still nowhere to be found. I kept a slow pace down the side of the mountain in hopes that I would see her ride past, but after about 20 minutes of that not happening, I started to think maybe I was the one that had fallen behind and she had passed me in the dense snowfall. The slope that we had chosen to take had not been the easiest at all. This one was by far the steepest. Just when I was starting to lose hope, I could hear my name being called ever so faintly in the distance. I turned around, trying my best to clear the snow from my goggles to see where it was coming from. Like a fuzzy picture becoming clearer by the second, my girlfriend could be seen emerging from the frozen tundra, sitting and riding on her skis like some sort of sled. I called back to her, and she coasted over to where I was. She was crying and all shaken up, thinking that she had lost me for good on that mountain. I assured her I was fine and just a little frozen. Then we carried on down the mountain. After about 15 to 20 minutes of walking, the lights of the resort dimly came back into view. I had never been so happy to see civilization in my life. Eventually, we made it back inside the lodge, where it was now packed, unlike before when we came in all snowy with our gear. We were getting a lot of weird stares when we went to return the gear. The clerk asked what we had been doing. I looked at him with a dumbfounded look on my face because we were literally turning in our gear. How could he ask such a thing? I stated the obvious. We had just come in from hitting the slopes. He had a very shocked look about him. What? I asked. The mountain has been closed for the last couple of hours due to the storm that rolled in. Being up there in these conditions could be a death sentence. My girlfriend and I looked at each other with looks of terror as we made our way to our room. I definitely felt a sense of impending doom. She said we had a laugh, showered, and were back on a plane to California the next morning. When I was in university, I would take 7 courses every semester because I was doing a dual degree and I wanted to get it all done in 4 years. This meant a lot of semesters I was up to my neck and ears in homework and studying all the time. My university had a library that was open until midnight. I was also interning that semester, so I really had almost no time to do my work. I still lived on campus at this point, and my suite mates could be very loud and distracting sometimes. This was a Wednesday night. I had 4 classes that day and my internship. I also had 2 exams the following day, so right after I finished up at my internship, I went straight to the library. Our campus library was very big. When I got there at 8:30 p.m., there were still a decent number of people everywhere, but from 9 to 10 o'clock, it quieted down a lot, and I was planning on being there until 12 o'clock, studying for my 2 exams the next day. Around 10 o'clock, most people were gone, but there were still some around. I was sitting at one of the tables sandwiched between 2 bookshelves on either side, so it was a little more private and secluded where I was sitting, with fewer distractions. By 11 o'clock, some guy who looked to be in his upper 20s came into the section past one of the multiple empty tables and came to mine, where he sat down diagonally across from me at the table. I looked up, and he looked back at me and smiled as he was setting his books down. I looked back down and just tried to focus on my studying and not wonder too much why he decided to sit at my table. I was going through the slides to study on my laptop when the guy at my table said, "Excuse me," then asked me if I, by chance, was taking a specific economics course. I politely told him, "No, sorry," hoping that would be the end of it. But then he started explaining why he asked that, because his professor gives pop quizzes every day. I said, "Wow, that really sucks." Then I tried to go back to studying. Mentally, my mind wasn't completely into the material anymore. Now I was distracted by the presence of this man who I had a feeling was going to keep trying to talk to me. I looked up from my laptop screen and saw that man looking at me, smiling with his lips. I looked back down at my laptop, contemplating getting up and moving elsewhere or just leaving. He then asked my name. I made up a name and said, "Linda." He said, "You have such blue eyes, Linda." This was when I started to wonder if this man was really here to study or creep on women, and the fact that he looked like he was almost 30 didn't help. I asked him what the name of his economics professor was. He took a second, then said, "Professor Luis." I asked if he knew the first name. He shook his head, "No." I went straight to Web and looked up any professors with the last name Luis at our school. Only one came up, a calculus professor whose last reviews were left years ago. I decided to get up and go ask the security worker at the front door for help. As I got up, I felt the stare of that man at the table watching me walk over to the security worker and tell him that this man was creeping me out, and I don't think he's a student. The security worker walked back over with me and asked to see the man's student ID. He started looking through his wallet, then his pockets, and then he said he must have left it at his dorm. The security worker then asked what dorm building he's in. The guy was clearly lying because he didn't know what to say and eventually just said, "I honestly don't remember what it's called." The security worker walked him out of the library and came back and told me to just be careful while walking back to my dorm. I thanked him. The whole rest of the time at the library, my mind was so distracted just thinking about what a creep that guy was. I did my best to keep studying, and around 12, I knew it was time to wrap it up so I could get some sleep. I packed up and left through the same way the security guard escorted that man out. He wasn't standing there at that moment. I don't know where he went. I started walking through the basically deserted campus. No one walks around that late on a Monday to Wednesday night. That's why eventually, when I was nearing my dorm building and I heard at least one loud sound of a shoe hitting the concrete behind me, I turned around but saw no one there. I knew for a fact I heard a footstep, though. I started to run now, which may have been a mistake because the second I started to run, which was made more difficult because of my backpack, I heard running footsteps behind me. I turned and saw that man from the library sprinting towards me. I screamed at the top of my lungs, but only for a second before I was tackled to the ground and had a hand over my mouth. He kept threatening me, saying, "You better shut up or I'll kill you." I genuinely thought my life was about to end. I was trying to call out for help still, but it was muffled by his hand. He then got to his feet and started to drag me by the throat out of sight of the main walkways. I saw he was dragging me in the direction of the woods right by the dorms. I managed to remove his hand from my mouth for just long enough to scream again. It was enough to get the attention of these two guys who came running over, yelling, "Hey, stop," at my kidnapper. The man let go of me and started running off towards the woods. The two guys came over to me, and I'm sure they were asking me if I was okay and whatnot, but I blocked all noise out for a few moments as I was in total shock. I completely let my emotions out and started bawling my eyes out. The two guys called university police, and I did my best to keep myself together and explain. We went to the library to ask the security worker for his description of the man as well. It matched my description of the man. The police were also able to use the footage from the library cameras to get a clear picture of the man's face. The picture was sent out to all students' phones, emails, and the school website. That same night, there was an anonymous tip that the man was at a late-night dive bar down the road from the school. The police arrived at the bar and arrested him. The level of trauma this induced on me was incredible. I can't even imagine the trauma for those who weren't as lucky as me in situations like this. Kelvin moved away with his family to this really rural town in Michigan, but we've always stayed in touch. His family is very country, and I'd go as far as to say they're kind of rednecky, so the move there was no surprise. His family loves me, and I'm always welcome to go visit. We're 19 now, I'm in college, and Kelvin works for his dad. They have a huge property up there. I had visited before, so this was not my first time going up there. It was a weekend in the fall, and I was going to stay at Kelvin's family home. His mom and his sister wouldn't be there this weekend. It was just him and his dad. It's a 4.5-hour drive up there with a lot of farmland and open fields. To get onto their property was a gravel road about 300 feet off the main road. I got there to a warm welcome from both Kelvin and his dad. They were already sitting in the backyard drinking beers, so after bringing my bag in from the car, I joined them. Kelvin was telling me about all the trails in the area where we could take my Toyota 4Runner off-roading. I'd never off-road before, but I was super down to. Kelvin's dad grilled us up some burgers first, then he was off to his friend's house. Kelvin and I got in my car, and he guided me to this nearby trail that he described as perfect for off-roading. It was around 6 o'clock, so we only had a couple of hours of light left. We did about an hour of off-roading on various trails not far from Kelvin's house. When it was starting to get a little darker out, we left the trails and got back on the road because it was even darker in the middle of the woods. As we were just driving around passing a bunch of farmland, we passed this abandoned church-looking building that had a huge cornfield next to it. Kelvin said he passes this place all the time but never checked it out. So what do we do, of course? We both agreed to go back and check it out later, but Kelvin suggested we take the bikes over. His family has a million mountain bikes fully equipped with lights and everything. We drove back to his house. He grabbed a backpack and threw in some tequila and a bottle of Sprite, along with some flashlights. We took the two best bicycles they had, each equipped with night riding lights mounted on the handlebars. He said it would probably be a 20-minute bike ride. Both of us are big fitness guys and have been since high school, so I didn't even mind a long bike ride. When we got to the abandoned building, it was pretty dark out, hence why we brought flashlights. The grass was very overgrown too. We made sure no cars were coming before entering the property just to be safe. We hid our bikes a little bit into the cornfield so they wouldn't be seen. There was still just enough light outside to navigate without turning on the flashlights because we didn't want to make it too obvious we were there. Thinking of getting some cool artsy shots of each other for our Instagram inside the building, we tried to find a way inside. The place was definitely an old church. The shape of the windows confirmed it. We went to look through one of the windows, but it was too dark to see inside. I told Kelvin to hand me a flashlight, and the flashlight made all the difference. We could see inside now, and we both noticed something strange in the pews. It looked like a person's head hunched over, sitting down with their back to us. Kelvin said it looked like a mannequin, especially considering it was completely motionless. We placed a friendly bet, Kelvin betting it was a mannequin and me betting it was some drunk homeless man. We went to the front door, but it was boarded up. Kelvin shook it just for the hell of it to see if it would budge, but there was no way. He implied this meant he won the bet because there was no way for a homeless person to get in. I said, hold up, let's check the other windows for a closer view. We walked along the other side of the church to the window we knew had the best angle of whatever we saw in there. But when I shined the flashlight through the glass, whatever was in that pew just a couple of minutes ago was gone. I told Kelvin he owes me money because I was right, even though that was also terrifying. He asked, where did they go then? I shined the light in every direction until we both spotted it at the same exact time and jumped, a man standing right to the left of the window on the inside, looking at us. It didn't look like a homeless man to me, though. We took off running back to the cornfield and tried to find the bikes in a panic but couldn't. It was so dark out now that we avoided turning on our flashlights to expose ourselves. We heard a slam from the church building, sounding like some kind of door. Kelvin told me to be quiet because he heard sounds in the cornfield, like the crops being brushed through by someone. Then it stopped and went silent, dead silence, no breeze at all, so all the crops were just still. We were stationary, ducked down, scared to move. We stayed in this position for a solid minute before Kelvin said in a low voice, which way did we leave the bikes? That's when we heard the crops mere feet away from us being brushed aside, as someone was clearly running towards us. I screamed, go, as we both beelined through the crops, some of them smacking me in the face. At some point, we cut out into the open, leaving the cornfield, running back to the road. We were no longer being chased. Kelvin called his dad right away, and he came and picked us up. He wasn't the kind of dad to get pissed at us for trespassing or drinking or anything like that. He was more so pissed about the bikes, but he said we were right to leave the bikes and run. The next day he drove us back to that church, bringing his gun with him. We looked in the crops until we found the bikes, then threw them into the bed of Kelvin's dad's truck. We were about to leave when we took a look back at the church and saw someone at one of the windows. It had to be the same person. I guess when he saw us notice him, he creepily walked away from the window. Kelvin's dad said, let's get the hell out of here, because that was genuinely disturbing. For his dad to be creeped out meant a lot. He's a pretty tough guy. We went to some barbecue place afterwards and had a bunch of food and some drinks. Afterwards, Kelvin's dad called some town number to let them know someone was squatting in that abandoned building. As long as it was brought to their attention, we felt like we did something. Who knows if that man is still hiding in that church, though, or who he was, for that matter. My name is Mike, and this is a story about me, my friends Jack and Jeremiah. The story starts off smack dab in the middle of 2019 with Jack and me. In 2019, my friend Jack and I found this abandoned house when we were driving around on a dirt road one night. Exploring abandoned houses was what we liked to do, and it was kind of our thing at the time, so we got excited when we found this house. We decided to come back the next day in the daytime to check it out so we could see better. That way, we could look at everything there and then come back during the night so we would have a good feel for everything. This is what we usually did when we found a new abandoned house to look at. Anyways, the next day we went driving around trying to find it, and we couldn't find it for the life of us. We just decided to forget about it, and we agreed that we would find another house. Fast forward to the summer of 2020, I was bored of just sitting at home, so I decided to go out and try to find that house we wanted to check out months prior. After about an hour of just driving down the dirt roads, making a countless amount of turns, I finally stumbled upon the house. I had finally found it. I texted my friend Jack right away about it so we could go back there later that day when he got off work. When we finally got there, our faces lit up with the same excitement that we had when we first found it. It was a decent-looking house for being abandoned. It just had a few broken windows and tall grass around the property. We went through the back door, and we had to go through some branches to get inside. When we finally made it in and we looked around the house, we were surprised it still looked nice in there. It was a basic 2-story house, and it had a finished basement. We mainly only checked out the first floor because we didn't want to be parked out there for too long just in case we got spotted by a cop or someone driving around that would snitch on us. There wasn't really much on the first floor except for maybe some broken glass scattered around and a few different items on the floor. And a nice chandelier in the living room area. After getting some pictures and looking at the place, we planned to come back around midnight with a couple of friends to make it more fun. Around 11:30, we picked up our friends and Jeremiah and headed back to the house. When we got inside, we did exactly what you would think a group of teenage boys would do. We were probably being loud and obnoxious, and we were definitely trying to scare each other. We were mostly just roughhousing and being crazy. We made our way upstairs and spent some time looking around the rooms. At this point, we had been there for over 30 minutes, and there really wasn't much to see in the house, so we decided it was time to leave. As we were deciding who should lead the way down the stairs first, we were joking around about how someone would be around the corner waiting for us or something, just dumb stuff. I decided to go first because I wasn't scared, but as I was going down slowly, we heard a loud crash on the main floor. We just stood there, all shocked, staring at each other. My first thought was that Jeremiah was behind this because he was known for doing stuff like this. But there was no way it could have been him though, because I quickly remembered that he was behind me and that simply just wouldn't make any sense. After a few seconds of standing still, I slowly made my way downstairs to the main floor. No one was there, and there was nothing on the floor that looked like it fell. I thought it would have been the chandelier, but it was still hanging from the ceiling. We all just decided to bolt and get out of there as fast as possible. We all ran to the car, and as we were getting in the car, a big gray SUV pulled up right next to us. My heart dropped. We hurried in, and my friend Jack, who was driving, rolled down his window to try and see what was going on. "Hey!" Jack yelled at whoever was in the car. Then both the driver's window and the driver's side passenger window rolled down at the same time. "Oh no!" Jack whispered. Then, with no hesitation, Jack put the car in drive and sped out of there. As we started driving down the street, I asked Jack what he saw, and what he said still gives me the chills. He said when the guy rolled down the window, he saw 5 guys, 2 in the front and 3 in the back, and that all of them had baseball bats or some type of weapon in their hands. As we were speeding down the dark road, headlights started speeding up behind us, and it was the same SUV that was so close to us that if Jack were to even tap on the brakes, they would have hit us. Jack picked up the pace and floored it. There was a highway up ahead of us. We merged onto it and were going nearly 100 miles per hour. After a couple of minutes of them following us, we saw them turn their car around. They started heading in the other direction. We turned off the highway, stopped the car, and regained our thoughts. We sat there in silence and waited for a few minutes until we got back on the highway to head back to that house to see if the car was still there. As we were parked across from the house, realizing that the car wasn't there that chased us, we started talking amongst ourselves about what just happened, and then Jeremiah's phone started to ring. It was his girlfriend, and what she said made us all look at each other in fear. "Did you guys go to that one abandoned house that one kid got killed at?" Me and Jack looked at each other with wide eyes, and then I looked back at Name and Jeremiah. To keep the phone call short, she said that the house used to be known as an abandoned party house for teens and that the owner of the property saw a party going on there one time because he had cameras set up that were hidden in the house. When the owner got there, he shot one of the kids at the party and killed him. Jeremiah asked her how she knew we were there, and she said she saw his location from his phone, and she said she knew where that house was because she said that she had been there before. They finished their conversation, and Jack took everybody home one by one. Later that night, when I was home sitting in my bed, there was a lot I was thinking about. What was that noise that we all heard in the house, and who were all those guys in that car, and why did they chase us? I can't get over thinking that if we would have stayed in that house for even just a minute longer, things would have gone a lot worse for us. It's been 2 years since then, and Jack and I still think about that night from time to time. I also can't think of any solution to what that noise was that we all heard when we were in the house walking down the stairs. I don't know if it was something paranormal, but I haven't explored any abandoned homes since that night, nor do I ever plan on doing so again. I used to deliver for Uber Eats. I was having trouble paying off my student loans, so I was hustling to make whatever cash I could. I still lived with my parents at the time. It was late at night, and I was picking up an order from some fast food place in Wilmington, North Carolina, and delivering to a house about 20 minutes away. I often did late-night deliveries in Uber rides because the pay was higher, and I could bang out more deliveries and rides without traffic. I was already en route to the address, leaving the more populated residential area of Wilmington and heading in the direction of the quieter part with all the forest and farms. Most of the roads over there were pitch black and devoid of any other cars at that late hour of the night. I turned off the main road onto a side road with a dead-end sign. This was the road the directions were taking me where the address was. I was brought to the last house on this road. The lights to almost every little house on the stretch were off. It was just pitch black, even the house that I was supposed to be delivering the food to. I had to keep my car headlights on just to see and so I wouldn't trip on anything. I was also using my flashlight on my phone to navigate my way to the porch of this house. I'm not lying when I say there was not a single light on. I even felt the overgrown grass rubbing on my shins as I walked to the front door. This didn't feel right. I pressed the doorbell button but didn't hear a ring, so I knocked. The customer had their delivery preference set to contact delivery, which means I'd have to actually physically hand it off to him or her. I messaged the customer that I was at the front door and asked him if he could confirm the address. He read it right away and responded, "Give me a second." I replied, "Okay." He read it. I waited in the dark, looking at the windows of the house, waiting for a light inside to turn on. I was thinking there's no way this is the right house. I followed up again, asking him if he could type out his address. He started typing. It took a while before he sent a message saying, "I see you. You're at the right house." The next thing I realized was that there were no cars anywhere. This was making no sense. I asked the customer to confirm what kind of car he sees outside. He replied that he sees my light. Well, that pretty much confirmed that I was at the correct address, but it didn't make this any less sketchy. I started to just inch away from the door of the house, just because I didn't want to be on top of it as they opened the door, but the door never opened. No matter how many times I messaged the customer on the Uber Eats app, I was starting to suspect this was some kind of scam to get free food. Then I heard a voice come from outside in the darkness surrounding me. It was a male's voice calling, "Over here." I started to wave my flashlight all over the place, trying to reveal whoever just said that. I said out loud, "I'm leaving the food on the front porch over here." I didn't know who I was talking to, nor could I see them. I was terrified I was about to be attacked, so I walked back to my car, not trying to draw attention by running. When I got to my car, I heard this distinct air leaking sound that I could immediately recognize as the sound of air leaking from a slashed tire. I took a look and saw that both the tires on the left side of the car were slashed and leaking air. I could only assume in the moment that the two tires on the right side had also been slashed. I got into the car and locked the doors. First thing, all four tires showed low tire pressure warnings on the dash. Panic started to set in. I was deciding on whether to call the police and wait in the car or make a run for it into the dark to a nearby house. I was about to pick the second option. I turned off the headlights on my car and was about to get out of the car, but I noticed someone standing outside my window. I screamed my soul out, and then I realized that there were at least 4 people standing outside of my car, one at every window. They all had on masks covering their faces. I was surrounded. One of them yelled at me to get out of the car now. I didn't know if one of them had a gun or not, and I knew that if they did, by the time I turned on the car and attempt to drive away with 4 flats, I'd have been shot dead already. I yelled through the window asking if they were just looking to rob me, and one of them said if I gave them everything on me, they'd let me go. I agreed to do so and unlocked the door. The second I did, the guy outside my door opened it and forcefully pulled me out. At this point, I was beaten and kicked by at least 3 of the guys. They grabbed everything off of me, my smartwatch, my shoes, my wallet, my phone, and even some things out of my glove compartment in my car. I was left on the ground as however many men there actually were ran away into the darkness, and I was alone that I blacked out from here, and the next thing I remember is waking up, probably half an hour later, still lying on the grass next to my car. They'd stolen even my keys. I managed to get up and navigate myself to the nearest source of light I could find in the distance, which was a small house all the way up the street closer to the main road. I rang the bell a few times until someone answered through the closed door. I said I'd been injured and robbed and needed to use a phone. Luckily, the woman was willing to help and allowed me to use a phone to call the police and then to call roadside assistance to have my car towed. Lastly, I called my dad. After the police showed up, I was taken back to my car, and they did a short investigation and took as much information as I could give them. After my car was towed away, my dad came to pick me up and bring me home. We left after my car was towed away. My phone's last location was down the street from the incident, and it hadn't been turned on since the night before, meaning they probably destroyed the phone. The next day, I gave even more information to some detectives regarding my Uber Eats account, and they were rather quickly able to trace the customer account back to a guy named Logan who, long story short, allegedly lost his phone and wallet. Whoever found or stole them was the one to call the Uber Eats delivery with the intention of robbing me. Basically, what I'm saying is whoever did this to me got away with it. The house that they set this up at was a vacant house for sale. My car tires were covered by insurance, but everything else, I ate the loss. This was a painful and expensive but also valuable lesson to not be so naive ever again in a situation like that. I stopped deliveries for a few months, then I went back to doing daytime deliveries. I like to start off by saying I have been living in Boston my whole life. I am also the type of person that does not get out often, so for the most part, I've only ever known the city and the surrounding areas. I met a girl earlier last year on Tinder, and we happened to hit it off right away. She and I hung out all summer, and that fall, we started to officially date. She was from New York City, Brooklyn to be exact. We have fun going back and forth about the Red Sox and the Yankees, which added a deeper element to our bond together. Everything in the relationship was going great so far, so with New Year's coming up, we decided we wanted to spend it together. We were still in the honeymoon stage, so nothing seemed better than ditching our friends and having a romantic getaway together. Now, Vermont is one of the states that is right above Massachusetts. A lot of you may already know that, but for the ones that don't, there you have it. Since she had never been up that way, and nor had I decided to rent a cabin at a ski resort for an extended weekend getaway. We couldn't help but think about all the fun that we were going to have, and we were both excited to say the least. Since we would be arriving on the morning of New Year's Eve, I went to Boston Market the day before and got us a nice meal for that night. I had also hit the grocery store just to be sure that we would have all the food we would need for that weekend. I woke up early New Year's Eve morning around 4 a.m. I got everything ready and was at her place a little after 5 a.m. We got breakfast and hit the highway, excited for the adventure ahead of us. The drive was about 4 hours to the cabin, and I listened to podcasts while she slept in the passenger seat. We finally arrived at the cabin, and the scenery was absolutely stunning. Immediately, I felt bad for not getting out and about a little sooner in life, being in my late 20s at this point. We pulled up out front of a nice, newly renovated cabin. It had a wood welcome sign on the front door with a neat little black bear carved into it. My girlfriend, being the nature lover that she is, admired the sign as I put in the key code to get into the place. Once inside, we had a look around, and the place had a very nice and cozy vibe. For the price I was paying for the weekend, would not expect anything less. We started to unload the car and bring the food and luggage inside. We went out for a day of skiing after that, and when we got back, we showered, took a nap, and then got up and prepared dinner. This place had all the amenities, so we were able to warm up the food and cook a little, no problem. The giant wood-burning fireplace kept things nice and toasty in the main living and dining space. While cooking, my girl decided to crack a window just to let a little bit of the heat out. Everything was ready to eat, so we sat down at the table and had a nice candlelit dinner. The food turned out to be great, and after that, we talked and laughed and just enjoyed each other's company. We went to the bedroom for a bit of fun before falling asleep. We were going to stay up to watch the ball drop, but with all the action from that day, there was not a chance. There's something about someone screaming bloody murder while you're asleep that wakes you up in the most gut-wrenching of ways. Frantically jumping up, I called out for my girlfriend. Before I knew it, she was flying through the threshold of the door, slamming it behind her. She looked me dead in the eyes and said, "There's a bear currently breaking into our cabin." Right when she said that, you could hear glass shattering violently in the background. I went to the door and pressed my ear to it. I could hear snow coming from the outside. I got ballsy and looked out the door. We had cut the lights off before heading into the bedroom, so it was dark as hell outside. But the light from the embers in the fireplace gave off just enough light for me to see a giant black bear trying to crawl through the kitchen window, but it had not yet made it all the way in. How could this be happening right now? Then it all hit me. Caught up in the festivities earlier, we forgot to put the food away. Our whole spread was still out on the dining room table. Also, we never closed the window from when we were cooking earlier. We basically gave a signal to all the local wildlife to come and get it. I feel very stupid now looking back on it all, but like I said earlier, this was a new experience for me and not getting out of the city much before, so I know, rookie mistake. I tried yelling and making myself look big, but it still seemed to be pretty persistent on coming in. I told her to hurry and get dressed as I looked around on the floor for my clothes. There was a window in my room which led out to the parking area. Luckily, I had my car keys in the room with me, so I helped her out of the window with me following up behind her. We hopped in my car, and I immediately started it and cut the heat on. We were half dressed and it was probably about 30 degrees out. I drove around to the side of the house where the bear was stuck in the window and held onto my car horn for at least a minute straight. That startled the heck out of that bear, and it finally pulled itself from the window and ran back off into the woods. We were both shaken to the core and did not want to go back into the cabin that night. We decided to just sleep in the car with it running so that we could stay warm. I sent an email to the resort letting them know what had happened that night. As we sat in the car trying to come down from that adrenaline high, that's when she first told me how she encountered the bear before she had screamed and awoke me. She was on her way to the restroom when she noticed a dark shadow lingering around outside the kitchen window. We did eventually crash, only to be awoken by the sunrise a few hours later. The site manager from the resort pulled up a little after 7 a.m., and we all walked back inside the cabin together. He paced around the scene slowly, analyzing everything carefully. He then began to chastise us for leaving food out and the window opened in the first place. We gave him our sincerest apologies, letting him know that this lifestyle was new to us. We even offered to pay for the window. He declined our offer and said that he would have it fixed by that evening. We decided to check out the nearby small town that day, visit a few shops, and maybe have a little dinner. It was nice because it helped take our minds off of the wild night before. By the time we got back into the cabin, everything was fixed and good as new. The first night sleeping in there again was pretty nerve-wracking, but nothing ended up happening. The rest of the weekend went off without a hitch. Me and that particular young lady do not date anymore. We had some differences and decided to go our separate ways. But at least we share the memory of almost getting robbed and maybe even mauled by a bear. Hunting season at least once a year I try to travel up to Maine and rent an Airbnb to go hunting. I never bought my own place because I can't really afford it just for a single trip every year, so doing a weekend rental makes more sense for me. Plus, I'm not exactly an expert, I'm still trying to get more experience. Some years I'd go with my uncle, but in recent years he hasn't been in the best shape health-wise. He's not really up to it anymore, so I've been going alone more recently. Last year, which was 2022 at the time I'm writing this, was the last season that I went hunting. It was November, and the Airbnb I rented was near a national park. I arrived late on a Friday because I had to come home from work, get ready, then head out on the road trip. When I pulled up into the long stretch of private dirt road to get to the cabin-type Airbnb, it was pitch black outside, and it was dead silent too. This time of year, there's obviously no bugs or crickets left, so the nights are dead silent and dark up there. Especially if the place you're staying is secluded like this one. I pulled up as close as I could to the cabin, and the owner told me the key would be hidden under the mat. Sure enough, it was there. I brought my 2 bags inside the cabin and unpacked my things onto the bed in the 1 bedroom. It was a very cozy cabin, and the owner already had the heat turned up for me, which was nice. Maine gets pretty cold up there in November. There was cable and Wi-Fi in this Airbnb, so I set an alarm to get an early start at dawn, which in my opinion is the best time to find deer or even moose if you're lucky. The next morning, I was up as soon as my alarm went off, and I was out in the woods in less than half an hour. Since this was foreign territory to me, I posted up behind a blowdown I found, some knocked over trees. Usually, this would now be a waiting game, but I heard a man's voice call from behind me. I had a mini heart attack and turned around to see some man with gray hair but who looked like he was only 50. He was approaching me slowly. He said slowly in a very angry sounding voice, "What the hell are you doing here?" I responded, "Excuse me." He said, "Hunting is restricted here." I actually was unaware of this. When I explained this to him, he said, "I watched you right up here. You best leave the way you came." This scared me. I said, "What do you mean you watched me right up here?" He told me he always sees people riding up to that cabin, always out-of-town folk who come up here for the wrong reasons. I apologized to him and told him I'd leave. I grabbed my things and started walking back the way I came, and when I looked behind me, the man was gone out of sight. I walked back to the cabin, then took my car and drove to a different park that, according to some website, allowed hunting. I posted up there and had a failure of the first half of the day. Around midday, I went back to the cabin to just regroup and have a meal. But when I got back to the cabin, I found that the door was unlocked. I could have sworn I locked it before. When I got inside, I was almost positive certain things had been moved around, and the zipper to my bag was unzipped. I couldn't remember if I left it zipped up or not, but it was typical for me to always keep my bag zipped up. I just checked every room quick before settling down. I was way too hungry to just prepare a light meal, so I drove to the little village nearby and picked up some Chinese takeout. Then I drove right back to the cabin. I was planning on heading back out to the park at dusk. When I got back to the cabin, I just ate my food and went straight to take a nap. After my nap, I headed back out to the park. I spent about an hour walking maybe a quarter mile very slowly, and I wasn't finding anything. My uncle always told me you could find a deer or a moose in 10 minutes or 10 days. It just depends on how many are present and being in the right place at the right time. Sadly, luck was not on my side this day, and so when it was starting to get dark, I packed up and started heading back to my truck. It was just a short drive back to the cabin. I cooked the pasta and meatballs I brought with me for dinner as I had the TV on in the background. Then I laid down on the little love seat couch as I ate and watched some old black and white movie. While sitting there, I thought back to earlier, how the door was unlocked and things appeared to have been moved. Only, I didn't notice anything missing. I wondered if it was just in my head or not. Long after this, I brushed my teeth and shifted to the bedroom where I began to watch another movie in there, planning on falling asleep to it. I was starting to drift into that half-sleep state where what was going on in the movie was actually starting to blend into this half-awake dream I was kind of having. So I heard the distinct sound of a door clicking open that snapped me out of my half-sleep. I groggily looked up and noticed the closet door in the room was now cracked open. This immediately woke me up completely. Now the door being unlocked and belongings potentially being moved did not seem like a coincidence. I waited a moment and got out of bed, went to my hunting pack, and grabbed my CZ-75. I went back to the bedroom, turned on the light, and pointed my gun at the closet door. I yelled, "Come out now or I'll shoot." A big part of me still didn't believe there could actually be a person in there, and I thought that I was just being overly cautious. But when the door actually pushed open, I was in pure shock. That older man from earlier in the day stepped out, and his unhappy-looking face switched to a gross smile missing a front tooth. He said, "You got me." I said, "Don't move," as I went to grab my cell phone and call 911. Thank God I had service here. The sheriff's department was on their way, and I let them know I was armed and had the intruder at gunpoint. It was an excruciatingly long wait before the sheriff's deputies arrived. During that time, the man was telling me how he's sick of people like me having no respect for the parks up here. I had no idea what he meant, but I wasn't entertaining him. I kept telling him to shut up. When deputies got there, it was an obvious arrest for breaking and entering and possibly robbery, though I don't think he ever actually stole anything from me. The man claimed the door was simply unlocked, though I don't know if that was true or if he had somehow picked a lock or even climbed through a window. The Airbnb host said that there were no other hidden keys and that I definitely left the door unlocked. He seemed more concerned about whether anything of his was stolen and putting blame on me as opposed to asking me if I was okay and apologizing for the experience. He said he had no idea who the man could have been, even after getting his name. I still don't think I left the door unlocked, but thank God I was on a hunting trip and had my firearms with me to quickly neutralize the threat. My name is Rose, and like a huge number of people in the United States, I am a very Catholic person. I've been going to church since I was very young, and I can't remember the last Sunday I didn't go. There were many moments in my life where my belief was tested, even moments where I told myself that nothing was real. But none of these moments tested my faith. They just taught me that just as there is something up there watching over us, there are also cruel and merciless beings who want to drag us down to hell with them. It all started one tragic day when I lost my husband and children in a train accident. Depression took hold of me, my heart was filled with doubts, and none of my friends could lift me. The only thing that remained sacred to me was church, and over time, Father Robert became the only person I listened to. Father Robert was a man of faith, a good and generous man who always wanted the best for all those who attended the church. He was also a person of wisdom. It was as if his advice brought my soul back to life. I had no interest in him as a woman, and he had no interest in me not in that way. To me, he was a guide. I quickly became obsessed with that church. My friends would tell me that I spent too much time there and that I did nothing but talk about the church or Father Robert. Part of me thought they were jealous, but I lied to myself. They knew they were right, I just didn't care. I only cared about spending time at the church. As time went on, I realized that Father Robert was behaving much more strangely than I thought. Every time I went to pick him up, he would come to me. At first, I thought it was a gesture of kindness. But as time went on, I realized that he didn't want me to come into his office. At the time, I thought it was probably for something good, something beyond my comprehension that Robert didn't want me to get involved with. I thought I didn't have to distrust him, no matter what. But after what happened a few days later, I realized that there was a big difference between being devoted and being innocent. Rose, my daughter, yesterday I noticed that you were spying on me coming into my office. Is there something bothering you? As always, Father Robert was very attentive but at the same time imposing. Oh, I'm sorry. I must admit that I'm very curious. I always wanted to see your office. It won't happen again. You must be careful with curiosity, child, since that's the way the devil operates. Yes, I'm sorry, Father. Don't worry, Rose. You know what? I can show you my office if you come tonight. You've proven you're a child of God several times, and I'm sure you're ready to know a little bit more about this church and what its walls hide. Oh, you think so? I don't want to be invasive. No one is invasive in God's house, Rose. See you tonight. Excited, I continued with the Mass that Sunday, and in the evening after lunch, I went into the church. I was afraid it might be a little late, but Father Robert was there waiting for me, as always, with a huge smile on his face. He pointed me in the direction of his office as if I didn't know it all the way. We walked in silence. Robert was still with a huge smile, but I felt very uncomfortable. I felt something was wrong, but I refused to follow my instincts. I was in God's house, after all. When we arrived at the office, I entered with great curiosity, and with the door closed, I thought Robert had come in with me, but surprise, I was alone. Father. With no answer, I began to examine the office. It seemed totally normal. There was nothing about it that caught my attention except for one thing. On one side, there was a huge, terrifying painting. I never liked horror movies, but even so, I knew where it was from. This painting was from that movie. Was it The Nun? What is it doing here? The picture was terrifying. It seemed that the pale and terrifying nun was looking back at me. I stopped looking at it and headed for the exit, but from 1 second to the next, the lights went out and then came back on. Terrified, my eyes darted around the office until I came across something I would not have liked to see. No, 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 this can't be possible, this can't be possible. The nun's painting was still in front of me. It's empty. The lights went out once more, but the light didn't come back on. The light switch, it must be here somewhere. Here it is. Did my eyes see what I saw? No, this has to be a mistake. I had to be hallucinating. I ran towards the exit door. I had to get out of there as soon as possible. My body, it hurts. As I looked up in the direction of the attacker, I saw not the nun but Father Robert with his characteristic smile. Father, what is happening? Curiosity. Are you the devil? No, Rose, I'm just a man of faith, just like you. It's just that my faith is placed elsewhere. What do you mean? You see, Rose, I'm not Father Robert. Father Robert suffered a small accident several years ago, and it was very easy to take his place. No one ever met him. Very convenient that the people who knew him also had some accidents, wasn't it? Why? Why are you doing this? I prefer to be devout to him. What are you drawing on my head? My body hurts so much I can't move. I noticed. I think you have a broken leg. The nun has given you a real beating, but this is a good thing. But these marks, she will come looking for you for sure. Excellent sacrifice, Rose. This cannot be happening. The nun is a fictional character. She's from a movie. Yes, from a movie based on a true story, dummy. Didn't you know the Warrens really existed? Oh, she's close. Time to say goodbye, Rose. Suddenly, I felt a cold sensation near me. I turned my head, and the nun was standing next to her painting, staring at me. Oh, look at her. Isn't she beautiful? Kill her, nun. This is my sacrifice to you. With these words said, the nun approached me, but suddenly her head turned away. What? No, get away from me. The nun stepped in front of Robert while the fake father was frozen, unable to move. The nun embraced him and, with impossible speed, carried him out of the room. I still didn't understand what was happening, but I knew it was my chance to escape. With difficulty, I limped to the exit. That was the last day I went to that church. I never had much more detail about what I experienced that night or told anyone what happened. I am still very much a believer, but I'm less innocent now. That day, I realized that God's house may be sacred, but inside it, there may be unwanted guests. When I was a teenager, my close group of friends were, I guess, what you'd call delinquents. We liked causing trouble, breaking rules, and messing around in places we didn't belong. I grew up in a suburb in northern New Jersey, so I guess you could say we were just spoiled kids with nothing better to do. Looking back, the way we passed the time was a little silly, but there's nothing I can do about that now. Anyway, one of the things we really liked to do was to go exploring in the late hours of the night. Usually, we explored abandoned buildings, but not always. We actually got banned from our middle school after jumping through an open window, but that's a story for another time. This particular night, we were planning on executing a riskier task. There were 5 of us, me, Clinton, Elias, Liam, and Saint. Liam had just picked up a gig as an attendant at a bowling alley a few towns over from us. I'm sure you could see where this is going. He had been entrusted the key to close up the place the night before. Saint was a master of persuasion, and he somehow convinced Liam to let us explore the bowling alley at like 3 a.m. I'm telling you, Saint could convince someone to give them their kidney. That's how persistent he was. I haven't heard from him in a while. I think he might actually be in jail right now. Anyway, the 5 of us agreed to get a little drunk before going. We all had a substantial amount to drink, except for Elias, who refused to go anywhere unless he was the one driving. His dad had a really nice BMW, and Elias liked being able to end our nights when he got tired. After getting a little buzzed, James drove the 5 of us to the location. I was the heavy drinker of the squad. It's not something I'm proud of, but it's just who I was at that point in my life. Because of this, I usually took things a little less seriously than I should have, especially when it came to dangerous or risky situations. Liam unlocked the door and the 5 of us made our way inside. Clinton was usually the most cautious, and he kept trying to tell us to be careful in his hilariously high-pitched voice. Liam told us we couldn't actually do any bowling right now, which we were all a little upset about. I had the genius idea of doing some makeshift sliding on the lanes as if they were slipping slides. Since we were drunk, this was actually pretty fun. The 5 of us soon tired ourselves out and decided we wanted to do some exploring. We asked Liam if there were any back rooms we could check out, and he told us there were. We made our way into the employee-only area and Liam led us to some kind of storage room. We started poking around and flipping things over, just being stupid and careless. We figured Liam was going to get fired anyway, so we weren't too concerned with messing things up. As we started getting bored, we heard a deafening bump from below us. The 5 of us froze, staring at each other. Elias, the only sober one in the group, asked if the place had a basement. Liam looked just as shocked as we were and told us that he had no prior knowledge of a potential basement. Saint grinned, eager to continue exploring. Clinton seemed really nervous, telling us that we were probably going to end up getting Liam fired. We were whispering now, arguing whether we wanted to go look for this hypothetical basement. Just then, Elias lifted the edge of a rug nestled in the corner, revealing a hatch. We were shocked. The atmosphere in the room instantly shifted with the realization that the situation was now serious. Even if we had found the way into the basement, the sound we heard was still unexplained. I don't think any of us really wanted to go down there, but Elias made the first move in his classic level-headed style. He flung the latch open and stared down at the old rusted ladder leading into the darkness. "Screw this," whispered Clinton, motioning for us to leave. Elias ignored him and went for the stairs. He pulled out his phone and shone the flashlight into the blackness. Without another word, he descended into the abyss. I could tell Liam, Saint, and Clinton were a little scared, understandably. I still had a lot of liquid confidence, so I decided I'd go next. Saint followed behind me, and Liam brought up the rear. Clinton refused to come down with us. The four of us pulled out our phone flashlights and began exploring the basement that had been hidden for some reason. It was filled with dust and cardboard boxes stacked up to the ceiling. There was nothing else down there, or at least that's what we originally thought. A niche noticerner, and we walked over to it. Elias put his hand on the handle, but a split second before he was going to open it, we heard a distinctive bunk come from the other side, which sounded identical to the one we heard earlier. We looked around at each other with horrified looks on our faces. I could tell we were all thinking the same thing, an animal, maybe. No, shot, it was too loud to be an animal. I was pretty freaked out at this point, and turned away to leave. Like an idiot, Elias cracked the door open, revealing another storage room. That's not all that was in there, though. In the corner of the room, there was a human figure sitting on the ground with its legs crossed, facing away from us. We were frozen in place, utterly terrified. After a full minute of stagnant, the person in the corner of the room banged their head against the wall, explaining the sounds we had been hearing. I began tiptoeing to the ladder, careful not to make any noise. The rest of my friends turned around and began doing the same, clearly filled with terror. Just then, Liam tripped on a piece of junk on the floor and cursed. The person in the room yelled, and we ran. Elias and I were up the ladder in a split second, with Saint close behind. Clinton was leaned over, concerned with what he was hearing. Saint made it up, and the three of us ran out of the room. We heard Liam scream, "Get off me!" But Saint and Elias were too terrified to turn back. I ran back into the room and saw Clinton chucking a metal pipe down the hatch, which was followed by a demonic scream. Liam scrambled on the ladder, and Clinton grabbed his wrist, yanking him up. Liam ran toward me while Clinton slammed the hatch shut. The five of us sprinted out of the bowling alley, and Liam hastily locked the door with trembling hands. Elias drove us back with a blank look on his face. We listened as Liam described what happened after the rest of us made it up the ladder. Apparently, whoever had been in the basement jumped on Liam's back. Clawing at him, Clinton came to his rescue and nailed Liam's attacker in the head with that pipe, causing the lunatic to fall backward. Liam said he only saw the guy's face for a split second. It was the horrifying face of a dirty old homeless-looking guy with a bird's nest of hair on his head. Liam ended up quitting the next day without giving his boss an explanation. As it was definitely illegal what we had done, to this day, we have no idea how that guy could have gotten down there. Maybe there was an alternate entrance we had overlooked. Either way, the basement had been intentionally hidden, which tells me that Liam's boss might have known something about the whole thing. This experience ruined my taste for bowling, which I have not done since. Pledge night at Delta Gamma was infamous for its intensity, but this year we decided to up the ante. As one of the emerging frat leaders, Arthur, was tasked by the seniors with orchestrating a prank that would be talked about for years. The plan was simple, a fake kidnapping to test the mettle of our new pledges. It was meant to be controlled chaos, a scary but safe rite of passage. Only, I had no idea it would turn into a nightmare. The night was cool, and the moon was obscured by clouds, casting an eerie gloom over the abandoned warehouse we had chosen as the stage for our prank. The pledges, blindfolded and disoriented, were led inside one by one, their hands bound loosely in front of them. Their nervous laughter echoed off the walls, mixed with the faint stern voices of us brothers acting as their captors. "Keep it moving, pledges. Tonight you'll prove if you're worthy of Delta Gamma," I shouted, trying to sound menacing. We had staged the warehouse with creepy props, old chains hanging from the ceiling, dim lighting flickering intermittently, and sounds of eerie whispers played from a hidden speaker. It was all theatrics. That is when 5 other seniors entered on bikes, disguised as gang members. They started shouting and pulled out guns, making the few seniors who were there run away. It was all part of the prank to make the pledges feel that our prank had gone wrong and they were in actual trouble. But we didn't know what scared pledges would do. The atmosphere shifted when Carter, one of the seniors, climbed a stack of crates to pretend to be running away from the biker gang. In his zeal, he lost his footing, crashing down with a terrifying thud. The sound of his fall was sickening. As he lay motionless, a pool of blood began to form around his head. Panic set in among the pledges and brothers alike. "Oh my God, he's really hurt," someone yelled. The scene descended into chaos, the lines between our staged fright and real horror blurring rapidly. In the confusion, I noticed one of the pledges, Luca, his blindfold hanging around his neck, eyes wide with terror. He was breathing heavily, his gaze darting around as if looking for an escape. Before I could reassure him it was a prank gone wrong, his survival instincts kicked in. Luca scrambled to his feet, his hands still bound, and stumbled over to where a piece of metal lay among the debris from Carter's fall. He grabbed it, holding it like a weapon. "Stay back," he screamed, his voice cracking with fear. "Luca, calm down, man," I tried to approach him, my hands raised in a calming gesture. But fear had taken hold of him, morphing into something dark and uncontrollable. He lunged forward, swinging the metal with wild energy. The first strike caught Saint, another brother, across the face. Blood sprayed as he fell, his scream cut short by the brutal impact. The sight of blood seemed to drive Luca further into his frenzy, his actions desperate and savage. "Luca, stop." But my shouts were drowned out by the chaos. Every attempt to subdue him was met with violent resistance. Each swing of his makeshift weapon was more frantic than the last, each connecting with a sickening crunch of bone and flesh. The warehouse, once filled with staged horrors, was now a scene of genuine terror. Brothers were down, groaning in pain or worse, unmoving. The pledges, freed from their blindfolds by the commotion, huddled together, watching in horror as Luca, driven by fear and mistaken belief, became the monster we had pretended to be. In that moment, the air filled with a metallic scent of blood and the sound of desperate pleas for sanity. I realized I had to find a way to end this before anyone else got hurt or killed. As Luca swung wildly, his eyes darting with paranoia and his breathing ragged, I ducked behind a column, my mind racing for a solution. The situation had spiraled out of control, our prank turning into a horrific reality. Each cry and thud of metal striking flesh hammered home the direness of the predicament. I knew I had to act fast. "Luca, listen to me." I attempted again, shouting over the chaos, trying to pierce the veil of his terror. "Nobody is trying to hurt you. It's all a setup." But reasoning with him was futile. His terror had morphed into a frenzied survival instinct that saw threats in every shadow and every movement. As I peeked from behind the column, I saw him turn toward me, his expression twisted in confusion and rage. Realizing I was exposed, I quickly retreated, but not before our eyes met, a fleeting moment where I saw not just the fear, but also the betrayal he felt. He probably thought we had truly meant to harm him. In his state, Luca was unpredictable and extremely dangerous. Another brother tried to approach him from behind, hoping to disarm him, but Luca sensed him and reacted with terrifying speed. He swung the piece of metal, connecting with the brother's leg with a crack that echoed through the warehouse. The brother collapsed with a scream, clutching his leg in agony. The air was thick with panic and the sharp tang of blood. It was clear that if we didn't subdue Luca soon, we might not make it out without serious casualties, or worse. I scanned the room for something to use, my gaze settling on a thick rope used as part of the decor. An idea formed, desperate but necessary. I grabbed the rope and motioned to two of my remaining uninjured brothers. With a quick plan whispered between us, we spread out, encircling Luca with care not to draw his attention prematurely. The idea was to restrain him without causing further injury to him or us. Timing was everything. As Luca turned to fend off another imaginary attacker, we moved. I approached from the front, keeping his focus on me, while the others approached from his sides. "Luca, we don't want to hurt you," I said, keeping my tone steady, my hands visible and open. His hesitation gave us the moment we needed. The brothers lunged, catching him off guard. We tackled him to the ground, the impact knocking the metal bar away. He struggled fiercely, screaming incoherently about betrayal and traps. With the rope, we quickly tied his hands, securing him firmly. His screams slowly turned into sobs, the fight draining out of him as the reality of the situation began to dawn on him. Once Luca was secured and no longer a threat, we turned our attention to the injured. The air was a cacophony of groans and urgent voices. I pulled out my phone, the screen cracked but functional, and dialed 911. The call went through, and I hastily explained the situation, my voice shaky with adrenaline and relief. Emergency services arrived quickly, their sirens cutting through the silence that had settled over the warehouse. As paramedics tended to the wounded, police officers took statements. Luca was gently led away, a blanket around his shoulders, his eyes empty of the manic terror but now filled with a dawning regret. Sitting on the back of an ambulance, watching the flurry of activity, the weight of what had happened settled on me. Our prank, meant to be a bonding experience, had turned into a traumatic event that would leave scars on all of us. Guilt gnawed at me as I considered how quickly things had escalated and how badly they could have ended. My name is Linda. My late husband Edric was the best thing that ever happened to me. Long story short, he passed away in a motorcycle accident exactly 8 years ago as I'm writing this on April 29th, 2016. What I'm about to tell you is something I've blocked out of my mind since it happened, but I think I'm finally ready to open up about it. Edric and I both grew up in Italy. English is actually my second language. He always dreamed of traveling to Greece, but we kept postponing the trip. One of my biggest regrets was not taking time off work one summer to go with him. In late spring of 2018, I decided to bite the bullet and take the trip he had always talked about. Being only 36 years old with no children, I didn't much like the prospect of traveling alone, so I decided to book a cruise, thinking it would be more relaxing. I was actually in luck. Celebrity Cruise Line had a Best of Greece cruise that covered 6 cities: Athens, Santorini, Ephesus, Mykonos, Volos, Thessaloniki, and back to Athens. I tried my best to be excited about the cruise, knowing it was what he would have wanted, but I couldn't help but find the whole thing somewhat melancholy. It just felt wrong to be there without him. Admittedly, I may have gotten a little too wine drunk the first night after leaving Athens, but I felt I was entitled to behave less prudently. After exiting the boat and enjoying the city's offerings, I found myself drinking endless martinis at some nameless bar. That's when I noticed him. Across the bar, there was some 40-year-old looking man with long straight brown hair and an unkempt beard. He wasn't bad looking, actually, but his stare was unsettling. At first, I brushed it off as the wandering gaze of some lonely guy. Maybe he found me attractive. I wasn't going to get offended if he wanted to look at me. After catching his eye a few more times, though, I started feeling unease begin to set in. The way he was glaring at me was just so perturbing. It wasn't seductive or charming like he was trying to flirt or anything like that. It was literally as if he was trying to sear a hole in my face with his eyes. I finished what must have been my 8th drink, paid my tab, and quickly made my way back to the dock. By that night, my memory of that man had completely dissipated. The next city on the docket was Ephesus. My time there was essentially spent the same way, consuming far more alcohol than was acceptable for a woman my age. Other than some fleeting guilt, everything went well in Ephesus. Mykonos was next. I'm sure it won't come as a surprise to any of you at this point, but near the end of the day, I unavoidably found myself sitting alone at an outdoor bar. That's when I noticed him. There was a man standing against a light fixture with his arms crossed. I strained my eyes, thinking my mind must have been playing a trick on me. It was unmistakable, though, it was the guy from Santorini. He was too far away for me to tell whether he was looking at me, but his head was tilted in my direction. Oddly, he was wearing the same exact outfit he had worn in Santorini. A wave of discomfort washed over me. Was I being stalked? My palms began feeling clammy, so I nervously rubbed them on my dress as I lowered my head, trying to avoid looking in his direction. I could feel his aura radiating, though, even from that far away. I couldn't help myself. I glanced back up, but he was gone. You might expect my body to have flushed with relief, but I was actually even more anxious. I frantically began looking around, trying to see if he had gotten closer. I didn't feel comfortable walking back to the boat alone, so I ran into a couple that was leaving and made some small talk, then walked back with them. That night, instead of retiring to my stateroom, I decided to explore the boat in hopes of running into that strange man. After scouring the boat in its entirety, I gave up around midnight. The next morning, I got off the boat in Volos, determined to solve this mystery. Instead of venturing into the city, I opted to wait at the gangway. I watched painfully for an inordinate amount of time as person after person made their way off the ship. I didn't miss a single one, but he wasn't one of them. Frustrated, I returned to the ship and spent the rest of the day by the pool. Thessaloniki was the last city. As much as I dreaded it, I had to reconcile the fact that I'd be wasting my vacation if I stayed on the boat. So reluctantly, I got off the ship and tried to enjoy the city. Feeling superstitious, I thought it might be best to avoid bars and alcohol this time around, which I did. Instead, I wandered the streets aimlessly, admiring the architecture and enjoying the weather. And then, as if on cue, there he was again. He was a few streets down in the middle of the road with his arms at his sides. Instead of being afraid, I felt a huge rush of adrenaline-induced confidence start to pour in. I yelled out to him and began walking in his direction. Instead of acknowledging me, he actually turned and ran. It was bizarre. He turned a corner, and I chased after him. I made it to the corner and barely saw him run down another street, and I sprinted to follow him. I turned the same corner, and he had disappeared, nowhere to be seen, like he had evaporated out of existence. I couldn't sleep that night. I was relieved when the ship pulled into Athens, but once I made it back home, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling of that man that was weighing on my mind. I whipped out my laptop and started doing research. I wasn't quite sure what to even look for, but I thought recent police reports were a decent place to start. After having no luck, I stumbled upon some missing persons advertisements. I scrolled through page after page, and then I found something. There, in the middle of the page, was a missing person ad for a guy who looked almost identical to the guy who had been following me. I stared, frozen in shock. What was even more disturbing, though, was his name. He had the same first name as my Edric, which was a cruel coincidence. The very first thing I did was call the police and report my sightings. The operator thanked me for my assistance and put me on hold. A few minutes later, she asked me if I was 100% confident in what I had seen. I told her yes. After an uncomfortable pause, she went on to say that they had actually closed that man's case just over a month ago. Apparently, he had been found dead in a boating accident off the coast of Parga, Greece. What's more sinister, though, is that the date of his confirmed death was the exact month and day of my husband's passing, just 2 years later. I hung up the phone, literally shivering. I don't think I've ever been more terrified than I was at that moment. I began feeling dizzy, questioning if maybe I was going crazy, like had I imagined everything. Suddenly, another wave of realization slapped me in the face. The only city I hadn't seen him in, Ephesus, was actually a city in Turkey, not Greece. I'm not a believer in the paranormal, but I've spent hours trying to rationalize my sightings, and no conclusion I reach makes sense. My niece Kaylee had her wedding in Athens last summer, though, so I had no choice. And like clockwork, there he was again. I only saw him for a split second this time, standing in that same outfit by the bar, head pointed in my direction. To be completely honest with you, there were so many drunk people there that I might have imagined it. Either way, I vowed to never step foot in Greece again. This started when I was 14, female. Now I'm 21, and I just transferred to a new high school in the middle of the school year as a freshman with my twin sister. I was enrolled in a Spanish 2 class where I met Noah, and that was where the obsession began. When I started my class and met Noah, I initially thought he was attractive. He was tall, had brown hair, and beautiful eyes for a guy. But I did notice he was extremely shy. Noah was kind of awkward, but I made up excuses to talk to him, asking about the homework and engaging in other small talk. He seemed to appreciate it and asked if I wanted to walk around during lunch and talk, so I happily agreed. It was clear that Noah was not very confident and didn't know how to initiate conversation, so I often did most of the talking. I even asked him for his phone number. After a few days of texting and talking, I could tell he didn't have any friends. He was kind of negative and had a pessimistic view on life. It was rather draining and disappointing. The things he would say were kind of unsettling or just unusual for me. He would text me, fantasizing about being a superhero in a roleplay where I was the damsel in distress and he was always my savior. He also had an obsession with the killer from the Scream movies. Overall, he was a nice guy but different from what I was expecting or attracted to. As time passed and Valentine's Day approached, we were talking practically every day. He asked me to be his Valentine, and I agreed somewhat reluctantly. On Valentine's Day, he walked up to me and gave me a pack of Hershey's Kisses and some Twizzlers. I don't like Twizzlers, so I handed them back to him, gave him a kiss on the cheek, and went to my class. Yes, I know that was kind of a move, but I was honestly losing interest in him at that point. I had told him before that I didn't like candy like that. During the day, I received more gifts, flowers, and candy from other friends. I saw Noah and could tell he was extremely upset by this, but he didn't say anything. He texted me later in the day saying how stupid he felt and how he was outdone by everyone else. I didn't respond. Over the next few weeks, I gradually talked to him less and less. Class became awkward, and I could tell he wanted to say something to me but never did. I later learned from my twin sister that he asked her every single day about me, if I was talking to someone else, if I liked him, and how to win me over. He confided in her that he had never even talked to a girl before. At first, I thought it was sweet, but I still no longer had a romantic interest in him. We would talk at school sometimes, and he would bring me homemade cookies and walk me to the train station. He still texted and tried to call me in the evenings after school. By then, I was talking to someone new who eventually became my boyfriend for the rest of high school, Jason. When I started dating Jason, I knew that Noah was absolutely devastated. He then started telling people around school that I was his first kiss. I was confused because I didn't know a kiss on the cheek counted as that, but to each their own. It was somewhat upsetting because people were getting the impression that we dated or that I played him, which was not the case at all. I would still talk to Noah as a friend. He was in the same grade and classes as my new boyfriend. He would always tell me how he thought Jason didn't like him and that he felt Jason knew about us. I told Noah there was nothing to know about us because we were anything but friends. Jason was totally chill, non-confrontational, and definitely not the jealous type. As the school year was coming to an end, Noah came running up to me on the last day of school and handed me a 60 to 70 page notebook, white ruled if it makes a difference. It explained all the ways he was in love with me, how everybody at the school thinks poorly of me, and how he could treat me better. I read it once and showed it to my twin. She told me how weird and uncomfortable it made her, and we both agreed on that. I stashed it away and didn't speak of it to anyone else. I acted like nothing happened and still talked to him as a friend occasionally. I worked a lot in high school, spent time with my boyfriend and friends, and didn't think much about Noah. Time went on, and we eventually stopped talking completely. I saw him around school, and he was never really with anyone else. He was always alone, which I didn't find strange anymore considering how awkward and quiet he could be. Fast forward another year, I'm a junior, and Noah and Jason are both seniors getting ready to graduate. Noah texted me out of the blue one day and told me he had written a book. It would mean the world to him if I could be the first to read it and give him feedback. Being the person that I am, I agreed. So, he met up with me at school the next day and handed me a thick notebook. He told me to take my time reading it and to give him honest feedback when I finished. I read the story in 4 class periods. It was around 300 pages long. The story takes place in a Game of Thrones setting. The 3 main characters are Gary, which is Noah, Lily, me, and David, Jason. For the sake of confusion, I'll be referring to the characters by our real names. The only reason I know the characters were us is Noah's story was not fictional, it was based on us, as he had described the characters as literally identical to our physical appearances. In the story, Noah was the son of the king, while the rest of us were mere peasants. Despite this, Noah was always in love with me, though I was with Jason. It was the annual time when our kingdom would go to battle with another for honor and glory, gladiator style. Noah thought it would be a wonderful opportunity to prove himself and volunteered. The night before our kingdom traveled to the battle location, my character went to Noah in the middle of the night to express her love and fear. They ended up having very graphic sex, which was truly disturbing to read. The next day, after they arrived at the place of battle, my character went to his room again, where the same graphic encounter occurred. During this, Jason came looking for my character, and we were caught. My character told Noah that she didn't really love him and ran after Jason to apologize for being a harlot. Noah was absolutely devastated and ultimately let his opponent kill him in battle because he couldn't handle the loss of the love of his life. When our kingdom returned home, Jason sneaked through the window in the middle of the night and murdered me by slitting my throat. As you can imagine, I was horrified and creeped out. I threw the book away and never told Noah what I thought about it, but he must have known because he never asked for it back. Noah and Jason both graduated, and life went on. Noah didn't try to reach out to me for a few years until I was around 20. He messaged me on Instagram in the middle of the night, saying, "Show me your feet. Submit to daddy. I always looked at your feet at school and would fantasize about them, along with links to a few foot fetish websites." I promptly blocked him. The next day, he messaged me from another account, which was a foot fetish and bondage account that he ran. He asked me why I blocked him, but I just blocked him again. Earlier last year, on my new account, he messaged me again, calling me a bitch and expressing how he wished I would die. He said he hated everyone we went to school with and fantasized about how he would kill me for all the pain I caused him. I was genuinely afraid but didn't know how to handle the situation. Was it really a death threat? I didn't know. I later learned that Noah worked at a diner down the street from my apartment, and I avoided it at all costs. I've since moved and haven't heard from Noah since. However, multiple girls I went to high school with told me that he was obsessed with me. They said he would constantly talk about me and message them the same disgusting things while he was on a drunken binge.
I'm a doctor, and it's not only our job but also our responsibility to take care of the patient. But not every patient is the same. Back when I was working in a small town hospital, I was young and new to the profession. But it only took me a few days to get accustomed to the workers and patients there. There were 4 other doctors, and we all reported to the head of our department, Miss Tina. She was a tough person to impress. Being honest, every doctor was terrified of her. Not a single mistake could go unnoticed by her. I wanted to prove myself, hence I showed effort in my work. To do so, I had to take a lot of night shifts. I lived alone, distant from my family, so I didn't mind staying at the hospital most of the nights. All the patients called me Dr. Lucy. There were patients of various age groups, but there was this one little girl named Mimi. She was probably the youngest patient in the hospital at the time. She was there before my joining anyway. Mimi was a lovely child. She often roamed the corridors and talked to the other patients, mostly on her own. One night, I was doing a night shift and went to take my usual rounds. I was walking in the long, empty corridor when I heard 2 people talking in a very low voice. It was late, and every patient was supposed to be asleep by then. I followed the sound, and it came from cabin number 203. As I opened the door and switched on the room light, I found Mimi standing near the patient's bed. She smiled at me mysteriously, but my sudden appearance didn't startle her at all. She smartly said, "Hello, Dr. Lucy. Mimi, this is way past your bedtime. What are you doing here?" "Nothing. I just came to say goodbye to David." David was the patient of room 203. He recently had a major operation. Even though Mimi looked calm to me, I noticed David's face. He was scared and extremely pale. I thought Mimi's sudden arrival might have shocked him. So I said in a soft voice, "Mimi, you can't roam like this at night. Come on, let's take you back to your bed." Then I looked at David and said, "I'll send Nurse Martha for a quick check. She'll give you a pill to help you with sleep. You need to rest now." I then escorted Mimi to her ward. She went to bed without saying anything. This small encounter didn't worry me at all until the next morning. I went home around 4 after finishing my night shift. It was my day off, so I slept the entire day. The next day at work, when I was passing by room 203, I thought to check on David. But after opening the room door, I saw another patient was sleeping on his bed. I saw a nurse walking in the corridor. "Excuse me, sister, where's David?" "He was in this cabin." "Oh, you mean the patient in this room?" "He died yesterday, doctor." "You didn't know?" "What? How?" "He was already suffering from cardiovascular disease, but he wasn't recovering. Surprisingly, he had a heart attack yesterday. Dr. O'Hara signed his death certificate. You can ask her, she'll be able to give you all the details." The nurse walked away, and I stood cluelessly in the corridor. Suddenly, something weird came to my attention. I remembered when I asked Mimi what she was doing in David's cabin, she said she came to say goodbye to David. But why goodbye? She was supposed to say goodnight, right? I went to Mimi's cabin. She was sitting on her bed and coloring pictures. Without wasting a single second, I asked her, "Mimi, why did you go to David's room to say goodbye? Shouldn't you be wishing him goodnight?" Mimi's face changed color. She fumbled, saying, I said goodnight." "You heard it wrong." Suddenly, she looked behind my shoulder as if someone was standing behind me and watching her. I turned back immediately, but no one was there. The cleaning staff came and started to mop the floor. Mimi started coloring again. I went back to work with confusion in my mind. The entire day, I couldn't concentrate on my work. This unusual thought kept bugging me. Why did Mimi say goodbye to David? Did she know he was about to die? A week passed, and I almost forgot about it. One night, I was making my usual rounds. I was walking on the second floor corridor when I saw Mimi come out of room 706 and slowly walk down the stairs. Room 706 recently took a patient with a serious head injury. I went inside and saw the woman was awake. "Who is it now?" "Oh, it's you, doctor. How are you feeling?" "I feel a bit dizzy, doctor." Did someone come to you before me?" "Yes, a little girl came. She said her name is Mimi." "What was she doing here? Did she say something to you?" "Yes, she was a sweet child, but I think she said it wrong." "Said what wrong?" "I guess she meant to say goodnight, but instead, she told me goodbye." "Weird, huh?" My heartbeat got faster. I put Corey back to bed and came back to my chamber. Deep down in my heart, I knew what was coming. The next morning, Corey passed away. I got this strong belief that Mimi has a weird ability to know when a patient's time has come. But I couldn't tell anyone about this because no one would believe me. There was nothing I could do because she wasn't harming anyone, just a little girl bidding goodbye to patients whose deaths are near. After 2 more incidents like this, I couldn't keep it in. I went straight to the reception and asked Kathy, "How long has Mimi been here?" Kathy looked at me and said, "Who?" "Mimi. The girl in the intensive care ward. Don't you see how she sneaks into the rooms of the patients? I don't know why, but I feel there's something very wrong with this kid." "What are you saying, Dr. Lucy?" "We don't have any patient named Mimi. No child patient is even admitted to the hospital right now. Are you okay?" What are you saying? I have been talking to this girl for the last few days. Check the register. She's in the intensive care ward. Lucy, please come to my office. I turned back and saw Miss Tina standing behind me. I followed her to her cabin with a messed up mind. After entering, we sat down, and she said in a low voice, "Did you see Mimi? How does she look, Lucy? Is she happy? What? Please tell me what's going on. Kathy just said there's no one here by that name, and now you're asking me about this girl. What the hell is happening?" Miss Tina couldn't control her tears. She started to cry terribly. After crying for some time, she looked at me and said, "Mimi's my daughter. The week before you joined here, I brought her to work. Her father was supposed to come and pick her up. I was working while she roamed around the halls, playing on her own. She was playing on the stairs, and somehow her legs slipped and she fell from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. We admitted her to this hospital due to her immensely critical condition, but she died. I couldn't believe what I just heard. The ground beneath my feet got swept away. I felt my heart stop. Mimi is dead. Oh my God. I stood in her cabin, speechless, horrified. Miss Tina said, "I saw her at night roaming in these corridors, but I blamed my mind. But now, I think she's still here. You must be the 2nd person to hear her. Can you see her now?" Miss Tina didn't give me time and switched off the light of the room. "Tell me, Lucy, can you see her now?" I was terrified at that moment, but still, I rolled my eyes around the entire room. And right then, someone spoke behind my neck, "Goodbye, Dr. Lucy."
During my senior year in college, I was following a particular politician and going to rallies and other events. In my spare time, my friends and I were having a ball, and we loved being involved. One particular rally I went to was in the city. My friends and I took a train in and enjoyed ourselves. On the way back home to our university, I noticed a guy sitting across from us that I had recognized from campus. He was pretty cute, and I remember seeing him around as we must have had some mutual friends. I said hi to him, and to my delight, he also recognized me. We spoke for a few minutes and discovered we were both at the same rally. By the end of the train ride, he asked me for my phone number. I remember thinking, wow, a cute guy and we have some things in common. I gave him my number, but I didn't think much past that. About a week later, I received a text from him asking if I was free that weekend and if I would be interested in meeting up and having a drink. This particular time was during a break from school, so not many people were around. For whatever reason, I had chosen not to go home. In my naive mind at the time, I thought, great, I have my place all to myself. I met him at our local bar, and we had a few drinks. It was pretty quiet for a Friday, as it was break time, and after an hour or two, we decided to leave. I invited him back to my place for a bottle of wine and to hang out some more. He wound up staying the night and leaving in the morning. But when I woke up, for whatever reason, I had an uneasy feeling. Nothing bad had necessarily happened per se, I just didn't like how things had gone. I felt like he was so serious, not laughing or smiling the entire evening, although he always had a drink in his hand. I realized he wasn't really drinking them. The entire evening, he was kind of shifty and nervous. The only way I can describe it is like he was on a mission and waiting for something. These were all red flags to me. I felt bad, but I was just not interested in this guy. To my relief, he didn't text me for a while after that, and I assumed he came to the same realization that it just wasn't a good match. That is until about 2 to 3 weeks later, when he wrote me a message telling me that he's been busy but really wants to meet this weekend and catch up. This particular weekend, my older sister was having a large party for her husband's birthday at their house a few towns away. A few of my friends and I were going, and there was always a large group of people there at the parties, about 50 to 60. Now, let me be clear, these parties were not your typical get wasted and stay up until the cops get called type of college parties. They were more of an adult type party, given my sister's husband is fairly older than us. Don't get me wrong, there was plenty of drinking going on, they were very fun, just more of an adult type barbecue with day drinking. My 2 girlfriends and I were going to spend the night, as I was going to drive there, but obviously, we would be drinking. The party started early at 12 p.m. Against my better judgment, I invited him to the party, thinking it couldn't hurt. I gave him the address and time. He seemed very interested and agreed to come. The day of the party was really fun, and my friends and I were having a blast. I must admit I did have a sinking feeling, and I was not looking forward to seeing this guy. Then, to my absolute and utter relief, I got a text from him saying that he would be unable to make it. I could finally relax and enjoy the party. By about 12 a.m., everyone was exhausted from a day of full-on drinking, and the party was winding down. Most of all, the guests had gone home except my friends and I and a few other guys, friends of my sister's husband, who were also sleeping there. And of course, my sister and her husband. My sister has 1 guest room, which was taken, and a fully carpeted and finished basement. We had various blankets and pillows, and we were all going to sleep down there on the couches or pretty much anywhere you could lay. As I'm about to go down to the basement and get ready for sleep, the man walks through the front door, no knocking, no text, no anything, just confidently walks straight into the house. I don't know why, but my initial reaction was fear. I pretended to be happy to see him, though, and I gave him a small hug. I asked him why he was there, to which he never gave a real response. All the lights were out and everyone was gone. I was gesturing around and hinting at him that the party was over and that he had missed it. I felt bad that he had made the effort and decided to speak with him for a few minutes before I went to bed. We talked. I told him I was going to get ready for bed and that I was sorry he missed the party. He just says, "Yeah, that's fine." This dude is just not getting the hint to leave, so I leave the room and go to change my clothes and set myself up a bed, brush my teeth, etc. I'm just hoping that he will leave, but I don't hear any movement from the other room. When I come back to the living room to check and see if he's actually still there, he is, and he's asleep on the couch. I obviously found this strange, but I just assumed it was late and that he must have been really tired. He didn't seem out of place, as there were various other people sleeping at the house as well. I went to the basement and found myself a place to sleep on the floor. About 30 minutes to an hour later, I'm lying on the floor still awake, thinking about how weird it is that he showed up. It's pitch black, and there are a few other people sleeping there, including my friends. I hear someone in the dark slowly coming down the stairs. I see they're holding a cell phone light to guide them. As the figure reached the bottom of the steps, I see that it's him. Now, he has never been to this house. This isn't a nice suburban area, not a frat house, and I did immediately think it's weird that he would randomly be walking through a house of a person that he doesn't know. I pretended to be asleep as I lay there frozen. I suddenly feel a tap on my shoulder. He doesn't say a word. He is over me and trying to wake me up. I don't move and I pretend to be asleep. I lay there in the dark silence and I'm listening for his footsteps to walk away. I can tell he is holding a light over me. Then, with no warning, this man takes a step back and, with his boot on, kicks me full force in the face. I'm not talking about a little tap with his foot to wake me, no, full force boot kicks me directly in my face. My face goes numb. I didn't know what just happened. I can feel blood running down my nose. I open my eyes and look at him, and all I can remember saying is something like, "Why did you do that?" He just stared at me blankly and said nothing, then turned around and walked back up the steps. I lay there paralyzed in fear, my heart beating 1,000,000 times a minute. I don't know how long it was until I gathered the courage to get up, but eventually I army crawled in the dark over to my friend. Another man near her wakes up as well, and I explained what happened. We were all half drunk, dazed and confused to say the least. I can't stay in this basement. I know he left, but I was just too scared. My friend and the other guy offered to take me upstairs so I could sleep in my sister's room. So I go into my sister's room and lay next to her bed on the floor and shut the door behind me. But unfortunately, there was no lock. I don't know how, but eventually I fell asleep. At some point, it's now morning. I wake up to my sister leaning over me. She asks, "What happened to your face and why are you in my room?" Right as I'm about to answer her, my friend, who had helped me the night before, comes flying into the room. She tells us that the guy is still there and asleep on the couch. She runs out, and I can hear her screaming at him to get up and get out. I hear him arguing back and asking where I am. My friend tells him that I've left, and he begins arguing that he knows my car is still there. I have no idea how he knew which car was mine, as he had never seen it before, and that I hadn't taken my purse. Eventually, he leaves. After that night, he wrote me a message a few days later as if nothing had happened, asking me to hang out again. I blocked him and I've never heard from him again. I graduated only 2 months later and thankfully never saw him on campus. To this day, I have no idea why he kicked me in the face and how he had the balls to stay after that. I have learned my lesson about giving out my phone number. As Thanksgiving knocks on the door, a dark memory is rushing back to me. I don't celebrate this tradition anymore because of what happened 2 years back. I am a 19-year-old average height girl currently living in California. My hometown is a small town in Georgia. Being an only child, I have always been a pampered kid. My parents were high school lovebirds who immediately got married after finishing high school. My dad owned quite a lot of land, hence we were more well off than many people living in the town. He inherited his father's house, and from outside, we were the picture-perfect family in everyone's eyes. But what happened inside the house was only known to us. We lived in the outskirts, right beside vast paddy fields. My dad had a Chevy and often drove us to the market whenever we needed things. Even though everyone thought my parents were perfect for each other, they fought like animals every night. I guess with time the young love died, and harsh reality surfaced for them. My dad screamed at my mother, and she abused him in every way possible. Between the two of them, my mom was the most toxic one, I believe. I saw her slapping my dad and pushing him many times, but my dad never raised a hand at her. Our society has this weird mindset that domestic abuse can only happen one way. I love both my parents equally, but whenever my mom hit my dad and screamed at him using obscene language, I hated her. Increasing toxicity led to the usual consequence, divorce. My dad had to bear a lot as my mom went on giving suicidal threats if he divorced her. It was the most disgusting phase of our lives. Our so-called happy family broke apart, and my mom stayed in Georgia while I came to California with my dad. My dad's lawyer proved how she abused him for years, and I too sided with my dad on this. Tears rolled down his eyes when he got my custody. But one thing I noticed that day which no one did, my mom didn't say a single word. She stared at me with a blank face for a few seconds and then quietly walked out of the courtroom. That was probably the last time I saw her until I turned 18 and a horrifying tragedy happened last year. My dad didn't keep any contact with my mom after the divorce, but he never stopped me from being in touch with her. I talked to her over the phone at times, and that was it. Sometimes I missed her, but then I realized those painful nights watching my mom hitting and kicking my dad, and my dad bearing this humiliation and insult for my sake. The awful memories of his past hit him so hard that he was scared to fall in love again. He kept to himself and raised me with the utmost care. It was probably my 7th grade PTA meeting when my dad found a new ray of hope in his life. He fell in love again with my English teacher, Melissa. She was a kind lady, and I liked her. They hit it off quite well, and soon she moved in with us. When my mom found out about this, she was obviously not happy, but this time she didn't create a scene and quietly disconnected the call. It was a week before Thanksgiving. I was sitting in my room, going through some brochures, thinking about where to go for college when my mom called. I picked it up immediately as it had been a month since I had spoken to her. "Hi, Mom." "Hello, my pumpkin. How are you?" "I'm good." Mom?" "Yes, my dear. Are you all right? I know the time has been hard for you, and trust me, none of us want to hurt you. It's just Dad is happy, and maybe we should all be happy for him." "Oh, you are going to be such a lovely lady, I know, pumpkin, and you're right. Can you please put me on speaker and call your dad?" All these years, my parents never spoke after the divorce. My mom never asked for my dad. Hearing her say this, my heartbeat grew faster. I called my dad, and he entered the room along with Melissa. "Hello, Daisy." "Hi, James. Hope you're in good health. What was it you wanted to talk about?" I know I have done you wrong and never apologized for that. Honestly, I was so ashamed that I couldn't. So here I am, asking for one last thing from you and my daughter this Thanksgiving. Will you guys visit me? You can also bring Melissa. I would love to meet her. Just give me one more chance to have a good time with my family. I saw my father's face turn cold, and he looked at me, then at Melissa. He was going to say no when Melissa grabbed his hand and said in a low voice, "She's Courtney's mom, James. She too deserves to spend Thanksgiving with her daughter, and it has been 10 years now, just for a few days." My respect for Melissa grew more that day as I witnessed her kind heart. My dad agreed, and my mom said from the other side of the phone, "See you all at Thanksgiving then." We decided to reach there the day before Thanksgiving. Stepping into my hometown, I couldn't help but recall all the childhood memories I made here. The green paddy field still stood there, making our house the only shelter on the outskirts. But due to poor maintenance, I could see the house losing its usual luster. We knocked on the door, and my mom opened it in one go like she was waiting right on the other side. She hugged me tightly and then looked at my dad. "Hi, James. Please come in." We stepped in, and I introduced her to Melissa. Surprisingly, my mom went close to her and hugged her as well. My dad and I were both shocked to see her react so calmly. We all sat down and started to talk. My mom served us homemade lemonade, and after a long time, I felt my family was complete. But this feeling didn't last long, as I realized my mom hasn't changed entirely. Though she was constantly bringing up topics involving an incident of their married life and trying to make Melissa feel like an outsider. She went to the kitchen, and my dad started apologizing to Melissa for my mom's mean behavior. I could see them regretting coming here, and I too felt this year's Thanksgiving is not going to be how I expected. I told my dad that we will leave the next morning ASAP. He went to the kitchen, probably to tell my mom not to bring up the past in front of Melissa. I took Melissa to my room to cheer up her mood. Getting our support and attention, Melissa's mood elevated, and we were laughing and talking like before. 10 minutes went by when my mom came in and stopped. She stared at me and Melissa with a cold face and said, "Oh, you are here. I was looking for you everywhere. You know, Melissa, my daughter, is a sweetheart. She and I spent a huge time decorating this room. She often said how no one can replace me in her life. You know what, Daisy? Your daughter is right. No one can replace a mother, but sadly you had such a beautiful family, and you ruined it all." Melissa walked out of the room like a badass, and I saw my mom's face turn red. Somehow, she got a long-needed lesson, and we all sat down for an awkward Thanksgiving dinner. While having the turkey, I found a wishbone. I decided to split it with my dad. My mom said to me, "Be careful what you wish for," and smiled. Honestly, I wished what any daughter would, harmony between my mom and my dad so that I don't have to choose between them. Somehow, we finished the rest of the dinner and went to bed. It was around 3 a.m. when I heard heavy breathing falling on my face. I opened my eyes and saw my mom standing near my bed in the dark. What are you doing here?" I shouted in fear. She gave a very bizarre smile, and her one eye twisted, making her look creepy. Then she said in a calm voice, "I know you wished for our family to be happy again, didn't you, pumpkin?" Before I could reply to her question, my eyes went to her hands, and I saw she was holding something in both her hands, and water was dripping from those things. I jumped through the switchboard on the other side and turned on the light. "What have you done? You don't have to choose anymore, pumpkin. Now you will have me by your side forever. What is Thanksgiving without thanking our loved ones for their sacrifice? I am thankful to your father and this expletive for sacrificing their life to reunite a mother to her daughter." I couldn't keep my sanity anymore. I picked up the night lamp and hit my psycho mom hard on the head. She wasn't expecting this and fell on the floor screaming in pain. I went on hitting her until her brain matter came out. She took away everything from me, and now the one person whom I loved the most, my poor innocent dad. When I was done with my anger, I called 911 myself, smeared in my mother's blood. I waited for the cops to arrive. I am the youngest woman prisoner in this high-security facility with a supposed chance of parole, maybe. But I am not going to ask for it. I am going to spend my entire life in this dark cell because I have no one to call family now. The outside world is way scarier than the world inside this prison, and I have had enough. No more family, no more Thanksgiving for me, that goes without saying. On May 19th of 1884, a yacht known as the Mignonette departed the English port of Southampton bound for the coast of eastern Australia. Constructed in 1867, the 52-ton cruiser had been purchased by an Australian lawyer named Jack W., who sought a suitable crew to transport her to Sydney. But it was no small feat. Many experienced sailors noted that the yacht was an inshore boat unsuited to long voyages in open waters. And what's more, even the most experienced sailors were intimidated by the 15,000-mile journey, with many turning the job offer down before a full crew was finally assembled. In the end, a four-man team was put together, which consisted of Captain Tom Dudley, Edwin Stevens, Edmund Brooks, and a 17-year-old cabin boy by the name of Richard Parker. Almost 2 months into their journey, the crew of the Mignonette found themselves sailing into a gale around 1,600 miles northwest of South Africa's Cape of Good Hope. Despite the fierce winds, their journey was progressing steadily. Then, in order to enjoy a good night's sleep, Captain Dudley gave the order to heave to. In sailing, heaving to is a way of slowing a vessel's forward progress, as well as fixing the helm and sail position so that the vessel does not have to be steered, is commonly used as a way for sailors to take a break or to wait out strong or contrary winds. However, just as the maneuver was completed and young Richard Parker was sent below to prepare tea, a freak wave struck the Minette, damaging a bulkhead and causing vast amounts of seawater to flood into her hold. Realizing the yacht was doomed, Captain Dudley ordered his 3 crew members to man their single 13-foot lifeboat. The lifeboat was of flimsy construction, with its boards only a quarter-inch thick, but as the Minette began to list and groan, it proved the crew's only source of salvation. Just minutes later, the crew watched as the Minette disappeared below the waves, having managed to salvage nothing but a few pieces of navigational equipment and 2 tins of turnips. At first, Captain Dudley managed to stabilize the lifeboat by constructing an improvised sea anchor, a device reminiscent of a kind of waterborne parachute. It dragged behind the lifeboat, slowing its progress slightly and allowing for more effective manual steering. The captain also determined that they must have been around 700 miles from the nearest dry land, meaning that they were unlikely to be rescued anytime soon. During their first night at sea, the crew was forced to fight off a great white shark using nothing but their oars. The next morning, they were able to catch a sea turtle by simply dragging it out of the water. This yielded about 3 pounds of meat each, plus the bones, which, along with the tins of turnips, lasted until July 17th. The sailors planned on drinking the turtle blood to stave off fatal dehydration, but after it became contaminated with seawater, they began imbibing their own urine. By July 20th, the teenage cabin boy Richard Parker had become so sick of drinking his own urine that he began slurping up handfuls of seawater. This only exacerbated his dangerous levels of dehydration, and he fell unconscious shortly afterward. Around the same time that young Parker began to drift into unconsciousness, Dudley, Stevens, and Brooks began discussing the prospect of cannibalism. On July 24th, Dudley told the others that it was better for one of them to die so that the others would survive and suggested they should draw lots. Brooks refused, but that night, Dudley once again raised the matter and pointed out that while the childless cabin boy was most probably dying, he and Stevens had wives and families to take care of. The boy would be mourned, but unlike their women and children, his parents would not starve without his wages. This appeared to have been the most effective method of argument, as the next morning, Captain Dudley and Edwin Stevens made the decision to kill Richard Parker, ensuring his blood was fresh enough to drink. Brooks, who had refused to take part in the earlier discussion, claimed he neither agreed nor disagreed with the decision. Captain Dudley then said a prayer, and with Stevens holding the boy still in the event that he woke up, the captain pushed his penknife into Parker's jugular vein and ended his life. Once Parker's heart had ceased to beat, the 3 surviving sailors began butchering his body. Ironically, and despite his early reticence, it was reported that Edmund Brooks was ravenous in his consumption of Parker's flesh, while Edwin Stevens appeared to have a change of heart and ate very little. Speaking of the scene that followed, Captain Dudley later said, "I can assure you I shall never forget the sight of my 2 unfortunate companions over that ghastly meal. We were like mad wolves who should get the most, and for men, fathers of children, to commit such a deed, we could not have our right reason." Just a few days later, the survivors were still feasting on Parker's remains when they spotted the sail of a passing ship named the Monuma and successfully garnered its attention. Finally, on September 6, 1884, the Monuma sailed into Falmouth Harbor, where the 3 survivors of the Minette reported to a customs officer by the name of Mr. Cheeseman. Initially, the men were greeted with great relief, as it was assumed the Minette's crew had been lost when it failed to reach its Cape Town checkpoint. Yet, after explaining the grisly methods by which they had survived, the situation took a dramatic turn. Incredibly, the surviving crew members were remarkably candid regarding the retelling of the events and openly admitted to having murdered young Richard Parker before consuming his still warm flesh. Contemporary defense attorneys, who tend to limit their clients' vocabulary to the words "no" and "comment," would consider such a frank admission to be nothing short of madness. But although Captain Dudley and his two surviving crew members felt deep shame and guilt, they were comfortable in their confession because, in doing so, they invoked what was known as the custom of the sea. Since the very first days of humanity's oceanic exploration, accidents and misfortune has humbled even the hardiest of vessels, and those who survived their sinking ships either cast adrift or washed up on some far-flung shore were often faced with what was referred to as the delicate question, to eat or not to eat their dead or dying shipmates. Thankfully, only a very small number of seamen and explorers have been faced with such a grim situation. But with 19th century British culture being so centered around its maritime industries, such incidents became embedded into the public consciousness. For example, in the early 1600s, 7 English sailors were cruising through the Caribbean when they were blown out to sea and cast adrift for 17 days. When they reached the point of starvation, the sailors drew straws to decide who would sacrifice their flesh for the good of the collective. Ironically, the man chosen was the one who suggested the idea in the first place. According to his shipmates, he nobly consented and was swiftly put to death. The sailors survived on the man's flesh until they reached the Isle of St. Martin, and following repatriation to British territory, they were put on trial for murder. However, on the day of their hearing, the colonial judge showed a great deal of sympathy towards them, which, in turn, reflected the views of the wider public. The sailors were pardoned, with the judge stating their actions were of inevitable necessity. More than 200 years later, consuming one's dead shipmates in order to survive periods of deprivation became known as the tradition of the sea. As recently as August of 1874, the crew of the CR Yukon was said to have resorted to cannibalism after their ship went down off the coast of Western Australia. The governor of Singapore had ordered the surviving crew members arrested, and at first, the British government encouraged him to hold a judicial inquiry. However, when it came time to actually prosecuting the men, extended procedural wrangling meant that charges were eventually dropped. This was no accident. During this period, the influence of British Admiralty over their counterparts in government cannot be overstated. Many serving members of Parliament had been officers in Her Majesty's Royal Navy prior to their retirements, so naturally, they had a great deal of sympathy for the survivors of any shipwreck. This didn't mean sailors were free to murder and cannibalize as they pleased, but under the right circumstances, invoking the custom of the sea could prove a powerful defense. The surviving crew members of the Minette knew this all too well. Yet, after relaying their story of survival to the Falmouth customs officer, the deliciously named Mr. Cheeseman, the survivors found themselves standing before a police officer named Sergeant Laverty. They were informed that although they were not being placed under arrest, they were not permitted to leave Falmouth until the situation had been resolved. In the hours that followed, an emergency meeting of the harbor's commissioners yielded the following report. The police have apprehended Thomas Dudley, Ed Stevens, and E. Brooks of the yacht Minette on a charge of killing at sea on the 20th of July last the boy Richard Parker, after being for 18 days at sea with no food or drink. Summonses were also served on 2 seamen of the German bark Monuma as witnesses in the case, being those who cleared the boat of Parker. When news of the macabre story spread around Falmouth, there seemed to be a surprising amount of sympathy for the Minette survivors. When they were officially arrested, a local businessman named John Burton paid a generous amount to bail them out of prison. Even though he had eaten heartily of Parker's butchered flesh, there were deafening cries for clemency when it was heard that Edmund Brooks had refused to take part in the boy's murder. Brooks was acquitted, but despite the controversy, Stevens and Captain Dudley were to be put on trial for murder. Following their transfer to an Exeter courthouse, Stevens and Dudley were found guilty of Richard Parker's murder and condemned to hang. Yet, as one might imagine, the decision was met with outrage from both the Admiralty and the wider British public. Finally, after lengthy and considerable pressure, the death warrants for Stevens and Dudley were torn up and their sentences were reduced to a mere 6 months imprisonment. The case of the Crown versus Dudley and Stevens is one of the few 19th century criminal procedures still analyzed by law students today. It was also the inspiration for the name of the Bengal tiger in the novel Life of Pi. Some mistakenly believe that the case also inspired Edgar Allan Poe's only complete novel, The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket, and it's easy to understand why. Told from the perspective of the anonymous Gordon Pym, it recounts the tale of a perilous sea voyage in which, following a mutiny and monstrous storm, Pym finds himself in charge of the ship's battered remains and accompanied by just 3 others, Augustus Peters and a young cabin boy by the name of Richard Parker. Halfway through the novel, having survived for days on nothing but scraps of turtle meat and drops of fresh water, the desperate survivors are forced to invoke the so-called custom of the sea and begin drawing lots to determine the victim. In the end, it comes down to just Gordon Pym and Richard Parker, and it is Parker who is chosen to be eaten. Yet, the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket was not published in the aftermath of the Mignonette sinking. It was published in 1838, a full 46 years before the Mignonette sank and 29 years before Richard Parker, the ill-fated cabin boy, was even conceived. Some suggested this was evidence of Poe's supposed morbid prescience, a symptom of his ever-lingering genius. But perhaps such a coincidence is suggestive of the repetitive and inevitable nature of the event itself. For, since the very first days of humanity's oceanic exploration, accidents and misfortune have humbled even the hardiest of vessels. And so perhaps those who survived disasters involving interstellar starships who ended up stranded on some far-flung shore will once again be faced with what was once referred to as the delicate question. I'm a girl, and I have a friend who lives on the same street as me. My other friends all live in the town, so me and this friend, I'll call them M, hang out together a little more on our own. I've always liked going up to the fancy house area in our village because I can't stress enough how normal the other houses in the village are. We have some council houses, which, for Americans, are basically homes that the government builds for you, and then you pay them rent to live there. It's not considered posh at all, and I don't know how this area behind the village is so different. It's like another world. It takes half an hour to walk up this hill to get to the houses, and it's really killer on your legs, but it's worth it. Me and them would walk up there and look at the houses, praying that one day we'd both be rich enough to have an awesome house like that ourselves. There's one house that hasn't been lived in for as long as I've lived in this village. There were rumors about it, and people said that a woman killed herself on her wedding night. I don't know what happened to the husband. I don't even know the woman's name or anything, but it seemed perpetually empty. I know it sounds like a typical ghost story, but it intrigued me, and I always wanted to go inside and look around. I know that sounds bad, but I've always been what adults call rebellious, though I believe I'm just simply adventurous. I was always on M's back about exploring the house. It didn't look shabby because, I guess, fancy houses never look bad, but it was run down whereas the others weren't. It's tucked in a little corner, and as none of the other houses are attached to each other and each feature huge gardens, this one doesn't stand out too much. I guess it doesn't bother anyone in the street because no one ever upkeeps it. The garden is very overgrown, and it just looks like a jungle. There are big trees in the front, and everyone calls them witch trees. I don't know what type of tree it is, but they have mega thick bark and they grow tall. They look really beautiful, but there's something creepy about them. One of the local ghost stories is that the trees ward off evil and that witches use them for protection or something. Some people say that the woman who died in the house was a witch and she died by the trees. Others say she died in one of the downstairs rooms. Either way, I always found these stories fun and intriguing because, like I said, I'm adventurous. One day I asked if M would be seriously down for exploring the house with me if we snuck in one night. He wasn't sure. He liked exploring just as much as I did, but he was definitely more rational than I was. Sometimes I act without thinking things through for long enough. Our parents wouldn't allow us to be out late due to our age, but after talking about it for weeks, we formulated a plan. Em then agreed to explore the house with me. We knew that it was possible the doors would be locked. We wouldn't get in, but we thought even if that was the case, we could explore the garden. We figured if we went at nighttime during the winter months, we could explore before we needed to be home. Our parents wouldn't be suspicious, and exploring this house at night would just be the best. It was classic spooky vibes, so we agreed and just had to find the perfect time. When the time finally came, it was a Friday night, and we decided to do it after school. I told my friends I was going to go to M's house, and M told his parents he'd be at my house. We both said we were eating dinner at each other's houses, and our parents took our word for it. Looking back, this was a risky and dumb idea, but it made sense at the time. We didn't have long, and it meant we'd go hungry, but we didn't care. We wanted to explore. When we got to the house, I was buzzing with excitement. We were nervous, and M was especially. He kept peering around and whispering at me that the neighbors might catch us, but I told him to chill and it'd all be fine. We hopped over the gate, and boom, we were in the garden. It felt exhilarating. I felt like I was in a Tomb Raider game exploring an ancient Egyptian tomb. We tried to stay quiet and wandered around the garden for a bit. It was really hard to see, so we used our phone flashlights to look around, but we had to do it carefully so as not to draw attention. It didn't even cross our minds that we were breaking the law. We tried to go around the back, but we couldn't. The hedges and grass, etc., were just way too overgrown to get through. It was too difficult, and we were getting scratched left, right, and center. We approached the front door very cautiously, and I was still buzzing. M then asked me if I was 100% sure about this, and I said of course I am. I remember that he looked like he wanted to back out, but he didn't. He tried the handle, but the door didn't open. I thought it was locked and felt disappointed, but he made a face and told me it felt stiff. He said that maybe we should go because we had already been in the garden, but I was so determined to get inside. I told him to throw his body at it, and he said hell no, that it would cause too much noise and it was wrong of us to damage the building. I realized he was right, but I felt disappointed again. I decided to try the handle and fiddled with it for a while. It was really cold, and I was right, it did feel stiff and hard to move. I asked him to help me, and I pulled my sleeves down to cover my hands. I thought that maybe that would help me to grip it better and that I could then pull harder without hurting my skin. Surprisingly, we actually got the door open after fiddling around with it. It made a loud noise as it creaked open, and Elle's face was a picture of terror. I held my breath too because I was really nervous in case someone heard. I don't know how long we stood there, but we ended up darting inside and shutting the door behind us. The house smelled bad, like just old and kind of damp. I coughed a little because I had asthma, but I wasn't backing out now. That thrill was swirling around in my stomach as I looked around and grinned at him in excitement. He laughed at me and then walked ahead a little bit. The entryway had a staircase and a wooden floor, but the stairs had one of those long rug things old wealthy people usually have. There was a brown wooden table thing and a dusty mirror in the entryway. There were lights, but we didn't know how to turn them on, and we figured they wouldn't work anyway. It was pitch black and honestly kind of creepy, but I knew it was just my mind playing tricks on me, combined with the excitement of doing something bad and crazy. I looked around with my phone light, and there was an archway to the side. I looked at him and asked if he wanted to go in there with me first, and he agreed and started to walk. It was so cool to be in the house, wandering around. Everything was so dusty and smelly, but I was having the time of my life. I know that might sound terrible, but no one lived there, so it really felt no different than exploring an abandoned castle from hundreds of years ago. We then saw a photo on one of the walls, and it made me feel uneasy, but again I just told myself it was my mind messing with me. Still, it made the hairs on my arms stand to attention like soldiers. The photo was of a young lady and young guy somewhere in their 20s. The lady had black hair, and she was wearing a dress, but not a wedding gown. The man had a smart suit and trousers on, and he had his arm around her, and they smiled into the camera. It was like a 50s or 60s sort of vibe, and it was in black and white. I reached out to touch it, and I heard a noise like clattering as if something fell. I turned around, but there was nothing there. M was beside me, and we kind of just stared at each other, both having heard it. As I said, M was a rational dude, so he didn't automatically jump to, "Oh my God, it's a ghost." He said us walking around must be disturbing the house or something, and then maybe it was just time to leave. We hadn't even gone upstairs yet, but I had started to feel guilty. I don't know why, but this feeling of pure guilt and sadness just suddenly came over me. I didn't tell M. I just said, "Yeah, maybe we should go now." He nodded, and we started to walk to the entryway again. Then we heard something that I can't explain to this day. From the sitting room we just exited, I heard a soft weeping, as if a woman was softly crying in the room just behind me. I froze and turned to M. He looked very uncomfortable. I asked him if he heard that, and he didn't answer. He then moved his phone flashlight behind us, but nothing was there. The noise was gone just as quickly as it had come. I suddenly felt really scared and said to M, "We need to get out of here now." We bolted for the door, swung it open, and ran out. We jumped to the garden, and I twisted my ankle. We bolted down the hill and went back to our part of the village. We didn't stop until we were in my street. Then we both leaned against a wall. I was really scared I would have an asthma attack, but thankfully I didn't. I didn't have my inhaler with me, but I knew M would grab it for me if need be. He'd get himself in trouble for me. That's the kind of friend he is. He always has my back, and I have his. There are 2 places to get food in our village, including snack food. We decided to walk there to grab some food since we would be missing dinner, and it was still too early for either of us to head home. I asked him about the noise, but he said that we freaked ourselves out because of the urban myths surrounding the house. They were in our heads, and we just imagined the noise and freaked ourselves out with the picture. He maintains that even to this day. I'm not sure I believe him, although I want it to be true. I know what I heard, and I know what I felt. I'm not saying I know it all, but this experience made me realize that there is some stuff you simply just can't explain. I don't know what it means or even what to call it, but something was definitely going on in that house. The noise was so real, it was like a woman was right there crying. I can still hear it in my mind even as I recount this. That photograph really struck me too. I can't explain it, there was just something in that house. I don't think the vibe was harmful, but there was definitely something going on in there. It still unnerves me even now. We never told anyone, not even our parents. M is my best friend, and this is something we decided not to share with anyone else. We do still talk about it sometimes, though. M always says that it must have been our minds playing tricks on us. He doesn't dismiss how I feel or my thoughts on it, but he is a very rational guy, and I get it. Another thing that creeps me out is that the front door was shut after we left, but Em and I didn't do it. We bolted out, flung it open, and never shut it again. The door was stiff and heavy, but it shouldn't have shut on its own, yet it did. I know it could be argued that it was the weight of the door making it close, but it was one of those doors that don't move on their own, and it wasn't particularly windy either. Maybe someone shut it, but I'm not so sure. We went back the next day and just stood in the street looking at it, and the door was shut. It's such a creepy thing, especially because we heard the crying from the room that the lady apparently died in. One thing's for sure though, Em and I will never go into that house or do anything like that ever again. On July 28, 1977, Travis Victor Alexander was born in Riverside, California, the son of Gary and Pamela Alexander. Travis's early years were marred by tragedy. At age 11, an unstable and ultimately toxic home life forced him to live with his paternal grandparents after his father's tragic death in mid-1997. He was followed by his 7 brothers and sisters. Despite his rough upbringing, Travis performed rather well in school, attended college, and eventually secured a job with a company known as Prepaid Legal Services, PPL, first as a salesman and later as the company's motivational speaker, a position that paid considerably better. As part of his job at PPL, Travis often attended conferences that took place in Las Vegas, applying his trade as a motivational speaker in front of audiences of hundreds. During one such conference in September 2006, there was one particular woman in the audience who was enraptured by Travis's charisma and talent for public speaking. She approached him afterward, introducing herself and striking up a conversation that would spark a long-term friendship. This woman's name was Jody Arias. Jody and Arias was born on July 9, 1980, in Salinas, California, to a mother of European ancestry and a father of Mexican ancestry. After she met Travis at the PPL conference, the pair grew increasingly close, leading Jody to convert to Mormonism just 2 months later, actually being baptized by Travis himself at a ceremony that took place in Southern California. Despite the distance between them, the couple began dating a few months later, and Jody even took steps to move to Mesa and then Yreka, California, living in her grandparents' place to be closer to Travis. Travis and Jody had a tumultuous on-again, off-again relationship for almost a year and a half, often forced to maintain a long-distance relationship due to the fact that one lived in Arizona while the other remained in California for work. Such distance would put a strain on any relationship, but there appeared to be additional factors that made Jody and Travis's relationship less than healthy. From the very first time Travis introduced Jody to his close friends, they seemed to take an instant dislike to her. Jody didn't seem keen to impress or ingratiate herself with them, appearing generally disinterested in anyone but Travis. His friends detected a kind of jealousy in her, noting that she acted overly possessive of Travis while failing to show him much affection. From the start, they found Jody's behavior worrying, even frightening. Shortly after Jody moved into her grandparents' home in Yreka, she and Travis arranged to accompany one another on a week-long work-related trip to Cancun, Mexico. Scheduled for June 15, the couple intended to make something of a vacation out of it. However, not long after, Travis reportedly went to company headquarters to request that his travel companion be changed to another member of the sales team. Speculation regarding this decision is abundant, but the best guess is that it involved a breakdown in his and Jody's relationship. On May 28, Jody called Travis in a state of distress, telling him there had been a burglary at her grandparents' place where she was staying. Feeling unsafe, she begged to come and stay with him for a while. The burglars had stolen a number of valuable items during the break-in, but the most significant was a .25 caliber Colt pistol that belonged to her grandfather. The police had no luck finding the perpetrators and eventually gave up searching altogether, as they couldn't seem to find any evidence to identify those involved. In response to Jody's plea to stay with him, Travis straight up refused. "This might be the best evidence we have." That the two had broken up by that point, that if Travis loved her or had any feelings for her at all, surely he would have offered her a place to stay, but he didn't. Alternatively, it's possible that Travis did love her but was stopped from inviting her over by something else. That it's plausible that there were other women in Travis's life. But it is also possible he didn't invite Jody over because he was afraid of her. On June 2nd, Jody called Travis yet again, repeatedly attempting to reach him between the hours of 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. However, her cell phone records show that the longest call was a mere 17 seconds, indicating he likely didn't pick up the phone. Just after 3 in the morning, Travis called Jody back, and the pair engaged in a lengthy conversation that we have no idea what was said during that call, but we do know that at around 5:30 that same morning, Jody drove over to a car rental place in Redding, California, entering the business shortly after it opened at 8 a.m. She told the clerk that she wished to use the car for a long drive to Utah for a work-related trip, and then planned to visit a few friends on her way to Utah, where she would meet up with a fellow PPL employee named Ryan Burns. However, Jody didn't show up to meet Ryan until late in the evening on June 3rd, leaving a sizable amount of time to be accounted for that day. When she did finally arrive in the West Jordan suburb of Salt Lake City to meet Ryan Burns, he noticed some unusual things about Kirka. Firstly, he saw that her normally dyed blonde hair was now brown, but not its natural shade of brown, and she seemed to have cuts or scratches all over her hands. Jody also refused to let him near the rental car, insisting they take his car to the PPL business conference. Naturally, Ryan thought this behavior was unusual, but the pair had more important concerns as the conference kept them occupied for the majority of the day. Ryan had an additional reason to keep quiet about Jody's unusual behavior. He and Jody had begun something of a love affair during their time in Utah, spending several hours hugging and kissing on a large beanbag chair at the place they were staying. Jody reassured him about the cuts on her hands by saying she had gotten them while working part-time at a Mexican restaurant in the Wairika area, an excuse that seemed sufficient to assuage his suspicions. Once their business concluded, Jody departed from Salt Lake City on June 6, driving back westward toward California. Her cell phone records showed that she tried to call Travis several times, leaving a handful of voicemails, yet she also apparently found a way to access the voicemail system. Why exactly she chose to do so remains a matter of conjecture, but it certainly constitutes some rather unusual behavior. When she returned the rental car to the outlet in Redding, the clerk began to inspect the interior as a matter of routine. It was then he too noticed something unusual. The vehicle was missing its floor mats, and on the driver and passenger sides, there were some kind of stains on the upholstery, as if some thick liquid had been spilled and left to dry. However, since the upholstery was black and the color of said liquid was not visible, no suspicions were raised among the staff at the car rental outlet, and the interior was cleaned before it could be inspected by anyone important. Meanwhile, a few days prior, Travis's employers had tried to contact him for a conference call, only to have their calls go unanswered. This same pattern repeated for several days, with friends and colleagues calling, only for Travis not to pick up his phone. By June 9th, a handful of Travis's friends began to worry about his well-being and agreed to go over to his home to check on him. They spoke to a few other tenants who lived in the same building as Travis and found they hadn't seen him in a few days. However, since he traveled for work frequently, they didn't seem to think there was anything to worry about. One of Travis's neighbors was in possession of the spare key to his apartment, which Travis had entrusted to them in case he ever lost his keys. The concerned group of friends proceeded to unlock the door to Travis's apartment, calling out his name as they entered. Then, one of them froze with a sharp gasp, pointing to a pool of congealed blood that sat in the hallway of Travis's bedroom. In a panic, they began to search the apartment for him, eventually encountering the sight of his days-old corpse lying in the bathtub, covered in blood. His friends cried and screamed as they called 911 but did not attempt to revive him. as it was obvious from the state of his dead body that he had been deceased for some time during the 911 call that followed the discovery. A police dispatcher asked if Travis had potentially contemplated ending his own life or if his friends knew of anyone who might have been threatening his life. His friends immediately mentioned Jodi Arias, his ex-girlfriend, as a possible suspect in his murder. They indicated that in the days before his death, Travis had mentioned that Jodi had been stalking him, accusing him of seeing someone else, and seemed to be in some form of jealous rage. This psychopathic jealousy led her to attempt to access his Facebook account and even go so far as to slash his car's tires. When investigating officers arrived at Travis's home, they commenced an intense search for any evidence or clues regarding the identity of the killer. One of the most curious things they discovered was a recently purchased digital camera found in the washing machine. Despite significant water damage, police were able to recover the camera's memory card, which had a number of photographs that someone had apparently attempted to delete. These photographs showed Travis and Jodi in numerous suggestive poses taken on the afternoon of June 4. The final photograph from the series was taken at 5:39 p.m. that same day and showed Travis alive and well while taking a shower, smiling playfully and completely naked, a candid depiction of the man's final moments. Another photograph taken just minutes later depicted Travis bleeding profusely while lying on the bathroom floor. DNA samples were collected from bloody handprints found in the bathroom, which provided police with solid evidence to arrest a suspect, as they contained not only Travis's DNA but also Jodi Arias's, after being indicted for first-degree murder by a grand jury in Maricopa County. Jodi was arrested at her home in California and then extradited to Arizona on September 5, 2008. Less than a week later, she pled not guilty, providing several different accounts of her alleged involvement in Travis's death. Initially, she told investigating officers that she was nowhere near Arizona on the day her ex-boyfriend was murdered, but after pressure from the cops, she admitted she had been present at the time of his death, but claimed it involved a home invasion where two individuals broke into Travis's residence, killing him and attacking her in turn. 2 years of investigation later, Jodi changed her story entirely, telling the police that she had indeed killed Travis but only in self-defense. She spun a tale of brutal domestic violence, claiming she was a victim of a cruel and violent man and that she regularly feared for her life around him. At her trial in February 2013, Jodi recounted to the jury that she had been physically and emotionally abused by her parents and that her life with Travis had echoed that same cycle of abuse and guardianship, one she wanted to escape from but couldn't quite bring herself to. She described the abusive lifestyle Travis subjected her to, which she said included a considerable amount of BDSM and other painful acts that violated Mormon rules. Jodi also recorded a phone conversation with Travis that she used as evidence to prove he had once wanted to use zip ties to tie her to a tree while she dressed as Little Red Riding Hood. She claimed to have responded enthusiastically on the phone but testified in court that it was all an act, stating the idea terrified her and was typical of the kinds of things Travis wanted to do. Jodi also alleged that Travis admitted to finding underage children attractive, painting him as a complete monster. However, the prosecution argued that Jodi was a vengeful and vindictive person who had recorded the phone conversation in an attempt to blackmail Travis and embarrass him before his Mormon peers. The prosecution also questioned a forensic expert before the jury, prompting them to confirm that a thorough examination of Travis's computer found no evidence of child pornography or any references to anything inappropriate with children. Rebuttal witnesses from the prosecution included several of Travis's other girlfriends, who stated he never exhibited problems with anger or violence. Clinical psychologist Janine Demarte testified for the prosecution, stating she found no evidence that Travis had ever abused Jodi, and also noted that Jodi suffered from borderline personality disorder, showing signs of immaturity and an unstable sense of identity. The final nail in Jody's legal coffin was the prosecution telling the jury that a single .25 caliber bullet casing was found near Travis's body. The same caliber as the gun stolen from her grandparents' place just a week before the murder. It turned out Jody had faked the entire burglary just to obtain the murder weapon, which not only demonstrated she was a dangerous psychopath willing to harm those close to her to achieve her goals, but also indicated that she had been planning to kill Travis for quite some time. After a trial that reportedly cost U.S. taxpayers over $3 million, the jury found Jody guilty of first-degree murder. She narrowly avoided the death penalty when a judge essentially took pity on her mental illness, sentencing her to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. She was also ordered to pay Travis's siblings over $30,000 in damages. As of 2016, Jody is housed at Arizona State Prison Complex Perryville, and her case and trial have garnered considerable social media interest, with even Donald Trump commenting on what he called her obvious guilt. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of this whole sordid drama is that Travis may have genuinely believed he had found the love of his life. Searching for the fairy tale romance that all people desire, he found the polar opposite, a living nightmare that ended with him losing his life to someone who could fairly be described as a conniving, violent, psychopathic predator. Relationships break down all the time for various reasons. People hurt, people cry, but most ultimately move on and find someone else. Jody took that chance away from Travis in a horrifically callous and bloody manner. Instead of letting Travis go, she dragged him down like a sinking ship, one from which neither of them will ever emerge intact.